Oh my gosh. Muted again. Here we go. Hey, it only took 59 seconds this time. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, in an unidentified location for reasons of security and therefore insecurity, which of course is a nod to Mr. John B. Wells. My name's Brian Engelman. Today is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025, and this is the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. On today's program, President Trump is in Japan. Big news in Japan. New leadership. Shinzo Abe. Remember Shinzo? He was assassinated, and he got along splendidly with President Trump. President Trump was gifted a sporting good item. If you could guess which sporting good item from Shinzo Abe was donated to President Trump, type it in the comments section. Also today, we're going to discuss, there we go, the Schumer shutdown, stopping SNAP. Oh yeah, is this really their grand plan? Is this the best that they have to offer? Also, California creates dangerous drivers. We're trying to make sense of this world, and the blue state, red state, Supreme Court, bigger picture issues. We're really figuring it out right now. How many people are on SNAP benefits? How many people are taking? For what purpose? What are the parameters of these giveaways that are adding to the national debt? What is going on if people can't take care of themselves? What is going on? So this Schumer shutdown is calling to light a whole bunch of issues that I'm not so certain that Democrats really want people to talk about. Maybe they thought that the nuclear option would have been invoked by now. What was it, 12 or 13 times the Republicans have said, no, we'll open it up. Come on, vote for the continuing resolution. And they're like, nah, if we can wait it out till November 1st, we're getting videos of people saying they're going to riot. Oh, is that the plan? A winter of love like their summer of love in 2020? When the Democrats don't have ideas, they try to burn the country down? I don't know. But we're going to talk about it on today's program. So without further delay, as I mentioned at the top of the show, we have mugs. If you want one, shoot $40 on any platform and send me your email address. Or I'm sorry, your address, your physical address, Brian at the New American Media, and I'll send that out to you. Should probably put this up on one of those websites, huh? One of those Shopify, maybe. And just have all of our merch in one spot. But yes, you too need a mug. Because each day we show up and try to sift through the rubbish of the day's news, filtering, what is it? Sifting through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. That's what we say. All right. Let's begin today's program. Thank you so much for being here. Buckle up.
Guide to the Truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
Thank you all so much for being here. Put the comments up on the screen. Trash Panda, Lake Leon, John, Droopy Dog. Yep, muted again. I caught it. Trash Panda's guessing maybe something from Japan was a golf item. What type of golf item? Was it a club? What kind of club? And I would love it if Restream would stop changing my design theme. I want base or I want news. Base is fine. But they keep changing it to air, and I don't look at that. Look at how terrible that looks visually. See text on top of text. It's brutal. Anyhow, thank you so much for being here. Happy Halloween. Did you go to any parties over the weekend? And are you going to any parties this week? Halloween, everybody. What's the last costume you wore? Type it in the comments. Hit like, hit subscribe, by the way. Quick reminder, the New American Media is in a lot of different places, so please follow us. We're on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, all scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, Locals, and YouTube at the New American Media. Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. On X at American_Media_. And please subscribe to our podcast on the Agree to Disagree show on Spotify and Apple. Additionally, we have tip jars here at this bar. Belly on up to the bar. And feel free to toss something in the tip jar if you would be so kind. Let's give you the update on what's going on with our YouTube channel. We were, as of yesterday, we needed one. Hold on. Was that the number? What's the new number? Oh, maybe I only have the new number. 177 hours. We need 177 valid public watch hours on our YouTube channel. So please consider going to our YouTube channel and watching some extra content. And at the end of this program, we're going to play yesterday's show if we want to keep the feed going. And I kind of realized the show's already going. Why not keep it going? If we're on more hours in the day, more people can check out the highlights. We'll be live at noon. For now, we're live at noon. By the way, we do have a programming note for Strictly Football tomorrow. It was supposed to be today. Let me correct how I'm framing this here. So, Strictly Football with Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson, and myself. That was normally on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're going to move it to Thursdays at 6 p.m. Eastern. So, Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern, we will be doing Strictly Football. Thursday, all right. I'm reading the comments here on X. Here you go. Make sure you're following us on X, by the way. Pinned at the top of our X feed is our interview with John B. Wells. This is our Patreon link. It's the end of the month, so if you have considered signing up on Patreon but have not done so yet, you still have time this month. Sign up. It's like $10 a month or something. The lowest one. It's like $5 per post, and we post twice a month. So there you go. You can check out that show. All right, let's talk about SNAP benefits. I don't know this user, Richie Sama 119. Wall Street Apes showed this video and says, well, you want to know what's really going on with SNAP benefits? There's more to it than you think. And when you hear this, you go, oh, I wonder how you clean this up.
All right, I'm going to keep it a buck with y'all. Like, the real reason why a lot of people are upset.
I'm going to keep it a buck with y'all. 100. I'm going to keep it 100% honest. I got to decipher. Like the Key and Peele Act. They had the Obama translator. I'd say something cerebral, sort of thoughtful. But on the side, my translator was like, throwing it down. I'm over there in my mom jeans. I told Michelle the other day, can I borrow those jeans? She said, sweetie, you'd be swimming in those little pencil neck legs. It ain't gonna work. That's what she told me. Anyway, this is like a reverse Obama translator. Completely unnecessary. No, but I'm about to keep it. What do you say? A buck with y'all?
Real reason why a lot of people. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all.
Yeah, I had to kind of go, huh? Well, I'm gonna have to keep it a buck with y'all. What? Keep it 100% real. All right. Anyway, go.
Like the real reason why a lot of people are upset about this whole food stamps, SNAP benefit thing, bro, is because they're selling their food stamps, bro. They're selling them. I'm telling you, they are selling their food stamps, bro. You know how many people in New York and other states right now are going to the corner store, the deli, and they're selling their food stamps, bro?
Sounds like something you would want to investigate.
They're selling, that's why they're getting like $4,000, $3,000 in food stamps, and they're selling it for cash. They'll get $4,000 in food stamps, and they'll just take like $1,000 in cash. Like, bro, like that's happening like everywhere. That's why they're mad. That is exactly why they're mad right now. And the thing about it too, they will never admit to selling their food stamps, but it's happening.
That chart's my understanding. Is it likely? Is it guaranteed? I don't know. I'll tell you what, we're getting a crash course on Snap now, aren't we, though? Is this a still image or is this a... All right, so it's saying here's some of the services that have been delayed or stopped amid this Schumer shutdown. Small Business Administration, Visa and Passport Services, National Parks, Disaster Relief, FHA insured loans, SNAP benefits, and military pay. This is ridiculous. Sassafras says, I really don't even care anymore. The fact that the 40 million Americans are on SNAP benefits blows my mind. We have a huge fraud problem in America. Generational benefits should not be a thing. The whole system needs to be revamped. This person, blame LBJ. He started all this crap. Had no idea. And here's a girl that kind of makes sense. That same Sassafras 84. This one's worth the watch. You used her SNAP benefits the way it was intended to be used. Tell them, sis.
I don't care if I get canceled, but as an EBT mother on a budget of $300 to $400, even when I only had $200, you know what's cheaper than a $3 pack of Little Debbie snacks? A 50-cent can of fucking green beans, okay? You know what's cheaper than 3 packs of soda? A bunch of cans of 50-cent cans of vegetables, okay? You know what's cheaper than the $150 you spent on chips, sugar, soda, all of that shit? Buying a bunch of meat. Because the amount of snacks that you bought are enough to last you 2 weeks, and the amount of meat that I bought is enough to last me the entire month of November while I wait for food benefits to fix themselves. You can stock up on pasta. You can stock up on staples, okay? Look at that. After buying all healthy foods to ensure that my children are having as less problematic foods in their diet as possible, look at the money I have left over for snacks. We got cookies, we got baked cheddar, whatever the fuck these are, pretzels, a bag of fruit snacks, and saltine crackers. And you know what my children don't complain about? Mom, why can't we have cake and ice cream and sugar all the time? I don't give a crap. I don't think children should starve, but I don't think children should be being fed poisonous shit all the time because parents want to boo-hoo over the fact that they're not willing to get their lives in order. And obviously, I'm not talking about disabled. Obviously, I'm not talking about elderly. And obviously, I'm not talking about the parent that just lost her husband and now has to do it on her own. Obviously, I'm not talking about people who got raped and had to take care of a kid that was forced upon them. So don't make it into that. My children are so health conscious that I can let them have their whole Halloween bag of candy in their room and they only limit themselves to a piece a day. They're not super dependent on sugar. They don't freak out because I don't give them the bag of chips. It's all about how you raise your child.
Anyway, this is a good video, 5.5 minutes, but at least the beginning of that. You know, be smart. We should all be smart like that too. Bethany Mandel says, yeah, I mean, just thinking about the stuff that we buy and the stuff that we eat and the stuff that we prepare, all of it, we should be smart. Bethany says, I was just Googling to find out what the eligibility is for SNAP and discovered that the USDA is not effing around. I think they're saying on the USDA website, it says Senate Democrats have now voted 12 times to not fund the food stamp program, also known as Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. Bottom line, the well is run dry. At this time, there will be no benefits issued November 1st. We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. They can continue to hold out for health care for illegal aliens and gender mutilation procedures, or reopen the government so mothers, babies, and the most vulnerable among us can receive critical nutrition assistance. I'm not sure if that's true or not. It sounds too on the nose. This Cassandra says, the radical left Democrats shut down the government. This government website will be updated periodically during the funding lapse for mission critical functions. President Trump has made it clear he wants to keep the government open and support those who feed, fuel, and clothe the American people. For information on recreation site status on National Forest System lands, visit that website. Yeah, I don't know if these are real. Let me ask Grok. Ask Grok if it's accurate, but let me just see. What is it? USDA.com? It might be .gov. Let me see. Oh, wow. Okay. Can you see it? Hang on. What page are we on? Okay, I went to the USDA website, and that's it. Senate Democrats voted 12 times. Okay. And it says here, USDA is standing ready to fight fraud. Swift action aimed at eliminating fraud occurring in SNAP retailer community and rooting out bad actors who take advantage of the taxpayers' generosity. Oh, this has changed. 16 nutrition programs. Secretary Rollins takes action to prevent illegal aliens from accessing food stamps. Look at this. So don't let people tell you that President Trump doesn't make a difference. Oh, it's the same as having Democrats in. It's not the same. Let's not be doom and gloom. Let's not be black-pilled all the time. Marion says, bring government cheese and flour, etc. They should make food at home and not be using convenience stores. Yeah. Hello, David from Canada. How are you? Hey, I heard your former guy is dating Katy Perry. Katy Perry, who I served one time at an event. And she was with Russell Brand, I believe. Russell Brand, I believe. Okay, so this is verified. Gotcha. All right, NAACP has officially endorsed a liberal white woman rather than the conservative black woman campaigning for Virginia governor. You can't make this stuff up. Check this out. Virginia.
So the NAACP is endorsing the liberal white woman in Virginia over the conservative Christian faith-filled black woman in Virginia for Kennedy. The NAACP needs to be disbanded. This is an organization that I have no respect for. that at one time did so much for the African American experience in this country has now become a laughingstock and a joke, has become an organization with no morals, no values, and doesn't represent the civil rights movement that were led by mostly a lot of Christian ministers. It has become a Marxist organization that endorses transgenderism, that destroys the black community, that endorses everything demonic and evil about that's toxic about the black community. You have a woman, they would endorse a white woman, a liberal white woman, over a black woman just because she has an R in front of her name and not a D in front of her name. If they were really about black people, they would endorse candidates based off policies. They would sit down and interview candidates and see what they have to offer the black community. But the NAACP has become an arm of the Democratic Party. They're not a real organization that makes any change. They're not helping homeless black people. They're not helping struggling black people. They are a joke as an organization. They've been a joke for a very, very, very long time. They've done nothing since the civil rights movement for black people. And they're trying to hold on to relevance by endorsing like anybody actually still cares about the NAACP.
So that's going on. All right. Winsome Sears. I'm picking this lady, the one that couldn't denounce the one that fantasized about killing his opponent's family. All right, what is this here? Ruben Gallego just dropped a nuke, says Brian Allen. Oh, okay. He says, how can I negotiate? The president's in Asia for 5 days. Johnson is helping the House out until January to protect pedos. So who am I negotiating with? Okay. We replied, it's called approve the continuing resolution while you continue negotiating. Stop harming your most needy constituents. That's all we're talking about here. They're not going to change the subject. They're not going to win this. They don't have support for this. It's not helping them. Call them out. And Wokeness shows this and says, this is who Dems choose to speak about not having enough food if SNAP is cut. What is this?
Employee of the school district, I only get paid once a month. By the time I get my bills paid, I have nothing left to pay for food and other basic needs. If it wasn't for SNAP benefits, I wouldn't be able to feed my children or myself.
Guys, this is a morbidly obese woman making this point. It's terrible optics to hear someone saying, I have no food, and you're several hundred pounds overweight. It is not solid optics. The optics are really bad on this, you guys. But we have to start some programs. What if we had... couldn't we reimagine some stuff? We have to reimagine some stuff. This is not working. I had no idea things were this bad. $40 million people on SNAP.
I work, pay my bills, and like every other mom, I want to be sure that I have enough food to put on the table.
Guys, I'm not trying to be rude either. I'm not. She needs assistance with her diet, especially if you have your hand out saying, hey, I'm in a rough temporary spot. Maybe it doesn't have to be permanent. I feel like a lot of people that start getting benefits turn it into a permanent lifestyle. I don't think that's the point. I think if there are some circumstances and situations where that needs to happen, you monitor that closely and you try to not allow abuse of that. There's only so much to go around, and we're spending more than we have. So everything needs to be tightened up. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Waste, fraud, and abuse. All right, Speaker Johnson's going to try to set the record straight here, given the simple facts about this Democrat Schumer shutdown.
So I brought you a little visual aid here to just remind everybody what the simple facts are. Four simple facts here. The Democrats are required to open the government. They keep saying Republicans are in charge of government. We aren't, not in the Senate. 60 votes control the Senate.
Yeah, I keep saying that, and some people just are choosing to pretend that's not real. Trash Panda says, dear people living off the government, quit wasting your money on crap you don't need. Save your money and quit blowing it. It's our money, not yours. Yeah. And if we're going to be helping people, you certainly don't help them with toxic food so that they balloon in weight and decrease in ability and health. That's not helpful.
Not a bare majority.
But Marie Wine, Speaker Johnson again, let this point drive it home completely. So if anybody tries to get away with saying this, you just remind them. No, the Republicans do not have every vote that they need to take care of this. It's the Democrats blocking this. Every Republican, I think, except for Rand Paul, is voting for this. So let's learn what's accurate so that we can stop the rampant misinformation and disinformation out there.
So it brought you a little visual aid here to just remind everybody what the simple facts are. Four simple facts here. The Democrats are required to open the government. They keep saying Republicans are in charge of government. We aren't, not in the Senate. 60 votes control the Senate, not a bare majority. And so point number one, Democrat votes are required to open the government. Point number two, they refuse to do it. They have now voted 12 times to keep the government closed. And they'll have another chance today or tomorrow, maybe multiple times this week, and we'll see what they do. Now, the third point is very important because they've been trying to confuse the American people. They've tried to say this is a fight about health care or this or that or any other thing, and it's very simple. They put this on paper. They made this their demand in writing in the record of the Senate, and it has not changed. These are just four subpoints there under fact number 3, but there's many more. But among the things they're demanding, this is what the Democrats in the Senate are demanding to reopen the government. They want to give $200 billion in health benefits to illegal aliens and non-citizens, paid for by U.S. taxpayers. That is in their proposal. They want billions in wasteful programs to be returned to foreign countries. So we stop these things. They want to turn it all back on. They're demanding that we do all that to get the government open for hardworking Americans again. They want to give $500 million to left-leaning news organizations, and they want to cut $50 billion from rural hospitals. We will not do those things. And they know that very well. Which leads us to point number 4. The Democrats have now openly admitted, and you all had to cover it last week, that they're using the pain of the American people as their leverage. That was the number 2 ranked Democrat in the House, the Democrat, the minority whip, who said that, acknowledged it in an interview, that this is leverage. And Chuck Schumer himself boasted that every day of the shutdown gets better for us. That's his now infamous quote that he wishes he had not said out loud. But you know what they're doing and why. Yeah. Why are they demanding these things? Why is point number 3 so essential to them? Why would they do this? Because it's unprecedented, as we've noticed, and reminded you all, they voted for CRs every time it was possible in their lives, as recently as March of this year. But they're doing it to appease their far-left Marxist base. That's the headline. That's why. That's why we're all in this mess. That's why the American people are suffering pain, because the Democrats are more afraid of the Marxist in their base than they are of hardworking Americans. See, they've made an evaluation that they have to appease the Marxist base, that they're so concerned that they'll lose their jobs if they don't appease the far left in their party. And they sat in a back room and they painted themselves into a corner, made a deal with the devil. The calculation that they would rather shut the government down and impose all this pain on the American people because they believe the Marxists, the far left in the base, are more active than hardworking Americans, people who go vote. And so they made the calculation that it's worth it to them. Every day gets better for us. We'll use the pain as leverage. For what? To prove to the far left base that they won't give in, that they'll fight Trump and fight the Republicans. What are they fighting? It's a clean CR. It's the same level of funding that they have voted for as recently as earlier this year. They are Biden-level policies and spending. This is not some Republican wish list. We don't have any of our priorities in this at all. It's the Democrats' own product. But they have decided to flip the script this time because they were getting too much heat from the far left.
That's wild. The far left. 13 times now, Democrats voted to keep it closed. Fighting over giving American money to non-Americans. No thanks. We're all struggling here. We need to stop spending as much money. We need to help the American people. Period. End of story. Here's Scott Jennings discussing Zohran Mamdani. Is New York really going to do this?
If you're going to run for mayor of New York City, or have any position in New York City, and you're going to talk about 9/11 or invoke 9/11, you darn sure better start with the people who died in the Twin Towers.
Amy Meck, she's on Twitter, and you should follow her if you don't, because she has been tracking what's going on with these false cries around Islamophobia and radical jihad and the rest of it for years and years and years. And this tweet popped up. She, back in February of 2020, remember, where are we right now? We're at the end of October in 2025, but in February 2020, 5 years ago, she was already tracking and predicting what was going to happen with Zohran Mamdani. Listen to this. Threat alert New York. Democrat Socialists of America leader Zohran Kwame Mamdani is a Muslim immigrant from Uganda who is running for the New York State Assembly District 36. Mamdani describes how Muslims are the victims of 9/11 and continuously pushes unproven claims of discrimination. She was absolutely right about him then. And of course, the clip that you've probably seen already, so we're not even going to bother showing it here, is that Mamdani now is out there with, these crocodile tears claiming that after 9/11, his aunt was afraid to wear a hijab in the subway. Now, I was in New York during 9/11, and you know what happened immediately for weeks after 9/11? Everyone ran around making sure that nobody was bigoted or hateful. There was more of a concern for the Muslim community on 9/12 than there was on 9/10. I assure you about that. That doesn't mean there wasn't individual acts of racism. That is part of the human condition, which they would love to wipe out because they're not thrilled with the human condition as it generally stands. But he basically said his aunt, and this whole story sounds fabricated. There's a lot of reasons to believe it's fabricated, but he was crying about his aunt who couldn't get on a subway after because she was getting mean looks. I thought Scott Jennings on CNN had quite a good take on that.
I want to speak to the memory of my aunt. Who stopped taking the subway after September 11th because she did not feel safe in her hijab.
Today he has this press conference. I watched a chunk of it. I didn't hear any words for the victims of 9/11, but he found the real victim, his aunt.
Is he?
The victims of 9/11 were in the Twin Towers. Those were the victims.
Is the implication here that he has to answer for the terrorists who attacked 9/11?
No, I think if you're going to run for mayor of New York City, or have any position in New York City, and you're going to talk about 9/11 or invoke 9/11, you darn sure better start with the people who died in the Twin Towers. That's what I think. And he didn't do that. And he kind of, he made it about his experience and his aunt and all this. My advice would be, if you're going to want to be the mayor of this town, and by the way, he's probably going to win. That moment in our history, you cannot lose sight of what happened. People died in those Twin Towers. Mm-hmm. They did not deserve to die. We did suffer a terrorist attack. And we can't really forget the moment, making it about him and his family. Okay, there were almost 3,000 people that died there.
Yeah, that's right, because he's a leftist. And what do leftists do? Victimhood is at the top of the hierarchy. So he's trying to use guilt, unearned guilt and victimhood. He's trying to extract the emotional price from the voters to make it seem like somehow he and his aunt was the victim, not the thousands of people who died. And by the way, because he is for current jihad, he is a Hamas supporter. Because he is for that stuff, there's every reason to believe he was for the 9/11 attacks. I'm sorry, and the fact that, oh, by the way, his imam was the co-conspirator, an unindicted co-conspirator in the 1993 World Trade Center attacks. I don't like this guy very much. Good luck, New York.
New York is really going to do this? Keep your eyes peeled on New York. I think Cuomo should drop out and endorse Sliwa. Look at the numbers, compare them. Come on, Cuomo, do the bigger thing, just like Bobby Kennedy. He's like, I have my platform, and in some ways the Trump administration and I overlap a little bit, but for the good of the country, we'll combine forces like Voltron or the Power Rangers, whatever the kids are watching these days. I'd really like to see Cuomo endorse Sliwa and team up. Otherwise, it does feel inevitable. Scott Jennings here talking about the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin cutting the fat at the EPA and trying to stop so much money flowing out of America.
Let me just get this straight. You're taking it from 16,000 down to 12,000, and you are canceling all of these unnecessary grants and expenditures. By the way, do I remember correctly? Was it your agency that had Stacey Abrams in Georgia getting some kind of massive grant that her organization was in no way, shape, or form qualified to distribute?
So the answer is yes. Stacey Abrams was involved in an NGO that was part of receiving a $2 billion grant in 2024 from the Biden EPA. This entity, by the way, only received $100 in 2023. In 2024, they received a $2 billion grant. The grant agreement requires them to complete training called How to Develop a Budget. That's a real sign of confidence that they need to complete that training. They would start to be able to spend the money before they even complete this training on how to develop a budget. And this was $2 billion as part of a $20 billion pot that I canceled shortly after coming into office because it was just riddled with, it was basically 8 environmental NGOs, these pass-through organizations filled with former Obama and Biden officials, Democratic donors, and they're all pass-through entities, whereas...
pass-through entities. Everybody, make sure 10% goes to the big guy, right?
The money goes through them to other entities. Many of those entities also pass-throughs. The agency would have less and less oversight. So, yes, the NGO connected to Stacey Abrams, that was $2 billion of the $20 billion.
Talking about taxpayer money going from one NGO to another entity to another. I mean, it sounds an awful lot like you're describing a money laundering operation.
I'll give you a wild example. So $7 billion in a program more recently canceled called Solar for All. We were finding grants where the grant was going through 4 pass-throughs, where each of the pass-throughs were taking a cut of at least 15%. For that pass-through. So think about how much that dollar got diluted. We believe at the Trump EPA that you can both protect the environment and grow the economy. It's not a binary choice.
Yeah.
We also believe that if a dollar...
You shouldn't have one at the expense of the other, but that's been the opposite. That's why the Democrats have been so ardently pushing this, is because they skim money. They get rich doing this crap at our expense.
Is going to get spent to remediate an environmental issue, that the dollars should get spent on remediating the environmental issue, not to go to some activist group. And in some cases, the money gets spent to help train another activist group to come to Washington and advocate for money so that they can go out and be activists. And we're not here saying, hey, take the money from a left-wing activist group and give it to a right-wing activist group. We're saying that tax dollars are precious. There's a zero-tolerance policy for any waste and abuse. And if you're going to appropriate a dollar for a specific cause to improve the environment, the dollar should go directly towards that cause. And none of this, self-dealing and conflict of interest, well-connected BS where the money gets diluted.
Agree. New York Post reporting that Barry Weiss looks to poach pro-Trump CNN pundit Scott Jennings for CBS News. We'll see. Scott Jennings has quickly become a superstar. Okay, here's some tough news here.
That freeway just opening up a short.
San Bernardino County Sheriff Deputy Andrew Nunez was executed yesterday. Here's some of the procession for the fallen.
Thrown in the air.
I used to drive through San Bernardino several times a year.
And somehow survived. That freeway, just opening up a short time ago, was shut down for much of the evening commute. That rush hour, absolutely a nightmare this afternoon as the eastbound side of the 210 freeway was shut down for the investigation. I believe they've opened up at least one lane. That suspect airlifted from the freeway over to Loma Linda Hospital, where he is in stable condition and will be facing a mountain of criminal charges.
So let's show you this story. Oh my gosh. Okay, ABC 7's reporting this. There's an off-duty deputy driving on the 210 freeway who intentionally hit the suspect on the motorcycle that ended the chase of the person who they believe shot the police officer. Sheriff Shannon Dykes. Hang on one second. There we go. Sheriff Shannon Dykes confirmed that an off-duty narcotics officer conducted a legal intervention by striking the suspect on the motorcycle, which sparked the crash that ended the chase on the 210 freeway near Upland. Watch this. Well, I mean, do you see it here? The suspect was airlifted to the hospital after being struck by the vehicle. Wanted in connection with the shooting of a San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputy. Look at this. You see him in the air right here. Let me go full screen. There we go. Now you can, there, that's way more. This was not accidental. This vehicle spun over to make sure that they got rid of this guy. I think he had a gun in his hand.
Right now it looks like he's, bro! That's exactly what I was talking about.
Pretty sure that motorcycle landed on him as well.
Exactly what I was talking about.
And right there, surrounded by lots of people. And it's not right there. That's just the bike. The suspect is closer to the median. But I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 vehicles right here.
Yes. And believe me, they're going to take that suspect. He's still moving. That is a plus. They are definitely going to take him into
That is a plus.
custody. It did look like the motorcycle did land on top of him.
Oh, yeah.
Once he was on the ground. Now,
I'm a deputy in Rancho Cucamonga. Oh! And
right now it looks like he's, bro! That's exactly what I was.
That lady calling it.
I'm a deputy in Rancho Cucamonga. Oh! And
right now.
Whoa.
In Rancho Cucamonga. Oh! And
right now it looks like he's, bro! That's exactly what.
I mean, that is the reaction, the proper reaction. It's okay to feel good about this because that's a bad guy. If that's the bad guy. You don't have to feel bad about liking that. Let me just tell you, you don't have to feel bad about liking that. All right? All right. We cool? We cool. Ontario, California. Yeah, there's a airport out there. Waving his Gen 3 Glock 17 pistol at vehicles he passed, prompting a law enforcement pursuit, exceeding speeds of 150 miles an hour. This one, Mr. Gunzinger, says a random sedan driver then decided he'd like his insurance company to provide a new paint job in exchange for his deductible and cut their motorcycle off during causing the man to go airborne. Yeah, at least the Gen 3 Glock 17 is on the roster of, what is that, like bad guns, according to Newsom? But knowing that was an off-duty or narcotics officer is wild work. Bravo. I mean, just well done. This is someone who's a murderer, actively waving a gun around. This is a clear and present threat. You take him out. Were his hands off the handle? Oh man, his hands are off the handlebars.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
I didn't even catch that. I'm like watching the scene, but I'm not like
any kind of safe. Right now it looks like he's, bro! That's exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, and it landed on him too. Yeah, his hands were off of there. Miss Alexander said, bro, that was the yellow line. Someone's suburban housewife just took out a cop killer on purpose mid-chase and kept driving to soccer practice like nothing happened. No, but they, like I said, that's undercover. Anyway, here's the press release on that, but you get the details. Well, You didn't escape that one, pal. All right, Elon Musk has launched Grokpedia. Have you been to Grokpedia? How does this work? Here, let me go to Grokpedia. Okay, so you can see my... Oh, there we go. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I don't know. What do you want to ask Grokpedia? I don't know if Grok has anything on us. I don't know how it works. Have you used Grokpedia for anything? Grokpedia. Okay, I mean, it just kind of takes you to different subsets and whatnot. All right, let's go back. Elon says the goal of Grok in Grokpedia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. We will never be perfect, but we shall nonetheless strive towards that goal. Dylan Loomis says, note the difference between Wikipedia's first paragraph on George Floyd compared to the first paragraph from Grokpedia. The nuance and detail on Grokpedia is far superior to Wikipedia and is clearly not pushing any ideologies unlike Wikipedia. Corrections like this are critical to our AI future. Thank you, Elon and XAI. So George Floyd, it says, he was an African-American man who was murdered by a white police officer in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Wow. During an arrest made after a store clerk suspected Floyd had used a counterfeit $20 bill on May 25. Derek Chauvin, one of the 4 police officers who arrived on the scene, knelt on Floyd's neck and back for over 9 minutes, fatally asphyxiating him. After his murder, a series of protests against police brutality, especially toward Black people, quickly spread globally. And across the United States, his dying words, "I can't breathe," became a rallying slogan. Okay, that was a lot to take in. Here's Grokpedia. George Floyd was an American man with a lengthy criminal record, including convictions for armed robbery, drug possession, and theft in Texas from 97 to 07. On May 25th of 20, Floyd was arrested in Minneapolis after a store clerk reported that he had used a counterfeit $20 bill to purchase cigarettes. During the arrest, which involved resistance from Floyd, who repeatedly stated he could not breathe even before being placed prone, Officer Derek Chauvin knelt on Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds while Floyd became unresponsive. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner ruled Floyd's death a homicide due to cardiopulmonary arrest, restraint, and neck compression, with contributing factors including severe hypertensive, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, fentanyl intoxication, and recent methamphetamine use. Toxicology tests detected 11 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl in his blood, a level associated with overdose fatalities in individuals without tolerance. Chauvin was convicted in 21 of second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter, receiving a 22.5-year sentence. Floyd's death, widely disseminated via bystander video, precipitated extensive civil unrest across the United States and internationally, including riots causing billions in property damage, alongside debates over police use of force, the role of Floyd's health and substance use in his demise, and systemic issues in law enforcement interactions with suspects exhibiting non-compliance or intoxication. I think that's a much better description with more of the important points, don't you? That was the Grokpedia, and then the first one was the Wikipedia. Which one do you prefer? Okay, so Grokpedia. It's there for us to take a look. Who made this? Dr. Clown says, coming to a truck stop near you.
All right, steady, right over it. Come on, grab it. Yes, it's got it, bro. Hold tight. It's dropping. Yes. You did it. Look at that. California CDL, brother. I am official now. That's your ticket, man. Congratulations.
Made on AI, of course. California is giving out driver's permits for commercial driver's license to people that don't understand English, don't understand the road signs, are repeatedly failing their driver's tests, and maybe cheating to get passage so that they can be given IDs, real IDs, work visas, car, all sorts of documentation. I lose me on the specifics. Yeah, American jobs are being taken away from Americans. And meanwhile, we've had 2 former residents of, I believe, India that have caused 3 road fatalities in 2 different crashes. I believe one in Florida, one in, where was the other one? Was it California and Florida, I think? All right, so President Trump is in Japan. I can't keep the music playing, but you know what I figured out about the Trump dance? I figured something out about it. It's like he's holding a towel behind his head. I think if you want to do a good Trump dance, there he is dancing for the troops. I'm no Marilyn Monroe, but I will do the dance. But yeah, it's like he has a towel behind his back and he's just doing that. Trump in Japan. Check this out. Commander-in-Chief arrives on the USS George Washington at Yokosuka Naval Base. I got to tell you, the dude knows how to make an entrance. Check this out. Let's get volume. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. As the flag still stands.
And they play God Bless America, of course. Everyone's trying to get the picture. Anyway, I can't, but you get the point. Yeah, word that Russia has launched a nuclear capable missile, was it 7,000 miles, basically anywhere on Earth. Trump is over there in Asia making deals and getting things squared away, so all our bases are going to be ready. I think Puerto Rico, we're putting in a huge presence over there. Some of the reports are coming in. Staging ground off for Venezuela. Additionally, there's a hurricane coming for Jamaica. A category, what is it, 4 or 5? Is it hurricane or Hurricane Michelle? I think. Melissa? Actually, let me ask. Trying to get you some of the other notes. There's so much happening. Hurricane Melissa approaching at the limits of what physics can theoretically produce in a tropical cyclone. Major Hurricane Melissa. It's dire for Jamaica. Melissa's even stronger now. Their homes are made of tin walls and tin roofs with cinder blocks on top to keep it from blowing off.
Have anywhere to go live. Nobody now go put me up now and I don't have nowhere to live. So I talk to Jesus and so me I talk the breeze cut.
There's music in the background, but I can't play it. I've been to Jamaica, that's no joke. Melissa has become the 6th strongest Atlantic hurricane on record by central pressure. 180 mile an hour winds, only 10 miles an hour short of the record for strongest Atlantic hurricane by sustained winds. Yeah, send some prayers for Jamaica. Try to push this out to speed. How about that? Dear Lord Heavenly Father, push this Hurricane Melissa far out to see where it can't hurt of Jamaica. Amen. Oh, right for Montego Bay. That's where I flew into. I mean, it's going right for Montego Bay. Oh, good grief. What is it when meteorologists call it unreal? What's this clip here? Oh, there's no audio. No storm strengthens like this without help, says that account. Treasure Beach, Jamaica. Catastrophic, life-threatening Category 5 hurricane unleashing its full force. Directly over the area, battering everything in its path. So, folks, that's happening. But yeah, President Trump is out in Japan. Oh, wait a minute. Why'd it go to here? There we go. Trump in Japan, working on stuff in Asia. I mean, we are solidifying stuff all across the globe. We truly are on the most interesting timeline, are we not? There's the Trump dance. There he goes, everybody. No Context Video says, Democrats aren't afraid Trump will fail and destroy our country. They're afraid that he'll succeed and destroy their political ideology. That's a good point. Gavin Newsom, I gave illegals driver's license, voter ballots, healthcare, and money. Somehow that's legal. Oh, they try to, it seems. Reminding us this is day 27 of America held hostage under the Schumer shutdown. This is the Democrats. Here's your reminder about government being shut down. Is it really all that bad a thing? From Parks and Rec.
I have a joke for you.
What is the joke?
Okay. The government is excellent and uses your tax dollars efficiently.
There you go. Branko put this out. The radical left has a gun to Schumer's head, forcing him to keep the government closed and harm the most needy people in our country. His illegal aliens first says that's a stupid hat. Americans first. Chuck Schumer's totally backward. So we need 60% of the votes to pass this. There are 2 Democrats who have jumped over, and Rand Paul is the one Republican who's saying no. So we need a total, I guess 1 independent. I guess Gray is independent. So 5 more votes are needed. 1 more independent, maybe, plus 4. 5 people total. So no, 1 Rand Paul vote is not keeping the government closed. Democrats then versus now. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. AOC now. Free stuff. I'll take free stuff. Here's the meme that never gets old. No, Jamaica's not built for hurricanes. What's a great comment? I don't know. What's a great comment? Yeah, but Democrats are holding up illegal immigrants while American citizens are suffering. It's a great metaphor. Great meme. The White House released this. WhiteHouse.gov says 27 days later, Democrats are still making this harder than it has to be. Put America first and open the government. This is the Democrat shutdown.
The entire government will be shut down until further notice.
I'm sorry, I just started hearing really loud circus music in my head. What did you say?
That's a great line. I wonder how much of this I can play. I mean, it was issued by a government account, which means it's newsworthy. It's fair use. Doesn't mean I won't get copyright stricken by it, but still.
How long will they be closed?
Could be forever.
Forever.
Out of your mind.
I'm going to make this way harder than it needs to be.
Whoever's doing the White House social media accounts are just crushing.
I'm waiting. Could you be any slower?
It's been 84 years.
We're going to talk about the culture war. They're summing it up nicely. Democrats are causing all this unnecessary pain. Call them out. Call them out.
Clock is ticking like this.
Let's fucking move. Let's go.
Clock is ticking. Let's move.
I don't understand why it's so difficult.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Get a hold of yourself. Hurry it up, Nacho. What is your problem, pal?
This is the American social media accounts.
Hurry up, will you? Get your
Hurry up, will you? Get your together.
together.
I had to keep breaking it up for that music. Yeah, this is the other angle of President Trump showing up in Japan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
What an entrance. That's just super cool. Yeah, so Gavin Newsom is on podcasts. He's trying to make it sound like he had such a tough upbringing. Yeah, he didn't. He sanded a vineyard at 25. And there's nothing wrong with having a family that has some success and you get some help, but don't lie to us about how it was growing up. I don't like that's sociopathic stuff right there. Sociopathic. Hey, good comment here. Marion says that they weren't afraid of Trump winning, but they are afraid of people realizing what they're really up to, or something like that. No, I take your point. Sarah Rose says, here's a disturbing video of Gavin Newsom resurfacing of his troubled youth, growing up in the slums with thugs and suffering through his life in poverty. Truly heartbreaking. Looks like he's in a barbershop quartet. Children of the Rich feature that ran in the San Francisco Chronicle in 91. Oh, yeah, that's what it's like to be a child of the rich. Yeah, it wasn't a tough life. C3 says Gavin Newsom did not grow up poor. Of course, we knew that. He was from a wealthy family, which is totally fine, but he lies about painting himself as a hoop dreams story. His childhood home recently sold for $3.6 million. This is his hood where Hoopin saved him. He's incapable of being honest. Nothing wrong with having a $3.6 million house. Congratulations. But don't come out and tell us a different story either. Kevin Dalton says, most people don't realize that Boys in the Hood was based on Gavin Newsom's life story. You know, it ain't easy being Gavin Newsom. Cat Turd says, another picture has emerged proving Gavin Newsom's comments about being a poor black kid eating Wonder Bread sitting lonely on a dirt floor. Yep. How's that vineyard treating you? Fancy watch, fancy hair? Pure American psycho. And by the way, nothing wrong with being successful or being from a successful family. But how dare you lie to us about it? Whether it's Mamdani or whether it's Gavin Newsom, you guys are sociopaths. You know, I can tell both versions of my story about struggle and success and everything in between, but I'm not going to lie about it. All right, this lady has thoughts about Trump and the left. Is it really this simple? Kind of.
You don't have to love Trump. You don't even have to like him. The issue isn't Trump anymore. It is that the left hates him more than they love America. They would rather watch the country fall apart than admit he ever did anything right.
That's Trump derangement syndrome. And I've encountered this energy, and it's so weird when you find it. There's no rationalizing that'll make sense of it. You just get caught in a loop, and it's just, it is a face first race to the basement, corkscrewing yourself into the ground. For real. By the way, quick reminder, we have Rumble rants and super chats. The tip jars are open if anyone wants to throw something out there. This lady continues about the Trump hating America and Trump more than loving America.
They cheer when things go wrong, when prices rise, when chaos fills the streets.
They think that that's their only way to power because it recently worked. And it only worked because they allegedly, wink, wink, you know what they did in 2020.
Just so they can say, see, we told you, Trump was bad. That's not patriotism.
Yeah, watermelon shirt, strawberry shirt, ladybug shirt.
That is bitterness, and it is dangerous. Because evil isn't just doing wrong. Evil is hoping your own nation collapses just to prove a political point.
Yeah.
America doesn't
Cut off your nose to spite your face.
fall because of one man. It falls because too many people would rather see it fail than see their opponent succeed. You don't have to love Trump. But if you hate him more than you love this country, then maybe the problem isn't him.
Well said. Tim Burchett says, remember that Republican senators voted 12 times to fund SNAP. Democrat senators have voted 12 times to not fund SNAP. AOC trying to make fun of Riley Gaines. Fusilli Spock says, if women think Democrats are going to support them based on their identity, it should be pretty clear that you'll only get supported if you're loyal to the party, and they'll have no problem trying to destroy you otherwise. More President Trump in Japan. Yep, more music. Getting things done on the global scale, on the global stage. So if you see something floating around saying that only 18.7% of EBT or food stamp recipients are American, understand that according to Grok, that's not accurate. Data from USA Facts, USDA show over 93% of SNAP recipients in the U.S. are citizens. And then there are 7%, I don't know, why are we 7% eligible non-citizens? That's almost 1 in 10 of our dollars is going to people that are not Americans. Undocumented illegal aliens cannot receive benefits as eligibility requires citizenship or specific lawful status with residency requirements. The 18.7% figure likely misinterprets ethnicity data as citizenship, leading to this distortion. But they've put an ethnicity percentage of U.S. households receiving SNAP. Afghan, Somali, Iraqi, Dominican, Caribbean, all above U.S. native. That's not right. Something there is off. Your benefits should be going to native people, people in this country who are members of this country. But keep in mind that 93%, that's not quite accurate as it's being presented. Daily Mail says a fresh blow for Keir Starmer as labor. Let me switch to that. Labor slumps. What page am I on? To a record low in their poll, just 1 point ahead of the Greens. Here's a palate cleanser for no apparent reason. Here's a cat jumping up to catch snowflakes. Come on. How cool is that? I like cats. Cats are sweet. That's a palate cleanser. So President Trump was in Malaysia and they played the Rocky theme song for Trump. Check this out. I can't play all of it, but I can jump back in and out. Okay, the song's about to kick in. I mean, that is like It feels like that is an American song. Look at that. Can we adopt this officially as one of the American songs? Look at that. They're going. Bravo. Are you with me though? Who's feeling me? That needs to be an official American song. All right, so here's a new Newsmax host, Rob Finnerty, talking about the SNAP program. Take a listen.
There are 42 million people in this country. There are 42 million people in this country that need food stamps on a weekly basis. And we're saying people deliberately instead of Americans, because most of the people that are on food stamps aren't even from this country. 45% of Afghanistan immigrants are on food stamps. 42% of Somali immigrants, 34% of every immigrant from Iraq, 23% of Haitians, 59% of all illegal aliens are collecting food stamps, meaning that most of the people getting.
And by the way, once again, the data is out, trying to figure out nationality versus. I need some more information on these numbers. Grok is disputing how this is being put together.
Food stamps from the U.S. government and the U.S. taxpayer.
Regardless, we should be appalled and terrified at some of this information.
Are not even Americans. Think about that.
But on that chart, it showed that American native born, that was not the first one, not the second, not the third, not the fourth. Maybe it was fifth or sixth.
And we didn't know about any of this before the government shutdown started. But thanks to Democrats, we can confirm tonight that millions of Joe Biden illegal aliens, people who crossed the border when Joe was president, are now collecting food stamps from a program funded by hardworking American taxpayers. There are four.
Time for a complete overhaul of the system. J.B. Pritzker in Illinois confronted, and we have the receipts. Take a look.
I haven't suggested that Donald Trump is Hitler. The dangers. I haven't suggested that Donald Trump is Hitler.
Except you did, over and over and over.
I haven't suggested that Donald Trump is Hitler. The dangers that we saw in Nazi Germany are the dangers that we need to react to now. Well, I think everybody understands that at this point we've got an authoritarian in office. It doesn't take very long to tear apart a constitutional republic. Indeed, the Nazis did it in 53 days. That's not the country we live in. You shouldn't have to walk around with papers the way that,
like a driver's license,
they did in the early days of Nazi Germany.
Oh, so you're saying America is like Nazi Germany because of Hitler, because of Trump? Yeah, that's exactly what we said.
I do not invoke the specter of Nazis lightly. I'm watching with a foreboding dread what is happening in our country right now.
Are you now? Mm-hmm.
President who watches a plane go down in the Potomac and suggests without facts or findings that a diversity hire is responsible for the crash.
Yeah, when you hire anything other than the most capable people, that's the very first question people are going to ask. So that's because of your policies that you support that happened, not because of Trump for noticing. Get that straight.
The authoritarian playbook is laid bare here.
How can you possibly compare what happened in Germany in World War II to what's going on here in the United States?
Well, we're talking about the death of a constitutional republic. That's what happened in Germany in 1933, 1934. And we're seeing today that you've got an administration in Washington that's ignoring court orders. This is literally the end of the republic as we know it.
Oh, is it?
If we don't stand up to Donald Trump.
Okay. I'm glad you're not evoking.
Suggested that Donald Trump is Hitler.
Mm-hmm. Nice try. We know better. So Mamdani's getting called out for blatantly lying about the victimization of his aunt. Yeah, the real victim there. God, Norm Macdonald does a great joke. Let me see if I can find that. I think I can find this joke. Okay, this has got to be it. Very timely. Norm MacDonald, we miss you. And this guy, Nick Swartzen, I used to play trivia sitting next to him at the bar. All right. Mamdani. Oh, my aunt couldn't take the subway. Okay.
Hey, for the 9th consecutive year.
Got to turn the volume up. It's very low.
Hey, for the 9th consecutive year, Nick, JetBlue Airlines ranked first for satisfaction among all North American airlines. But you know what ranked least in satisfaction? 9/11 Airlines. What a terrible name for an airline. It reminds me of that tragedy. Oh, 9/11. Yeah, don't laugh at 9/11 again. I tried to tell him not to laugh. Adam. I know. I walked through blood and bones in the streets of Manhattan trying to find my brother.
Jesus.
Yeah, he was in northern Canada.
That's not the joke I was looking for, but I love the northern Canada part. Ooh, maybe it's here.
Well, I can't say my friend's name, but he said his biggest fear is that ISIS or some terrorist group like that would get a hold of a dirty bomb and explode it over a major city within the United States and kill tens of millions of people. Because then the blowback against innocent Muslims would be absolutely terrible.
Yeah, that's horrific.
That's true.
All right, let's do some jokes.
That went well, John.
I think he's done that joke a couple different times. That's not the best way he's done it. He's basically saying the real tragedy there would be the innocent Muslims being blamed for the mass casualty event. It's a good bit. Anyway, here's Mamdani, crocodile tears about his aunt, story that didn't happen.
I was speaking about my aunt. I was speaking about Zerafui, my father's cousin, who sadly passed away a few years ago. And for the takeaway from my more than 10-minute address about Islamophobia in this race and in this city to be the question of my aunt tells you everything about Andrew Cuomo and his inability to reckon with a crisis of his own making.
What do you think about all that?
Yes, I was speaking about my aunt. I was speaking about Zerafui, my father's cousin, who sadly passed away a few years ago.
Yeah, maybe you were, maybe you weren't. 10-minute meltdown over the fact that people are condemning the fact that he's Muslim. Shinzo Abe was a really good friend to President Trump. Make Japan great again. They just elected their lady leader. And here it is. Prime Minister Takaichi Sane gifts President real Donald Trump something. Oh, so I guess it's two golf things. You come in. Two golf things. The golf bag signed by Hideki Matsuyama and Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's putter. Shinzo was a good leader. I'm in some chat rooms where we constantly play Shinzo memes and Shinzo stories. There's that famous one where Shinzo came back to save President Trump from that bullet. So Trump's out there doing the political thing. Katia says, everyone's talking about 42 million people losing SNAP benefits soon. I'm wondering why 42 million people get SNAP benefits. Isn't that a huge number? The White House posts this and says Japan is back. All right. Well, they're trying to keep some common sense over in that part of the world. What is this story? A white female is brutally beaten after getting into a minor fender bender with a black woman. A black bystander pleads with the black woman to stop so she doesn't go to jail. From a car accident? Well, you're supposed to call this stuff in. What the heck?
Y'all good? Damn, she female. Hello?
Not okay.
You beating her real bad, baby. Is she white? Is she white? Ooh.
What the hell is going on?
She real bad, baby. Hey, I don't want that blood.
Would this be national news if this were the opposite story? Yeah, it would. It'd be the #1 story. MSNBC, CNN.
Hey, she gonna go to jail real bad, Joe. Baby.
This is crazy.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That's for a long time, Joe. Shut the fuck up.
Why is that guy not helping? What is going on here?
You got insurance? You got insurance? Tell me you got insurance. Say you got insurance. Say you got insurance, Joe. Say you got insurance.
Dude, gross. Sorry about that. May's pointing out what Zohran Mamdani said about the boot of the NYPD being on your neck.
The importance for me of international solidarity is that it takes me out of the American political landscape and reminds me just how tame some of the things are that I'm actually calling for or that I support. And it reminds me of the necessity of grounding ourselves in the struggles as opposed to the fights around the struggles. For anyone to care about these issues, we have to make them hyperlocal. We have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF. We are in a country where those connections abound, especially in New York City. You have so many opportunities to make clear the ways in which that struggle over there is tied to capital's interest over here.
We have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF. September of 23. That was what? The September, when was the October, when was it? October 7th. September, October. So this is, I guess, before the attack? All right. American thinkers asking, where is Trump's Department of Justice on denaturalizing Zohran Mamdani? It's an interesting question. John Solomon here says, breaking House Oversight Committee deems some of Biden's auto pen orders invalid and asks the Department of Justice to investigate. Jake Tapper getting schooled by Schwarzenegger about what gerrymandering really is.
As you acknowledged, this all started because of redistricting in Texas, and this was Trump pushing Republican-controlled states.
No. God, they frame everything so fraudulently. It's because the Democrats have been gerrymandering everything everywhere for decades. It's time the Republicans are, having to use that strategy because it's certainly being used against them to artificially manufacture more votes than there should be.
As you acknowledged, this all started because of redistricting in Texas, and this was Trump pushing Republican-controlled states to throw out their current congressional maps so as to cook the books, so that it is less likely for Democrats to retake control of the House during the next year midterms. I mean, is it fair to argue that do you believe that the Republican Party is starting this?
No, Jake. There has been gerrymandering going on for 200 years. There is such extreme gerrymandering going on that in a state like Massachusetts, that has like 40% of the people voting for Trump, they have 0 representatives. The Republican Party has 0 representatives sent to the House. Think about that. In New Mexico, if 45% of the people voted for Trump and vote Republican, and 0 is sent to the House, 0 representatives from the Republican Party. So there's gerrymandering, crazy gerrymandering going on all over the country, and we wanted to try to stop it in California, and we did stop it in California, and we went around the country. So I think this whole thing about finger pointing and saying they did it, so therefore we should doing it, that's not really the way to go. The one party should outperform the other party. It should be performance. And when it comes to midterm elections, as you know, always the party that is not in the White House usually wins by 20, 25, 30 seats. So what does 5 seats matter in the first place in Texas? It is crazy.
Yeah.
We should outperform them. That is where the action is.
There you go. Harmeet Dillon is bringing up Civil Rights Justice Department serving under AG Bondi. 2 illegal aliens causing horrific tragedies on American roadways while behind the wheel of large commercial trucks. They both allegedly obtained their commercial driver's license in California due to the state's absurd coddling of illegal aliens. But is she Indian, Dillon Harmeet? She's saying there's law-abiding Sikhs and Indian origin Americans. Don't give them grief. Those responsible for these tragedies must pay for their misdeeds. So too should the state of California for enacting reckless policies. Yeah, that feels right. People are saying, oh, Gen Z males are turning away from Donald Trump. But they're not aligning with the Democrat Party either, expressing frustration with both sides. Joel Webbin says, yeah, young men are abandoning MAGA because they are much further to the right. We said, yeah, that feels more accurate than Gen Z's joining the deep state commies. President Trump is a samurai. Mamdani admits that his aunt in a hijab story isn't actually his aunt. What is Glenn Beck doing? In 26, he's going to disrupt the education system. Welcome to the torch. Okay. Yeah, education needs to be fixed. There was a little sidebar conversation about Andrew Jackson. True Democrat, authoritarian, racist, purveyor of industrial pain, says somebody. He should be taken off the 20, leaving not a single Democrat on our currency. All right. Okay. President Trump discussing Michael the Archangel.
But as I look back at my life's journey,
or just divine intervention.
But as I look back at my life's journey and events, I now recognize that it's been the hand of God leading me to where I am today. And my faith took on new meaning on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, where I was knocked to the ground, essentially, by what seemed like a supernatural hand But as I look back at my life's journey and events, I now recognize that it's been the hand of God leading me to where I am today. And my faith took on new...
Yeah, right. Oh, this is the Shinzo Abe thing. I want to play it for you. I don't know how much music is in this. Just this is... Maybe I'll end on this. Let me see what else I have in the stack before I decide if I'm going to end on this. And then we're going to replay yesterday's show afterward. Here's President Trump discussing Shinzo Abe.
Well, I want to thank you very much, and I want to congratulate you. As you know, Shinzo Abe was a great friend of mine, and I was very saddened to see what happened. It was so shocking, but he spoke so well of you, even before we knew what was going to happen and your ascension. He spoke so well of you long before we met. And I'm not surprised to see that you are now the Prime Minister, and he would be very happy to know that. And I congratulate you on behalf of the United States of America. Well, I want to thank you very much, and I want to congratulate you. As you know, Shinzo.
Yeah, Shinzo is something special. You want to hear what a con man's going to tell you? Listen to what Mamdani is doing out there. Mamdani.
Here is what we stand for, my friends.
It's so quiet. We're going to freeze rent, build housing for everyone who needs it, eliminate fare on every bus line, create universal child care at no cost. Yes, we're going to spend tons of money for no cost. That's not how anything works. What a damned con man. This was a horrible story that came from Ohio. A toddler was stabbed by this lady, and we'd ask if you agree or disagree that this is the most vile, racist killing in American history. This lady just ended the life of a toddler.
A mother shouldn't receive her child's death.
This is Ohio, I believe.
A mother shouldn't receive her child's death certificate at 3 years old, and his cause of death is by homicide. That woman murdering my son replays in my head every single day. It is my living nightmare. The last thing I will ever hear from my son is his scream, the sound of his pain and fear before he was gone. And I can still see the terror in his eyes.
Dude, this is so awful. Three-year-old boy from North Olmsted, Ohio, Julian Wood, described as funny, outgoing, fearless, full of life, love, and laughter. Loved dinosaurs and showed compassion toward his older brother who has autism spectrum disorder. At Giant Eagle parking lot in North Olmsted, Bianca Ellis, 34, from Cleveland, she stole 2 knives from a nearby Volunteers of America thrift store. Followed Julian and his mother Margot, 37, out of the store. And she stabbed twice in the face and back while he was in the shopping cart. The mom was also stabbed in the shoulder. No previous connection. Verdict just came in. Life in prison without parole. I'm sorry. Bianca Ellis, the murderer, she apologized? Hang on. Where's the family called her a monster and expressed deep hatred and grief? You didn't hear about this story. If this were a random white woman stabbing a loving black 3-year-old toddler, don't you think this would have been #1 news on CNN and MSNBC nonstop? Maybe the Democrats could try to turn it into a large issue to block the streets and shout demands and commit acts of domestic terrorism, use this as an excuse.
Haunts me every day. I hate you with every fiber of my being. Because of you, I live in constant fear. For months, I couldn't leave my home. If I did leave my home, I needed someone by my side, and even then I was stricken with fear. I don't take my children to the store by myself anymore because I fear something might happen. I leave my kids at home with my mom and go by myself because if anything happens, it'll just happen to me. I hate that I'm here and my son is gone. Just because you have a mental illness doesn't mean you can use that to justify you murdering my son. What you did was unforgivable, and it can never be taken back. You deserve to go to jail for the rest of your life, so you can't hurt anyone else. You don't deserve a second chance. You don't deserve mercy. You didn't give my son any.
Yeah, I've been following that story. What, Nimbus? What are you meowing about? I gave you breakfast. And she was smiling in court, all happy and proud with herself. Been following this story for a year. Shame on her. Rand Paul warns us that we shouldn't be just blowing up narco-terrorists.
Let's start somewhere where I think the two of you agree, and that's on some of the last bit of what Lucas was reporting on there about those strikes out in the sea. The president says there's going to be more information and briefing coming to Capitol Hill. Here's what he said Thursday.
You know, the land is going to be next, and we may go to the Senate, we may go to the Congress and tell them about it. But I can't imagine they'd have any problem with it. I think they're going to probably like it, except for the radical left lunatics.
All right, so I'll start with you, Senator Paul. What do you need to hear in a briefing? What questions do you have?
You know, it's not so much about a briefing, but we haven't had a briefing. To be clear, we've got no information. I've been invited to no briefing. But a briefing is not enough to overcome the Constitution. The Constitution says that when you go to war, Congress has to vote on it. And during a war, then, there's a lower rules for engagement. People do sometimes get killed without due process. But the drug war or the crime war has typically been something we do through law enforcement. And so far, they have alleged that these people are drug dealers. No one said their name. No one said what evidence. No one said whether they're armed. And we've had no evidence presented. So at this point, I would call them extrajudicial killings. And this is akin to what China does, to Iran does with drug dealers. They summarily execute people without presenting evidence to the public. So it's wrong.
It's a hard stance to argue against. Yeah, AOC blasting Riley Gaines. She says we're being destroyed from within. AOC, Bernie, and Mamdani. AOC said, maybe if you channeled all this anger into swimming faster, you wouldn't have come in fifth. We said, is AOC for real bashing women who get abused by men because of Democrats? What woman would bash a woman for being battered by a man? The Democrats have completely lost the plot. Dear Lord, the Democrats are terrible.
To impair its value or...
By the way, you want to know part of the reason you say it's too late for an apology? No, I know. Sometimes I wonder about Rand Paul too, but I mean, just blowing up boats, like if you think you know who they are, I've seen this happen. You roll your boats on them, you arrest them and charge them. I mean, can't you do that? I think you can do that. Yeah, Rand Paul and Thomas Massie, they do obstruct the MAGA agenda a lot. Sometimes it's a good idea to keep those conversations going, keep them more in the forefront, hold people accountable, keep them honest. Part of the reason why this story angered me so much, look at this lady. You want to tell me she said she's sorry and you think she means it? Look at when she was in court about this.
Defendant did knowingly cause serious physical harm to J.W. on date of birth 10/29/2020. Count 5 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2020, any record, document, or thing with the purpose to impair its value or availability as evidence in such proceeding
Smirking and laughing.
or investigation. Count 10 alleges that on or about June 3rd, 2024, the defendant did with purpose to deprive the owner of the indictment to you. Do you wish to enter a plea of not guilty?
See.
Pardon me?
See.
What's same mean? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I understand the victims are
Laughing and smirking.
represented and they want to make a comment before I set bond. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're not so laughing now, are you? Wow, that's a big difference, isn't it? Going from this
Serious physical harm.
to this. Okay. Hamming it up to the camera anymore? Yep, was advised by your lawyer. Keep your head down. Deplorable weirdo points out what I saw instantly when AOC raised her hand. It's like a Nazi rally out here. Is it not? Are you not entertained? The war on drugs, knowing so many politicians are in on the narco game. I mean, yeah, our own deep state too. Same difference, I guess. Can you believe what the Democrats are up to? Watch this. Oh my gosh. Look at these Democrats. Oh no. This is probably AI, people. Not real video. But she sure does sound angry. No, that's not her voice either. And I don't know what's being said. I don't speak that language. Anyway. Reminder that Spygate: never has a president left office to collude with others to impede the next sitting president of the United States of America until Obama. Keep that in mind. Cory Booker agrees with the Democrats. Doing really questionable salutes there. Yes, very questionable salutes from AOC. All right, I had one more thing I wanted to share with you. This is it. I don't know. I think there is music in here because I think the music gets me every time. But we'll end on this with Shinzo Abe. This is President Trump.
It's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. If you want
Donald.
Donald, you must move your head.
You must move your head. Shinzo.
And I never got the chance to.
Never got the chance to say goodbye. It's not so good if I can't just play it. So watch it on our X feed. There's one last thing that I must do. So Shinzo's been assassinated already, but while President Trump's giving his speech.
I really see something that said.
Shinzo comes in and knocks the bullet off course. Too much music. Fight, fight, fight. Shinzo's looking ready. Thank you, Shinzo. I'll guard the roads and I'll guard the skies. I don't know who made this, but this goes around my friend group all the time. And today's a good day to remember that, there's some good politicians out there. We need to stand against political violence from the left. You got to just put some decent people, some decent policies in, and put some decent safeguards to make sure we're not being looted completely. All right. That was what I wanted to share with you. David saying in the war on drugs, the way it was being run only seemed to allow the drugs to flow faster everywhere. Yeah. From the poppy fields of Afghanistan to the cocaine fields of Colombia, Peru, Nicaragua, right? This is not sustainable. This is not good. Absolutely not good. All right. Like I said before, please consider signing up to be a member on our Rumble or YouTube page, as well as Patreon. Once a month, we collect donations there. We also have PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. My name, Brian Engelman, and Fuzz Installment at Yahoo for the PayPal. Super Chats and Rumble Rants. I actually got to call the bank to get it squared away so that it can, now that we've activated it on YouTube, got to figure out which account it's going into for the business account. Because every month we have many hundreds of dollars of business fees that need to be paid. So any and all tips are greatly appreciated. Also, like I said, we are only, how many hours? 215 hours short of bringing advertising revenue back onto our YouTube channel. So if you could, please let our videos play. Please watch some extra videos on the New American Media YouTube channel, because it all definitely helps. Thank you all for being here. Let's go ahead and pull up the show from yesterday. Where'd it go? I'll try it from scratch here. TNAM Daily Show. Is that today? Oh, here we go. And we will play you yesterday's program. Let's see. Pull this one up. Share this tab instead. This is yesterday's program. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system planet. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate you. I love you, and we'll talk to you again soon. Planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, somewhere. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Monday, October 27, 2025. And this right here is called the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM, what's that stand for? The New American Media. Because the old American media has failed you. On today's show, we're going to ask, why are the Democrats shutting the government down? They're not in power. Their job is to rubber stamp. If there's not something cataclysmic, you pay your bills and you move on. They won the power. They have the majority of the seats. They're taking it in a certain direction. There's nothing egregious. In fact, the only thing egregious is what you're asking for. So why are they doing that intentionally? Why are the Democrats doing this? What is their plan? The EBT crash out. Didn't want to fund the military. We're trying to get tariffs and other ways to pay the military. What is the Democrats' plan? Why are they trying to hurt America right now? So let's talk about it. Also, California, the Democrats, what are they doing giving out the numbers of commercial driver's license to people that can't understand English, can't speak English, can't read English, can't write English, don't know what the road signs are? They've failed repeatedly, and they're causing homicides on the road. Homicides on the roadways. Why in the world are the Democrats doing that? Why are they trying to take American jobs? Because look, trucker jobs are decent jobs. Yeah, I mean, it takes a special breed of person. No, I don't mean racially, you goobers. If you're new to the program, I don't get into the racial stuff as much. I only point it out when I think it's being absurd and we need to reject the race baiting stuff. It's just, I mainly prioritize actions. Actions, behaviors. But it takes a certain breed of person, a certain type of human that can be on the road, and it's a challenging environment, but the pay is good. Now, to be fair, this is an industry that might soon be replaced with automated drivers. And how much safer would it be if you just kind of had conveyor belts of vehicles traveling exactly the same, making it easy to navigate the freeways, eliminate some of the human component that are leading to some of these crashes? So I don't know if it's an industry that really makes a lot of sense to focus forward long term, but short term, sure. Transporting things is a service that people still need. Why is California giving these out, these commercial driver's license out to people that say no name given? I'm sorry, what? You're getting a government document, a driver's license, and you're not even a citizen? We don't even know who you are. You're not fingerprinted in the database. Like, what are you doing here? What is your background? How did you get here? What type of, do you have a criminal background? This just goes to the people we're letting on our team. And when I say we, I mean the Democrats. The Democrats are trying to give out commercials, the Democrats are giving out commercial driver's license to people that don't understand the roadways. They're failing their tests over and over and over and over again. They don't speak the language. They're not residents. They're not citizens of America. And these are jobs being taken away from Americans. Why are they doing this? Why are the Democrats not just rubber stamping the continuing resolution on the budget, but instead trying to starve our military of funding and trying to turn off EBT so that people can get upset, so that people can go broke and get angry and cause a nationwide crime wave? What is that all about? Can you tell me? So these are the topics and more that we're going to cover on today's program. So buckle up and we will begin the show right now.
Your guide to the truth. The new AmericanMedia.com.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for being here. I said question of the day. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. We'll get the comments up on the side of the screen. Reminder that we do welcome you to our fine establishment here. I'm the bartender. My name's Brian. I'll be your bartender. We're going to talk about the stuff on the screens behind me. And we do have a tip jar out. Let me tell you, we are on Patreon. It's the end of the month, so if you would consider subscribing to our Patreon page, we are crowdfunded. So we appreciate your tips. We're also on YouTube. We have subscriptions there. Memberships, I think they call them, and super chats. You can do a super chat. Drop $5, $10, $20, $50, $100 right there on YouTube, which is pretty cool. Rumble, we have Rumble memberships and Rumble rants. You can drop those there in our tip jar. Of course, Venmo and Cash App are great because it goes directly where it's coming. It goes one-stop shop. Doesn't get, you don't have to pay your penance along the side. Pay your toll to travel the road. That's Venmo, Cash App. That's my name, Brian Engelman, and PayPal, fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com is the email address to send something over on PayPal. Of course, the new American media is on all of the places. Got to keep changing this graphic. Don't know why they've ever changed it. I have to always click that button to black this out so it's easy to read. The New American Media is on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, Locals, and YouTube under the New American Media. We're on Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat, on X at American_media_, and subscribe to our podcast, The Agree to Disagree Show, on Spotify and Apple. Also, we have a sports show, The Unhappy Hour. That includes our regular The Unhappy Hour shows, and it also includes Strictly Football. I got to double check if that's going to be Tuesday this week or Thursday. I'll get back at you. I should know by tomorrow morning. But yeah, we've done, 9 episodes of Strictly Football Season 2. Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson, and myself. So that can all be found at The Unhappy Hour. That is the podcast, The Unhappy Hour Sports Show. All right. Hello in chat. Marion, what's up? Trash Panda, what's up? John Droopydog. David Ban from Canada. Good morning, good afternoon. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Did you have a fantastic weekend? Let me ask you that. Let me ask you a question. Did you have a fantastic weekend? I had a good weekend. And actually, that's our question of the day. In 5 words, explain your weekend. I haven't thought this through for myself, but I'll try now. Chores. There was cleaning. There was shopping. There was chores. Just life things that you got to take care of. Chores. Football. Buckeyes were off. The Browns are terrible, so that wasn't really a good thing per se. Chores, football. Recharge. I think there was recharge. Cooking. What else? I don't know. There's something else. I'll save that, but curious to hear what yours were. Marion went to a cousin's family reunion. Nice. Family reunions are good. Haven't been to one of those in a while. All right. Let's open this up and walk you through our X feed and find the stories that are happening. Let's see why Kevin Stefanski is trending. Okay. It appears as though Kevin Stefanski is still the coach of the Cleveland Browns. I was wondering if something might have changed there. Okay. All right, so GameStop has a thing happening right now. And it's turning into another thing. You got to love meme culture. I don't know if you're gamers or not, but there's a statement from GameStop. GameStop declares the console wars to be over. And they've brought in President Trump. And the White House is putting this out, power to the players, like a member of the Halo gaming community. I mean, President Trump has attempted to negotiate peace deals everywhere that there's conflict on Earth. And so GameStop had something going on. They say this. This is pretty funny. I do find this entertaining. Whereas for the past 2 decades, the global gaming community has been engaged in an ongoing and increasingly petty conflict known as the console wars. Whereas said conflict originated in the early 2000s with the release of Halo, Combat Evolved as an Xbox exclusive title. Whereas Halo Campaign Evolved is officially coming on PlayStation in 2026 with cross-platform play. Therefore, GameStop, acting under its authority as a neutral entity in the world's retail gaming and trade-in destination, hereby declares the official cessation of the console wars. All claims to exclusivity are hereby dissolved. Console loyalists are instructed to cease hostilities, disband militias, and enjoy this new era of gaming. GameStop will continue to operate as a demilitarized zone, offering hardware, accessories, and trade-ins to combatants on all sides. Power to the players. I mean, this is a clever way to get your to get a press release in front of way more people than you would normally get a press release in front of. So, trying to follow this logic here, let me ask Grok. Let me start a new conversation on Grok on this page. Explain timeline of how White House got involved in the GameStop press release. Because there have been so many of these now, they're going back and forth, and I'm trying to figure out the origin of this. So there was a GameStop satirical announcement declaring the end of the long-standing console wars between Microsoft Xbox and Sony PlayStation, because they're releasing Halo Combat Evolved, the remake coming to PlayStation 5 in 2026, which breaks the Xbox exclusivity. GameStop framed it as a peace treaty tying into gaming culture and their powers to the player slogan. The White House's official accounts amplified it with memes featuring President Donald Trump, leading to a temporary stock surge for GameStop. Whoa. The White House linking President Trump to GameStop leads to a stock surge. Look at that. This contrasts with the 2021 meme stock saga, where the White House under Biden only monitored market volatility without direct engagement. So they declare an end. Then the White House rapid response account quote tweets the GameStop post, and it says number 9. Because I guess he's brokered ceasefires in 8 different places. So I think they're like jokingly claiming that they ended this war as well. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. Connecting the dots between different generations and jumping into current trends. So it says number 9, President Trump presides over the end of the 20-year console wars. Signals playful engagement from administration-aligned accounts. Then GameStop stocks opens in overnight trading. They're up 7%. Then they quote tweet rapid response. Responds with an AI-generated image of Trump shaking hands with Halo's Master Chief. Then the White House account quote tweets that, boosts it with an AI image of Trump in Master Chief armor, saluting on White House grounds. Okay, so that's what I was trying to get at. This was not the first. Who needs the beast when you have a warthog? Yeah, I don't know. This is... Look at this meme. Look at this meme. This is President Trump presiding over Microsoft and PlayStation, brokering a peace deal. Oh, come on. Oh, it doesn't get much better than that. Look, that... Yeah, thank you, President Trump. All right. And then GameStop put this out. That JD Vance in the background. Guys, come on. We're living on the funniest timeline. This is not the worst. to live on a hilarious timeline. I appreciate it. You can say it's bread and circus all you want. It's just, I think culturally things can transcend moments in time. This is the zeitgeist. This is trying to squash generational atrocities, trying to move forward, trying to be better. And if these moments are part of that, I'm all for it, because it just seems like all the Democrats offer is division. AstroTurf division, hatred, animosity, anger, rage, violence. At least this side offers some laughs and peace. I mean, what's the opposite of what the Democrats did in the Summer of Love riots that they pushed on America? Peace deals. So anyway, if you see what's going on here, that's what the story's about. I would imagine you're going to see so many more of these memes, and they're friggin' hilarious. Enjoy them. And I've never really got into Halo, and I never really had an Xbox, so I don't really have an opinion per se, but it is funny. It is very funny. All right. Jenny Beth Martin here says President Trump just told the Democrats he will never give taxpayer dollars for illegals. This is what we voted for. Yeah, there's a lot of people in America that are Americans that need American help from Americans. But here, take a look at New York. They're saying freeze the rent. Chief Nerd says now, Governor Kathy Hochul, with your help, we will elect Zohran and take back America. Elon says Zohran is the future of the Democrat Party.
This is about this November's election, but take that energy, that passion, and take it into 26 so that we can take back the House of Representatives, take the Senate, and take back our country. With your help, we will elect Zohran, and we take back America. Thank you, Queens. Thank you, New York. I love you guys.
Whoa, what was that?
Thank you, New York.
What was that hand gesture?
I love you guys.
Oh, hold on. Hold on, we got a Nancy alert. Uh-oh. Well, I guess maybe her hand is spun sideways. She could play that off. It's so stupid, that whole Elon hand gesture thing. I wonder if she practiced that so she can blow a fake kiss. Hail, Mamdani. No, this is not going to be good for New York if they go to this path. Communism for all, making buses fast and free for all. Freeze rent, universal childcare. Okay. Elon's calling it out, though. This is your future of the Democratic Party. I am yes, you are no. Put this out from Jim Hoft. You can see my interview with Jim Hoft. Did you know I interviewed Jim Hoft? From Gateway Pundit at the Republican convention. It's on our YouTube and our Rumble account. While I clicked over here on YouTube, let me give you an update. We are just a few hours away from being able to add the monetization back to our account, so that advertisements can play on our videos again. It's been years since we've had that. So let me give you an update. We were 200, how many? 236 hours away from crossing the threshold for eligibility. 236. Let's hit refresh. So we are 215. We are 215 hours away. Each penny in the wishing well is like an hour of content watched. Hello, Kenneth from the Hoth planet. What's up, Kenneth? Good to have you. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to do. When I am done with this episode, I'm going to replay the previous episode from the day before. I'm going to get in the habit of doing that. So if you're already watching, let it keep watching. And if you would be so kind as to watch some extra hours of content, we have 1,900 videos over 14 years, millions of views on our YouTube, Rumble pages, just all the platforms. But on this one, go to our YouTube channel for the New American Media, hit subscribe, hit the notification bell, and please watch some extra hours. We're 215 hours away from unlocking the advertisements on our page again. Millions of views, thousands of dollars taken from us. This would be a massive potential game changer to unlock that tip jar for us again, to unlock that revenue stream for us again, because it was a major part of our business model. You've watched Alex Jones get bankrupted because he had stuff to say about Sandy Hook and the frickin' frogs. But there's been an all-out attack on media that isn't propaganda, and we got super wrapped up in that. So if there's anything you guys can do to watch extra hours of our content on YouTube, we're 215 hours away. Let's do a marathon as much as we can. Geez, maybe I'll do an extra stream that'll just be a replay. I, do 2-3 hours of the show each day. And yeah, keep that in mind, please. All right. But anyway, I was looking on our YouTube to see my interview with Jim Hoft in Milwaukee, because he's the one that wrote this. So there's a Swedish politician who fought for equality and open borders, who has now been beheaded in Congo. Zada Catalan was a Swedish Green Party politician who believed in open borders. Suicidal empathy, many such cases. There are people that hate you, and you need to know the difference. Elon says suicidal empathy is killing Western civilization. Excuse me. It is good to have empathy, but we cannot allow our empathy to be abused to the point of extinction. And you have to be aware that there are people that do hate you. No amount of you being nice is going to change how they feel toward you. Let's take a look at this video here. This is not hatred. Well, maybe it is. If this is Ontario, Canada, let me ask, do the Democrats hate you to put your life in risk instead of just doing the right thing and making sure that people are qualified to be on the roads? Gunther Eagleman here says, a 21-year-old Indian man is responsible for the horrific crash in California where 3 Americans lost their lives. Jashanpreet Singh was given a CDL by Newsom's California, and Americans paid the price. Newsom should be held accountable. Look at this. Oh, my God. Is this the right video? Oh, man. Oh, this was the one that rear-ended. Okay. I thought it was the one that drove. There's so many, I'm having a hard time keeping them separated. But you know what Offspring said, right? You gotta keep them separated. I was thinking of the one where the CDL, where the big rig tried to make an illegal U-turn, slowing down and just absorbed an oncoming vehicle at full speed right into the side of the thing. Just awful. This is the one where I think the one where they plowed directly into 6 or 7 vehicles straight ahead of them, full speed, no brakes. 3 lives taken. Because I think the other one took 3 lives. Maybe it was 3 in both. The fact that I'm having a hard time keeping them separated is an indictment on California. An unqualified person was given the right to drive a commercial driver's license, to drive a big rig truck. People that couldn't read the road signs. didn't understand the rules of the road, were failing and failing and failing their tests. Good paying jobs that should be going to Americans being outsourced to foreigners, non-Americans. I think that's the case in both of these crashes. Maybe they're U.S. citizens. I don't think they are. They might have been temporary residents, but they're not citizens. And our jobs need to be going to Americans. We need to employ our own people. And if you can't get by without using slave wages, then adjust the wages. Figure it out. Man. Yeah, these are Democrats that don't care about you. They're not being held accountable for their dereliction of duty. Why does Gavin run free? I don't know. Savannah Hernandez here says, still thinking about this ICE operation out of Oklahoma, where 91 out of the 120 illegals apprehended on the highways were somehow legally driving with a CDL license. 91 of 120. What? A majority of them were either Indian or Chinese, and the majority got their CDLs from California, New York, Pennsylvania, or Illinois. What is going on? How are illegal aliens getting CDLs when having a social security number or work visa is required to obtain one? And why are we allowing sanctuary states to keep giving them out? ICE here says their partnership with Oklahoma Highway Patrol nets 120 illegal alien arrests, 91 driving with fraudulent CDL licenses in a 3-day operation. Conservatives, according to Eric Daughtry here, conservatives are demanding an immediate investigation into how Gavin Newsom's California gave this 21-year-old a commercial driver's license who caused a horrible wreck on the 10 freeway. His identity has suspiciously not been released. California ignores CDL standards. Take a watch, if you will. This is distressing video, but this is the video of the crash.
Exclusive dash cam video, which is now the subject of several law enforcement investigations. It shows the moment a red semi-truck plowed into a number of vehicles on the westbound 10 freeway in Ontario.
And I think they said when it crashed into the right-hand side, there was someone working on a tire and they got killed. So maybe they were under the vehicle and they just got...
Just after 1 p.m. yesterday.
This is
the
awful.
CHP told the LA Times the
I can't tell if there's somebody
driver of the
over here, but I think they said this was a repair truck trying to help this guy get
big rig.
I mean, they could have been right on the side and just blasted into this. I don't know.
Is a 21-year-old man who is now under arrest on suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs. A total of 4 semis were involved and also 4 passenger vehicles, one of them exploding in flames. 3 people were killed and 4 others were taken to local hospitals. This horrific crash happened just east of the 15 freeway and shut down all westbound lanes for more than 12 hours. Thousands of drivers were trapped in the gridlock just as the evening commute was getting underway. It's also near
Man, that's hellish too. Just a horrible situation. We got to get to the bottom of it. How much corruption is going on with tens of thousands of illegal aliens being given a CDL? Federal audit of CDLs issued in California exposed that. Multiple instances of illegal aliens who also had real ID, which is outrageous. Newsom needs to be prosecuted, says Gunther Eagleman. Here's this report from Fox.
California had issued 62,000 CDLs to drivers who entered illegally, John, or do not have a permanent legal status as required by the feds. California sanctuary laws prohibit asking applicants their immigration status.
Hold on. You're prohibited from asking their immigration status? Look, people need to be fired and jailed for this. We have basic safeguards to keep creeps away from our ladies and our children and to keep competent people in positions of importance. There is everything right. Everything about that policy is right to keep creeps from ever coming into this country in the first damn place and making sure that the important jobs, such as traveling at high rates of speed with very heavy, very large cargo, are only given out, like you said, Kenneth. CDL should be very hard to get. It should be very, well, you know what I mean. It's very important. It's crucial. It's necessary. And anybody that thinks otherwise, they need to be removed from positions of power and or indicted for their criminal negligence.
Yes, Governor.
It's a dereliction of duty. It's criminal negligence if you're being favorable, or they hate you, and the sentence should be even stronger.
Newsom said there's not a problem. Back to you.
Did I hear you right? Did you say 62,000?
That's correct.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a federal audit.
William Lejeunesse for us. William, thank you so much. Let's bring in the acting ICE director, Todd Lyons. I was really taken aback with what William just said, that California gave out 62,000 CDL licenses. What do you make of that?
Well, John, what's even scarier than that is some of those were real IDs, right? So those individuals who aren't supposed to be in the country, anyways, can get on commercial aircraft, can travel. Now they have CDLs where they're transporting hazardous goods. And John, just think about this. That's just California. When you think about all these other sanctuary states that are doing the same thing, there are so many states that are giving these CDL drivers licenses to people that shouldn't be in the country anyways. This individual yesterday, he crossed the border in 2022. Unfortunately, under the last administration and the catch and release policies, Border Patrol had to let him go. And now look, we've had people lose their lives and more people are injured. It's really shocking that more people aren't up in arms about this, because this is totally wrong. These are all preventable accidents, but yet 63,000 illegal aliens have commercial driver's licenses, are on the road transporting God knows what, and can do more damage than anything just like that we saw in the video.
These are called CDLs, the non-domiciled individuals. Here's what the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, said about it back on September the 26th. What our team has discovered should disturb and anger every American.
Yes.
Licenses to operate massive 80,000-pound trucks are being issued to dangerous foreign drivers, oftentimes illegally.
Unreal.
This is a direct threat to the safety of every family on the road, and I won't stand for it. California must get its act together immediately, or I will not hesitate to pull millions in funding. So we had that incident in Florida earlier this year where 2 people were killed immediately. Another one went to the hospital.
Yeah. Awful, awful, awful stuff. Yes, Marion, revoke all those CDLs now. Everybody needs to go through and everybody needs to take a look. You need a special card. You're going to get a purple card that's going to replace every previous version. Show me your purple card and let me know that you've been checked and double checked. Anything that's not purple is not valid. Do it that way. It's that easy. You don't make them green, but it's mind-boggling what's been happening. This is intentionally negligent. Here's a photo of Jashanpreet Singh, who never applied his brakes and smashed his semi into 8 vehicles, causing 3 deaths and multiple injuries. California does not care about CDL standards. Bill Malugin. I think is it Malugin, like the genie, or Ginn, like Ted Ginn Jr.? Malugin? Let me ask Grok. How do I pronounce Bill Malugin? Because how I heard it pronounced was not the way I thought it is. Malugin. Okay. Bill Malugin here says, an official with California State Transportation Agency confirms to Fox News that Indian illegal alien truck driver Jashanpreet Singh's California CDL is also a federal real ID, which he was entitled to receive given the federal government's confirmation of his legal status. he followed up and asked them to clarify what they mean by the Fed's confirmation of his legal status, as he's still in the U.S. illegally, even if granted federal work authorization while his asylum case plays out. He was told the federal government processes and authorizes employment authorization documents, EAD, for people with limited legal presence in the United States. Federal government, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services is the entity that processes these. For the purpose of the CDL, the applicant submits their EAD to prove that they have authorization to work in the U.S., which is dependent on having a legal presence. The EAD form, I-765, has the documents an applicant would need to provide. So an illegal alien has legal status? The government didn't confirm his legal status. One of these comments, the people acting as president for the last 4 years invented his legal status. He was never entitled to anything. According to court documents, according to Sarah Fields, Indian national Jashanpreet Singh pled guilty to vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated. And the documents also show that he required a Punjabi translator. Couldn't speak English enough to conduct the hearing in English. How did he pass the CDLs? This is another guy. That's the one I was thinking of earlier. Made a highly illegal move. That's Harjinder Singh. So two Singhs. Jashanpreet and Harjinder. Okay, this was 3 people killed in Florida. Failed his CDL license a whopping 10 times across 60 days in 2023. Failed 10 times. According to Eric Daughtry, Singh initially failed the air brakes knowledge test twice, per Fox's Bill Malugin. California must be immediately banned from issuing CDLs until we can figure out what the hell is going on. Another illegal alien, Singh semi-truck driver, caused a deadly wreck in California this week. This is an epidemic of unqualified drivers. Both of these cases, Indian. Both of these cases, I think California, well, the one was in Florida. Protect the community. That's it. These are very important jobs. All of our safety relies on people being knowledgeable and courteous and safe, aware. Kenneth says, it's disgusting. Disgusting. Oh, Trash Panda saying they had hidden phone camera on the body with the guy in the parking lot giving them answers through the earpiece. Kenneth says, yeah, and that guy doesn't seem to care. Neither of them seem to care too much. I mean, you let in 40 million illegal invaders of military age. What if this is what if this is the plan? What if they're here to wreak havoc across this country? What if one day the power goes out and all the sleeper cells are activated? They all get a text message and then the lights go out. Are you ready? You ready to defend where you are, what you have? Ready to fight for this country, to defend this country? I mean, you fight legally as much as you can. You fight in public, in the media and journalism. Like, we expose these cases. We put the pressure on. We got to call these states. We got to call our representatives to make sure these states aren't endangering us. These drivers get a license in one state, they can go anywhere. This is madness. And anybody that's going to try to divide you and say, oh, you're phobic, oh, or you're this, you're that. No. I am common sense. Hear me roar. I am woman, hear me roar. In numbers too big to ignore. All right, this is a big problem, and it's bugging me. All right. Let's keep going. Bruce Barnett says New York and California have been issuing truck drivers CDL licenses, no name given, for years now. No name given. No name given. How could you possibly give out a license for something that says no name given? Mr. Guns and Gear says New York and California have been issuing CDLs with the name no name given for years, endangering every American on the road. Hopefully DOJ is looking into this criminal licensing scheme. Gavin Newsom is ignoring the rules of the road, says Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy. Innocent people are being offed because of it. Stop issuing these illegal licenses for truck drivers. By the way, keep your eyes peeled on the gambling story in sports. It's going to unravel into everything I am putting money on it. I am wagering. Secretary Sean Duffy, he either did pull money or he's threatening to, or he did threaten here and then he did pull $160 million from California, and more consequences may be on the way.
Gavin Newsom has thumbed his nose at us. He's refused to comply with the rules that have come from DOT, which is stop issuing these licenses, number one. And number two, go back and review all the licenses that you have issued and make sure it's been done legally. Gavin Newsom has said no. So, one, I'm about to pull $160 million from California. And as we pull more money, we also have the option of pulling California's ability to issue commercial driver's licenses. Gavin Newsom cares more about illegals getting commercial driver's licenses than he does the citizens of his own state and the safety of Americans. It's shameful. He's been lying about what he's been doing. And again, we're gonna fight tooth and nail under President Trump's administration to make sure that we hold states like California accountable. Gavin Newsom has thumbed his nose at us. He's refused to comply with the rules that.
Something's got to be done. What is this report here? Oh, it's music. Showing all of these drivers. This is Gavin Newsom's California, says Secretary Duffy. How many more lives is it going to take for Gavin Newsom to put American people first? Newsom lies and people die.
Drivers of very heavy.
It's got music. I can't play it. Wall Street Ape says here's a cover-up. The California trucking company that employed the illegal truck driver who was under the influence of drugs and killed 3 people is changing all their trucks and signs. American truckers outside their facility, Matthewn Transport LLC. So things are changing. Take a listen.
So the company that driver in Ontario worked for, Matthew in Sacramento, yo, what? I just passed their yard. They done took the sign off the wall. They're over there covering up all the names. Them mugs already got a new DOT on MC. Damn, that's crazy. They got all their trucks in there right now. They're covering up trailers right now, getting rid of the name. Man, some shady shit, y'all. So the company.
Eric Daughtry. Okay. President Trump puts this out and says, look how beautiful the Oval Office is now. Many of those great paintings of past presidents were in the vaults for 100 years. Now they are for everyone to enjoy. So it's a new display to get these out. Yeah, he likes his gold, doesn't he? Eric Daughtry says, look how beautiful. How can you not love this? A president who cares so deeply about honoring our country's history. It's a good post, especially when they're like, oh, he's destroying the White House. It's like, no, you have a builder in office. You have a builder and he's building a ballroom that's going to save us a ton of money. And he found financing. We don't even have to pay for it. Ask Barack Obama about his basketball court, and what was it, Nixon's bowling alley and JFK's a swimming pool. Like, yeah, that's what you do in the people's house. You improve it, you upgrade it, and to make a big facility. I guess this has been a problem for many years, and something is finally being done about it. And all they want to do is complain about, oh, well, the facade and some stuff is coming down, and they have to take this down to connect to it. How dare they? Yeah, they're builders. Let them build. Take the gift. Move along. All right. Brick Suit says, hear me out. All right, hear me out, everybody. What do you think about this? Oh, hold on, full screen. The People's Waffle House. What? What do you think? The People's Waffle House. We've always needed a Waffle House right there. You've got to admit. And by the way, people like Gavin Newsom and the Democrats, I think they're at a 1.5. What are they at? 1.5 billion to do the California State House. How much money is being laundered? Obama spent $2 billion in taxpayer money on a website that didn't work. Biden spent $230 million in taxpayer money on a bridge in Gaza that broke in 21 days. This is a post from Freedom Chronicles. Trump is spending $0 in taxpayer money for a beautiful ballroom in the White House. The media only cries about Trump. So come on. 1.6 billion expansion of Gavin Newsom's California Capitol. That's 100% taxpayer funded and 100% cloaked in secrecy. I just love the People's Waffle House. Under Biden, it was the Awful House. Thanks, Obama. That's so good. Okay, that's nice. The People's Waffle House. All right, here's a palate cleanser. I don't know. Here's before and after the dog park, allegedly. They're on a bus taking them to the dog park. I should have warned you. Let me ask, how many people in the group chat? By the way, hit like, hit subscribe. Reminder, there's super chats and Rumble rants available and memberships on Patreon, YouTube, and Rumble if anyone wants to throw something in the tip jar. How many of you have dogs? Type it in the comments, please. How many of you have dogs? Because I'm going to play this, and these are barking dogs on their way to the park. Because I'm imagining if I just started playing this, your dogs might hear this, and your dogs might start barking too. I don't have dogs, so I don't think of such things. But I sort of eventually get around to it. Sometimes. Look at that. After the dog park, they're all worn out. Yeah. They should close these windows a little bit. Geez, that dog's leaning out there. I don't know. That was just a palate cleanser. Just a palate cleanser. Raised Right wants to show you the future of New York. Hey, here's modern day Cuba. Presenting to you 60 years of socialism. Cuba. Don't you want communism in New York? David has a pity. What's your dog's name? We know how's your cat doing? David, please tell me there's good updates on your cat. What was it, Spiral? I remember we had that whole situation with your cat. I hope your cat's doing well. Kenneth has one dog. What's your dog's name? Trash Panda says, my dog barked. Okay, so I played that and your dog heard it and your dog barked? Kenneth exclaims, enough with the noise, dog, gone it. Wah, wah. But yeah, here you go, New York. After 60 years of communism, you can find this dilapidated hellhole crumbling to pieces. Good luck, New York. All right, what is this? George Papadopoulos says a grand jury has been ordered by a federal judge to be impaneled in Fort Pierce, Florida, January 12 of 26. Crossfire Hurricane, the CIA Five Eyes operation, and the raid on Mar-a-Lago is under scrutiny. One additional federal grand jury to sit in the northern region, Fort Pierce. Jason A. Redding Quinones, United States Attorney. Crossfire Hurricane. Mar-a-Lago raid under scrutiny. Cat Turd says arrest all traitors for treason, starting with their leader, Obama. Yeah. Yeah, please. Can we kind of get on with this, please? Oh, this episode of Jeopardy is wild. Sarah Rose shared this. It's Trump.
Hey, that's not a real $20 bill.
And where's this AI is getting.
And yes, St. Floyd or George Floyd both work here. Alex, next category, please.
Let's go with It's a Man Baby for 1,000.
This is one of the wildest things.
Daily double. Alex, what would...
I'm not going to play too much of it, but check it out. All right, Jim Garrity reporting. And just from that, within 2 months, there are people running to the ramparts to defend this guy. So there's a guy running for office now on the Democrat side with a Nazi tattoo. Gets an SF Totenkopf tattoo. I don't know what that is. Keeping it for 18 years. It's not worth the public concern. The far left publication, Jacobin, wrote a whole article about how Plattner is a victim of cancel culture. Cancel culture has run rampant over American political culture from sea to shining sea for at least a decade. Yeah, it's 3 decades. But the far lefties only recognize that it's wrong now when a guy that they like who has a Nazi tattoo might not win Democrat Senate primary. Are you following this guy? That's a whole thing. Trash Panda has a dog. Subin is a 2-year-old Basset. He barked. Tater's a 14-year-old mix. He did not hear it. Do you make noise like Subin? Subin? Do you like say that? If I said that, would your dog bark? Subin. If I did it again and made your dog bark, I'm sorry. Unless it's hilarious, in which case you're welcome. David's dog's name is Maya. Oh, wait, David, your cat's still missing? How long has it been? Spiral? I thought Spiral came back. Or did Spiral come back and then go missing again? All right. Yeah, David's saying Cuba is definitely a hurting place. Yeah, so this guy with his tattoos is weird.
Crimes. Portland police.
Antifa's weird. Take a look at this.
The first known video of the inside of the Antifa safe house located feet from ICE Portland, catching leftist militants unmasked. This is the safe house where VOIant Antifa terrorists flee after they commit crimes. Portland police allow them to harbor criminals there and do nothing about it.
Get the fuck back.
What are you
bitch.
doing? What are you doing?
That's what I thought.
I'm just checking it out. I'm on a public sidewalk. Close the window if you don't want to see in. There you go.
You're so fucking closeted gay. You're ugly. You're a fag. You look stupid.
What else you got in there?
Going into the Antifa safe house. Yup.
These Democrat cities are working hand in hand with the rioters.
Why the fuck you stalking women? Fucking minors and shit. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Women and minors. Yeah, take a look at your hard drive, buddy.
Fucking minors and shit. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Why are you stalking this person?
She assaulted me.
She's assaulted
It's a woman who's documenting where the attacker went.
you. Do you approve of that?
Yeah, my black eye.
Your black guy? You didn't just
You don't
like,
have a black eye.
I don't see it. Get hit by your boyfriend or something?
All right. The assault suspect is in the safe house.
Assault suspect, you on top now? Are you able to designate somebody?
The assault suspect is in the safe house. Get away from me.
So the game has changed. All right, you said he did come back and then he went missing again. You're pretty sure someone purposely grabbed him. Like do you have a bunch of neighbors? You mean like maybe it's the cat's staying with a neighbor? Trash Panda says he's looking at me and now he just slung slobber everywhere because I did the Sue Bean thing. All right, I won't do it again. But that is hilarious. I just figured like everybody would make that sound. This Haney Gurgis here put this out. It says, we're not lazy, Mr. Trump, President Trump. We're not entitled. We're exhausted. We did everything we were told to do, studied hard, took on debt, chased opportunity, only to find the ladder pulled up just as we reached it. We're watching rents break records, salaries stagnate, and headlines celebrate job growth while our inbox is filled with rejection emails. We're not asking for sympathy. We're asking for honesty about what's working, what isn't, and who it's really working for. We want a future that rewards effort, not just inheritance. We want to build, not beg. The question is not whether Gen Z cares about the future. It's whether anyone in power still does. Signed, the Americans replaced before we even started. The claim is that Donald Trump is experiencing eroding support from Gen Z. I don't think that's true. But this was out of Newsweek, allegedly. But we said you should have never been advised to, quote, take on debt. That is always a bad strategy. I mean, wouldn't you agree with that? So here's this guy. Here's this tattoo, this Plattner guy in Maine. A quick thought on the Plattner defenders. Before August, almost no one knew outside the state of Maine. Almost no one outside the state of Maine had ever heard of Plattner, unless you knew him personally or really kept up on issues related to the harbor master of Sullivan, Maine. In the world of U.S. politics, he metaphorically just showed up yesterday, and all he did was show up and say things that progressives liked to hear. He's got a tattoo that's allegedly dubious at best. Dubious at best. All right, so here, Libs of TikTok says, meet Keith Davenport running for school board in Gardner, Edgerton. Oh, yeah, you got to hear about this.
And the second political challenge to this whole idea of drug use for gender-affirming care being wrong is actually a misnomer as well. Because off-label use of medications is actually the primary way in which medications are prescribed to patients. There are many medications that are passed through the FDA for approved treatment for certain things, but then it's found out that they actually are good for something else. And so doctors read the research and then they prescribe that based on the individual's medical needs. I have an example in my own life. There was a time that I was having these constant taps and ringing in my ears. And they were really distracting. And my doctor prescribed an allergy medicine that I had to do nasal spray. It was an off-label use of the medication, but it was what the research was saying was true. Somewhere around 60% of all prescriptions are off-label use. So it's not a big deal that there's off-label use for gender. And the second
off-label use for gender-affirming care. Libs of TikTok is saying that he thinks it's okay to give irreversible and harmful kids puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones. He doesn't like bathroom and locker room policies based on sex because he thinks it's mean to trans kids. The election is November and parents should be aware of this. This Keith Davenport says whenever someone suggests transgender students need to be separated in order to keep students safe, the underlying message is that transgender students are dangerous. Well, you keep guys in the guys' locker room. That's it. While some social media feeds provide anecdotal evidence that this is the case by sharing the most extreme, unique situations, it's actually the opposite of what the empirical evidence proves without a doubt. This is where the staff and parents in our district with transgender students see this as more than just a hot-button issue. Saying they're victims of harassment instead of perpetrators of it. Well, guys in the guys' locker room. That's it. This isn't complicated. David, how long has your cat been gone? And have you been able to knock on any doors and ask them to look around? Maybe see, I wonder about one of my cats that stopped coming around. What if somebody brought him into their house and kept him in their house because he's such a nice cat? I don't know. I went walking around the whole neighborhood looking. I didn't see him trapped under anything or injured somewhere. Ugh. Yeah, I walked that neighborhood a lot. Anyway. Prayers to you and Spiral, of course. This is an article on The Blaze about the Islamic takeover, the Trojan horse radicalizing our values. Check that one out on The Blaze. TV News Now says, here's Scott Bessent schooling NBC's Kristen Welker for putting a burden on President Trump to end the shutdown. Like, they have a CR. Just vote for it. Pay your bills. They're doing this intentionally to cause pain. This is the Democrats. Just vote for the CR. You have a responsibility to do the bare minimum. You're a derelict of duty. It's a dereliction of duty. So she says, well, here, listen to how she frames it and how he reframes it.
We're now in the second longest shutdown in U.S. history. When will President Trump meet with Democrats to try to bring this shutdown to a close and get federal workers their paychecks back again, Mr. Secretary?
I love her, her acting with her thumb on her finger. I like that you didn't take her framing here because the framing is very disingenuous.
Bring this shutdown to a close and get federal workers.
She just throws a thumbs up there.
Their paychecks back again, Mr. Secretary.
Hey, and let me rewind it to get the whole vibe of this again. It is telling how they try to frame it.
We're now in the second longest shutdown in U.S. history. When will President Trump meet with Democrats to try to bring this shutdown to a close and get federal workers their paychecks back again, Mr. Secretary?
Well, Chris, I'm going to have to reject the premise of your question. Why does President Trump have to meet with Democrats? Democrats just need to go into the Senate and vote to end the shutdown.
Let's look at the numbers. President Trump has said in the past, it's up
listen,
to the
ladies,
president.
shut up and listen to the answer. I hate NBC so much.
But President Trump has said in the past, it's up to the president.
Democrats just need to go into the Senate and vote to end the shutdown.
But President Trump has said in the past, it's up to the president. He's the president. No, he said that in the past. He said you have to be a leader. The president has to lead. You have to get people into a room. You have to.
Good grief, lady. Stop with your stupid reframe.
Has to lead. You have to get people into a room. You have to get a deal. When's he going to do that?
Well, he is leading, and there's no deal to do with Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is trading off his polls. What's different than when he passed the clean CR in the spring? It's his polls. You know, the whole country's being held captive to AOC's polls. Well, let's look at the numbers. It's 52-3. 52 Republicans have voted, I believe it's 11 times, to reopen the government. 3 Democrats have. And right here, right now, I would urge moderate Democratic senators to come across the aisle, reopen the government, because I'll tell you, we're starting to eat into muscle here. This is starting to affect travel. It's starting to affect the economy. And, you know, this is quixotic. I don't know what the purpose is. I'm not sure they do.
Yeah, just go vote for the CR. What is this? Japanese telling the fake news?
Here in Japan, you see this video of the president and the emperor. The press pool capturing the close-up images of this handshake were warned by the hosts that if they shout questions or shout anything in the presence of the emperor, it is considered here assault. Here,
shouting questions is assault. Although I do agree, like I've been out in these protests and stuff out in the streets, and if people have these loudspeakers and they're in your ear, they're assaulting you. They're harming your ears. Dumb Dems. That's up, Unholy Hoax. Kenneth. Do I have to? Maya Quimby. I'm polling the electorate. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what were you saying about Kristen Welker?
We're now in the second
Oh, those
longest
are buttons.
shutdown.
Yes, those are buttons. Wow. Good eye. I did not catch that. Do you have buttons, Kristen, or are you just happy to see us? Is it chilly in your studio? Those are oddly placed buttons. Okay, I didn't notice that. Thanks. Right Pulse News here says that the NC GOP is calling on Representative Julie Von Hafen. Oh boy, look at her. Whew. To resign for posting a graphic photo of President Trump beheaded. Raise your hand if you want to remove from office. Let me see if I can find this post. I don't see it. Let me search it. Democrats continue to be the party of political, geez, what am I spelling? Political violence. Fire them all. Charlie Kirk in at least 2 Trump attempts demand that America do better in our political discourse. So there it is. I don't know who's on the left, but on the right, that's a beheaded Trump. In these difficult times, some cuts may be necessary. It's a guillotine. She's walking around with the severed heads, promoting that. That's who the Democrats are. Julie Von Hafen. Ooh, boy. Okay. Oh, boy. Okay, we don't need to keep looking at this. All right. Coming out for Christmas this year, Lego is putting out a White House East Wing Lego set, if you want to take a look there. Just a bunch of busted up blocks. I love the people trying to freak out over a building renovation. Every renovation looks awful until it looks better. Relax, it's a renovation. Oh my goodness. That's pretty funny. Eric Daughtry saying that Florida might now crack down on taxpayer funds going to Islamic Sharia schools. Eric Daughtry says it's massively overdue. Florida school choice vouchers reportedly being used to build Sharia institutions, which is unacceptable. The use of taxpayer-funded school vouchers to promote Sharia law likely contravenes Florida law and undermines our national security. So Sharia law seeks to destroy and supplant the pillars of our Republican form of government and is incompatible with the Western tradition, A.G. Utmeyer says. All right, keep your eyes peeled on that. Sammy Ravello says, don't believe the polls. Vote for Curtis Sliwa. And he says, Andrew Cuomo's people are breaking for Curtis. And I'm calling on Cuomo to drop out, just like Bobby Kennedy, and say, I'm going to join the Curtis Sliwa campaign. Unite against Mamdani. You've had your chance to negotiate with Sliwa and say, we're going to put our heads together. It's the Sliwa ticket, and I'll give him a position within it. Unite against Mamdani, or else he's going to win.
By the way, you're talking polls. He was 40 points up, 2 months ahead of getting clobbered by Zohran Mamdani by 13 points. I'm going to believe the polls. It said that Trump and Harris would be neck and neck. He won the popular vote in the 7 battleground states. Ooh.
And there's music. I got to mute it. Oofa to the polls. I trust the people. I'm out there. I have 7 headquarters that I've opened in all the boroughs. I don't see the other candidates opening up headquarters, and I've raised more money than the combination of Eric Adams and Cuomo in the last 2 cycles. I now have another TV commercial. on improve, don't move. Why should I drop out? I'm the only Republican candidate who's offering an alternative. The Democrats have destroyed the state, and now they want to destroy the city. I had to finish that because they had music in it. MSNBC is going to officially change its name on November 15th. So like 2.5 weeks. They're going to be MS Now. Okay. Well, I'm not buying the rebrand. If they change their content, so be it. Riley Gaines says, hey, remember when Elon Musk did this same wave and elected Democrats and lying legacy media called him Shitler for weeks? Oh, look, AOC is doing the exact same thing. AOC, what she did here. She is doing what she lambasted Elon for doing. Some waves are more equal than others. Yeah, just like out of Animal Farm, the story of why you don't mess around with communism. What is this? Ayal Yacobi reporting that Zohran Mamdani's Democrat Socialists of America signed on to a statement calling to release Elias Rodriguez. That's the terrorist who executed 2 Jews in Washington, D.C. last spring. Oh, okay. Elon showing how migrant men of non-European origin are committing 84% of assaults on girls in Sweden, despite only making up less than 10% of the country's population. An Algerian migrant is 122 times more likely to commit aggravated R than a Swede is. And an Afghan is 69 times more likely. Stunning. Stunning. And then here is yesterday's show, or our latest show. Sorry. Friday's show about rebuilding America and what that could look like. So I think what I'm going to do now is do the replay of Friday's show. Quick reminder that our tip jar is out at the bottom of the screen, Rumble Rants and Super Chats. Please consider subscribing, signing up to be a monthly sponsor on Patreon, and if you can watch some extra content on the YouTube channel, definitely appreciate it. We'll be back again tomorrow at noon, digging into the stories of the day. I have some stuff queued up on Instagram that I'll probably put on tomorrow's program. But for now, we're going to wrap it here. MS Now, more shit no one's watching. Yeah, seriously. All right. Well, let me pull it up here and get you yesterday's program. Thank you all for watching. Let's see. Where's the YouTube studio? Yeah, we did a live stream during the Browns game yesterday. It was brutal, painful. Didn't do so well. Didn't do so well. Okay, found it here. Let's do the flip-flop, shall we? Yeah, and let me just double check. I don't see, why is RIP Beef trending? Oh, somebody from Barstool Sports. Okay, I don't know who that is, but rest in peace. Austin Reeves drops a career-high 51 points in the Lakers' road win over the Kings. Packers beat the Steelers 35-25. Okay. That's about all I got. So let's replay yesterday's show, and if you guys could watch anything extra in the meantime, that would be greatly appreciated. Rumble Rant Super Chats, thank you all. And we'll be back again tomorrow. I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Volume. Where's my volume? Where's the volume? Oh, that's because that's what happened to me during yesterday's show. Remember? To point out the world. There we are. Violent act occurred. What occurred? Brilliant. Yeah, I remember this happening. All right, thank you all. It's been on mute. Let's launch the show. I need to look at the comments. If I looked at the comments, I would have saw that a while ago. But I assure you, it was a brilliant soliloquy about how we need to build the world that we want around us. How, yes, I know that when you dig through the news every day, you're going to find a lot of bad stories. And the point of that is to say, in the world I wish to build, I don't want this anymore. I don't want violence like this. And when you find a problem, well, okay, a violent act occurred. What occurred? Well, there's people out there that are continuing to let bad people out to keep harming more and more people. There's people who are opening up the floodgates and letting anybody ransack your home and harm the people inside and steal everything not nailed down. That's not a society. That's madness. So in my delivering you these stories, it's not meant to dwell on the negative. It's to point out the world once we eradicate these ongoing problems. That's the gist of what I was getting at. We finally have sound. We are not lip readers. I know. I needed to check the comments, but I was focused. I was trying to say something. Oh, I said plenty. Could you hear any of it? All right. Well, I'm back. Thank you. Marion Trash Panda, Lake Leon, Droopy Dog, Danette, Kenneth. Good day, Patriots indeed. There you go. T-. Is that worse than an F-? All right. I'm glad you all had a blast with my muted with my muted line. But I want to build a different universe. I want to build a different reality. And we have to talk about the stuff that's dividing us. There's so much fake division. Oh my gosh. The wing of the White House. Whatever shall we do? Whatever shall we do is go into your congressional meeting, vote for the continuing resolution like an adult, and then negotiate. Well, no, it's the only negotiating moment that we have. We have power over them. 24 days. We've shut the government down. You were removed from office. You were fired because we don't like what you're up to. Work with the new team who is in charge, pay your current bills, and try to figure out a path forward. Adapt your plan. Nobody likes it. 19% approval rating I keep going back to. What are you referencing? I don't know. I heard it somewhere. And that feels about right. 1 in 5 people. Yay, go Democrat Party. 1 in 5? That seems very high to me, but still. This fake outrage, it's constantly fake outrage to get Trump. Got to get Trump. Got to get Trump. Got to take out Trump. Got to stop this administration. Got to resist everything that they're doing. What is it that, what are the biggest problems? What are the biggest problems? Set those 2 issues right there and let's talk about the other 98 things. It's common sense that is happening right now. It's common sense policies that are being enacted. You know, it's dereliction of duty / treason, what the Democrats have been up to for 15 years, better part of 2 decades. That's not the direction we're headed. And shame on you for trying to do that. Shame on you for seizing this government and weaponizing it against the rest of us the way that you did. And you did so many illegal things in the process. So when we rebuild this, that'll be interesting, by the way. I saw a clip from Steve Bannon talking about Trump's 3rd term. He's convinced, at least according to this clip. I want to watch the full clip and get the full context. What type of country are we going to build moving forward? Are we going to be more like Viktor Orban? Or are we going to be more like Keir Starmer? Pray for the UK. I have no qualms about our American Revolution, and I had people involved in that in my family line. But what's happening to the people of England right now is atrocious. What's happening to the people of Nigeria right now is atrocious. Middle East, Gaza, Israel is atrocious. Russia, Ukraine is atrocious. We got to come up with a better way to handle our conflicts. We have to find a better way to stop the thieves from taking everything not nailed down. We have to find a better way to encourage our cultures, our societies to thrive and to protect our civil liberties. And every day, Ronald Reagan talked about freedom not being a birthright that's passed down in your blood. It's something that every generation has to get involved. You got to get in the ring. Was it Theodore Roosevelt, the man in the arena? Was that Theodore Roosevelt? I've quoted this before, but I'll quote it today because it's good and I don't have it committed to memory. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls, who neither know victory nor defeat. Theodore Roosevelt, excerpt from his speech, Citizenship in a Republic, delivered at the Sorbonne, Paris, April 23rd, 1910. The man in the arena passage celebrates courage, perseverance, and the willingness to act despite the risk of failure, far above the safety of mere criticism. So nobody's perfect, including Restream, that keeps changing this design element. See, I want it like that, and I've never changed it off that, and when I launch my show, it keeps reverting back to something I don't want. It does this. And then you have text on top of text, and it hurts my head. I shouldn't have to keep repeating myself. Once I set something in motion, it should stay that way. Very frustrating. In fact, I was talking with Mike Barra yesterday, and he said he had several problems with Restream, so he left Restream and went to StreamYard. Where's it at? I was going to pull up a graphic. Yes, get better, Izzy. Izzy not feeling so well right now. So he was out yesterday, but we did our show, Strictly Football, Mike Bear, Jim Mitchell, and myself. Check it out. It's on our Rumble app. It's on all the things, all the places. YouTube and Rumble. Great places to find it. Yeah, I brought that up because Mike was saying he had problems with Restream and he switched over. Yeah, I was also thinking about inviting Mike on for an episode of the Agree to Disagree show. I've never really delved into his, he's out doing lectures. I think he'll be in Pahrump at an alien convention. He's in New York. He's in Texas. He's doing all these things all over the place. And I'm very curious to get some feedback on that air quote comet, the 3I. Sure it is. What's it called? Let me look it up. Latest on the approaching comet. But yeah, check out the show, Strictly Football. What's it called? Oh yeah, Comet 3I Atlas. The third confirmed interstellar object, discovered July 2025. Manhattan-sized, currently 42 million miles from the sun. Perihelion in late October. Inside Mars orbit, closest to Earth, December 19, too distant for easy viewing. But yeah, check out our football show. We look back at last week and look forward at the next week. Very interesting show about gambling, because this Chauncey Billups story is huge. This isn't one guy. This is going to go everywhere. You peel this back, the thread is connected to all of it. It might go back to Michael Jordan. I mean, if it can go back to Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson, surely it could go to Michael Jordan, who retired, air quote, in the 90s. Remember when he did that? There's theories on that. I don't know if you think he had an actual retirement or if he had a if the league sat him down for a minute for his own good. But yeah, there's so much corruption, and it's why you're really supposed to avoid these situations and these people. I had the blessing to go speak to my former high school football program this year. I told him about the rule of threes, the rule of stupid. Don't go stupid places with stupid people doing stupid things. Avoid that. Don't go stupid places with stupid people doing stupid things. I had the blessing to go speak. So much like how Big Pharma has been controlling the news and essentially limiting the news agency's abilities to report accurately on Big Pharma. Pinkies up, everybody. Cheers. The sports world has been infiltrated with all the gambling apps. And I like playing fantasy football, but it's kind of got me rethinking all of it. A little bit rethinking it. And luckily, I haven't done a lot of gambling in my life. But this NBA story, this goes to every sport. This goes to every level. There was just a college football referee, I believe, that was banned. He was the one that was involved with the rigging of the Ohio State game against Clemson. 2019, 2020, maybe. It's a story much bigger than sports. It's a story about deep-seated corruption, and it's about what happens when, you know, there's a phrase, if you hang out at the barbershop long enough, eventually you're going to get a haircut. It means a lot of things. That's meant different things to me in my life at different moments. Because literally, I did get a free $200 haircut in Chicago once. Because I walked in, inquired about the cost of a haircut. I said, oh, okay, no, that's fine. I'm here visiting. I don't have much money at all. Like, I would have $20. I was just looking for a haircut. I don't know. They're like, come in, we'll take care of you. I'm like, no, I don't have $200 for $300, whatever it was, for a haircut. They're like, I'm not doing anything else. I'll do this for you. Let's go. I'm like, all right. But it also means if you swim with the sharks, you're going to get bit. You don't want to be around these gamblers, these traffickers, these merchants of suffering. They bleed you like leeches. They get you on something. It's Epstein. They get you on camera. You did something people don't want you to know about. Yeah, $200, dang. But it was it was like on, what's that fancy street in Chicago called? Was it called the Miracle Mile? There's a name of the street. Let's see if Grok knows. Magnificent Mile? Yeah, North Michigan Avenue. That feels about right. So anyway, yeah, shopping, 460 stores, landmarks, dining and hotels and events. Magnificent Mile. It was like some fancy salon. The lady was awesome. I was like, no, I'm just here with my band. We're considering moving here. And I was just looking around and I'm getting scruffy. Like, I gotcha. I'm like, don't you dare give me a bill for $200 at the end of this. But anyway, this NBA story is going to have legs, and they're using X-ray cards to cheat in poker. And then when they get you a couple $100,000 in debt playing poker, it's literally the mob. It's the mafia. It's a bunch of leeches and vultures and gangsters and traffickers and like really dangerous people that prey upon humans. They leech upon. I want a percentage of everything you're doing forever. Now I did something for you. Now you do something for me. Never really understood this glorification of the mob or the mafia or the cartels. It's like it's feasting upon exploitation. If you want to get good at something and be successful, get good at something and be successful, please. That sounds great to me. But this other stuff, that doesn't sound great to me. Sounds like feeding on misery of humanity. And that's why the Hunter Biden story mattered. And that's why Comey, Clapper, Brennan, Clinton, Obama, all these people that were running a RICO many years. And Stephen A. Smith's reaction to this was very strange, calling out Trump. So I'm wondering if the same RICO case they're going to drag out through all the sports and take down ESPN is going to go to the Democrat Party for the grand conspiracy of taking out Trump. Because Stephen A's reaction to this story to like try to blame Trump for something didn't make any sense. But now as I'm talking this out, one, either Stephen A. Smith is like neck deep in something he's not allowed to be. Or maybe we're kind of seeing the blueprint of the grand conspiracy mixed in with the RICO sports conspiracy. But the fake division over outrage over a ballroom, yes, you have a 6-decade-long successful mega builder working for free as president who wants to create an asset for the country to have $300 million from private donors, from the lawsuits of the blowback, if you will, from all of the organizations that were censoring President Trump, that were trying to destroy his life because they didn't agree with him politically, violating his civil liberties. The fake outrage and division, I'm over it. The Democrats are going to scream bloody murder about my wing of the White House, my wing, oh, my precious wing. Oh, I can't believe he's doing so. Oh, they're literally taking a wrecking ball to it like he's taking a wrecking ball to our Constitution, I tells you. It's the dumbest shit you've ever heard. Have you ever tried renovating an old house where like you're limited by, you're boxed in? You have HVAC running some places, you have electrical lines running other places. You have load bearing. To add a facility, a state-of-the-art facility for hosting dignitaries and holding events to try to conduct international business. It's exactly what you would want. You know, part of the problem with America has been, for example, go to Boston. You can go to Los Angeles too, but there are roads that make no sense that just kind of go up right by the Green Dragon Tavern where they met to dump the tea into the Boston Harbor and say, you're not stealing money from us. Stop it. No. We're not your property. You're not gonna grab any more money from us. We're sick of this. And they pushed back. They said, don't tread on me. But those cities, they kind of grew up where they were, and buildings were built, and then infrastructure was laid, and it just is what it is. And that's what you're doing when you're renovating an existing structure versus you're going to add a wing. You're going to add a big, beautiful ballroom. I love the triple alliterative. I love the triple alliterative scoring, by the way. And the Democrats are going to try to rally the troops and make people hate the president because of that. Meanwhile, Tulsi Gabbard's giving us updates. Kash Patel's giving us updates. There's lots of things going on. Good things going on. So if you want to take Epstein and training Qatari fighters on American soil and the cartel boats, take 3, 4, 5 issues, important things, set them here. Look at the other 95. How are we doing on these 95 common sense things? I'm sorry, building a big, beautiful ballroom doesn't crack the top 100 things that I should be caring about, that you should be caring about. It's manufactured outrage, and we've got to disconnect from the lying legacy media. We must find a way to get our elderly disconnected from this stuff. It's rotted their brains. They think it's real. It's not real. We need some sort of reclamation project. You look at all these protests. All right. We're going to get together and put a play together. Yeah. We're going to be Protest Incorporated. We do this every year now. Yep, it's just changed. It's a color revolution. Just swap a new color on it. Swap a new brand, a new insignia, a new logo, a new slogan, a new cause. Well, it'll be Pink Hats this time. Oh, it'll be that guy that was trying to steal things using fake money, who had an overdose, but then the cop put his knee on his neck, shoulder, back, area, as he was trained by the Minneapolis Police Department. Yeah, anyway, let's go burn everything down. Okay. Yeah, and we'll use it to hurt Trump. Okay. Okay. We have a commander-in-chief to protect and defend this nation against all threats, foreign and domestic. And you have lines in the sand being drawn. Trump was targeted multiple times. Charlie Kirk was taken off the damn chessboard. Are you awake yet? Do you understand what's happening? Do you understand that this is why we have a military? This is serious shit. You know, so I don't want to focus on negative things just for the sake of being negative. I'm trying to call these things out so we can stop these things so that we can have a better existence. We can have a better life. We can have a better country, better future. All that jazz. That's what we do here. So we're going to talk about all these stories and more. It just dawned on me that this fake division from the deep state Democrats, it's just diabolical. Downright diabolical. Damn those Dems, as Chris would say. So we're going to talk about the stories that I referenced in that intro. Going to weave them together. They call it a weave. Joe, they said it's a wide weave. And sir, this is getting pretty wide. It's pretty wide weave. What are you even talking about now? Rogan and Trump. What a time we live in. All right. So let's begin today's program. Thank you. Hit like, hit subscribe. And we'll start it right now.
guide to the truth. thenewamericanmedia.com.
Muted. Got it. All right. Fixed it. All right. I'm on it. Yeah. Unholy Hoax here saying, what did you say? I posted the Planet of the Apes version of the Damn the Dems, but the YouTube censors it. Where did you post it? I want to see it. Can you put it on X? All right. Let's dig into the news. First off, please make sure you're following us in all the places. You can find the New American Media on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, Locals, and YouTube. Just search the New American Media. On Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. We're on X at American_Media_. And subscribe to our podcast at The Agree to Disagree Show on Spotify and Apple. Also grab the Unhappy Hour Sports Show podcast on Spotify and Apple. That's where we put up Strictly Football from yesterday. Additionally, welcome to our bar here. As you see in my imagery behind me, welcome to the bar. Let me put the tip jars out. It is Friday. This would be a great chance to throw something that clinks into the canister. Coming up toward the end of a month, thank you to our Patreon monthly subscribers. Go to our X feed, and at the top is pinned our Patreon link, or you can go to Patreon and enter the New American Media and sign up, different tier levels to help fund this program. It's all very appreciated. I think they take very reasonable fees. No fees would be Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. Those are best. Venmo, Cash App are just my name at Brian Engelman. And PayPal is fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. All these are scrolling at the bottom of the screen if you want to hit pause. We do have memberships on YouTube and Rumble. Don't have a monthly subscriber on Rumble yet, so any one of you could be the first. Please consider doing so. We do have a subscriber on Rumble now, which is great. We are earning ad revenue on Rumble, which is great. Trying to grow on that platform. YouTube, we've had a lot of Rumble, YouTube, what are they called? Super Chats. Thank you to the Super Chats, and please keep them coming. Any Super Chat, anything you can think of, you know, throw your $5 on the table, $10 on the table, $20 on the table, whatever you want. Pops up on the screen. We highlight that Super Chat. And they're all appreciated. Let me also give you an update here. Let me click on the YouTube channel. Yeah, I tried multiple times yesterday, and I could not get through to AdSense. They had me keep logging in. I got to get that squared away. But it does have a breakdown of the tip jar from September and October. All right, looks like September came through, and October is about $23 shy of what September did. So I can chart all of that on YouTube. Thank you to everybody who has, and thank you to anyone who's maybe never done a Super Chat before, but maybe today's your day. Let me click on this because we are charting. We were under how many hours? We need an extra 269 hours. Let me hit refresh, make sure that's a current number. 269 public watch hours on our YouTube channel. And once we get 269 extra hours watched on our YouTube channel, we can get our advertisements back. Looking at that, years and years ago, they stopped the advertisements on our channel, costing us thousands of dollars having to go pay for that all out of pocket instead of letting the content create the revenue to pay for that. So if you can find the time today, hell, during today's show, grab a second device and click on the YouTube link and boost those hours. And then maybe watch some extra videos today, tomorrow, over the weekend. We have 1,900 videos over 14 and a half years, millions of views. Pick anything and let it play. Hopefully there's something interesting there for you. Sports and music and politics, current events, interviews, convention footage, documentaries, all sorts of stuff. So, yes, good day, Patriots. And Kenneth is on it. That's appreciated. Yes, Trash Panda says he does monthly on Rumble. Much appreciated. That is super cool. And you unlock the Rumble rants too, which is super neat. Happy Friday indeed to everyone. All right, let's do this. Let's pull up our Instagram feed and let's see what people are talking about today. Let's have the conversation, shall we? All right, let me click back. Yeah, I guess I did share this yesterday. This was pretty cool. Have you ever watched this scene from Game of Thrones? He's out there in a field on his own, and the enemy troops are coming at him. This is a great scene. So he unsheaths his sword, throws down his scabbard, because it means if I'm going down, it's happening right now. Let's get it on. And there you go. You wind up. This is all of us, but there's millions behind us. Millions fighting behind us. So that's the reminder that we're not on our own. Oh, okay. I'm getting a message from Unholy Hoax saying, I put this on every show. No one responds, and it doesn't seem to post. I've never seen that comment. Try to Unholy Hoax, try to spell it differently. John Coffee, like the drink, only not spelt the same. That's weird that phrase isn't working. Try to swap out like the letter A with an asterisk, or all vowels. Swap out the vowels of each word with asterisk and try to repost it. I bet you that would come through. That is weird, though. Yeah. I know. The intro to this show is why I'm envisioning a world with a production team, a director, an engineer, a showrunner, a small setup, but a necessary setup. I'm juggling a lot of stuff all at once. But yeah, I got a message from Ken. No sound on your show, dude. So yeah, I got different messages coming at me from different platforms, but that's how it works in today's day and age, I suppose. But that's weird. You're not really swearing. You're just saying damn dirty Dems. Like, damn, like that shouldn't be, shouldn't be that bad, I don't think, right? I don't know that it's really something that should lead to blocking conversations. All right. Anyway, but this scene, have you watched Question of the Day? No, not Game of Phones. Game of Thrones. Game of Functions. Wait, Game of what? Game of Thrones. It's just a good scene. You take a deep breath and you're like, all right, well, it ends today. Here we go, people. Ready? It's a good song. Can't play it. Can't really play this clip either, except to say it's symbolic. It's an advertisement. Go watch Game of Thrones and listen to that music. Maybe it's Bad Omen. Bad Omens, just pretend. It's just me advertising. When I met Gerald A. Morgan, the CEO of Louder with Crowder, interviewed him in Milwaukee. I said, hey, thanks for what you're doing. I said, you've been blazing a path and you got millions of people following behind you. You don't even know. Because the same shit that we're battling on YouTube, I mean, come on. Crowder did it very publicly. He's got millions of people in Mug Club. They've been doing it at a high level for a long time. My throne is in the bathroom. Kind of. But by standing up, standing firm, drawing your line in the sand, saying, I'm not going to go in the opposite direction. If this is where it stops, this is where it stops. There are millions of people behind us. You know, never underestimate that just standing up, thinking that you're battling alone. You're not. We're in this fight together. Hashtag Team Humanity. I just love that clip. Here's something I don't love. Tulsi Gabbard had to take down something really atrocious. So we're going to find the clip and let her talk in her own words. But Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard informed President Trump that her office helped take down top cartel members in Mexico, including one who was selling newborn babies and harvesting organs. This is ghastly, demonic activity, preying off of humanity. So we'll get her talking in her own words. Secretary Hegseth has a warning to the cartels. You know, and imagine what a difference it makes. We were in a fake war on drugs for how many years under the Reagan administration, but it was really just to get money into the hands of the CIA, more power control, black budget ops, black budget funding. Wait, who gets their kids mixed up like you do? Did I say that? But the U.S. government hasn't been on a war on drugs. They've been in a war with the American people. And they've been running the drugs. But talk to people that came back from Afghanistan, how they were guarding the poppy fields. Heroin, all sorts of stuff, opium. Secretary Hegseth has a deadly warning to the cartels.
Message to these foreign terrorist organizations.
Oh, there's music behind it. He says, we will find you, we will map your networks, we will hunt you down, and we will kill you, he says. I just don't want the music in the background. I want to hear it.
Treated Al-Qaeda. We will find you, we will map your networks.
I mean, this is a very different strategic message, it seems.
We will hunt you down, and we will kill you.
And Rand Paul and Thomas Massie are right to talk about, you know, declarations of war and what is this, what is that. We have a right to defend this nation from what's been happening. If you're flooding our country with fentanyl and stuff that's going to kill us, well, that's an act of war. This is the Secretary of War telling you, mess around and you're going to find out.
And you've seen that evidence in the maritime domain, whether it's in the Caribbean or in the Pacific with the last two strikes.
Caribbean and the Pacific were the last two strikes.
We know exactly who these people are.
It's becoming very dangerous to be a drug runner for the cartels now.
We know what networks they work with, what foreign terrorist organizations they're a part of.
Who's funding them? Where's they got them. Like, no, we've been tracking you fools for a long time. Now you actually have somebody in office that's willing to go after you and stop.
We know where they're going, where they originated from, what they're carrying. And our message.
All right. Finally defending America, it seems. Okay. That's Hegseth. But we got domestic terrorists in the United States. This is from Portland. Nick Sorter here talking with Laura Ingraham about how useless the Portland police are.
Always bending over backwards to get to dot the I's and cross the T's for the agitators, but they sure will let this go on for a while.
Yeah, Laura, we've heard 15 different stories from Portland police as to why they didn't arrest these people. And, one of them being, oh, well, we didn't see what was going on. But I released that video showing that they saw everything that happened. So you have the fact that they knew where Katie's attacker was. Katie is a conservative journalist. We're under attack out here all the time. Going to that safe house, she called the police, let them know where they were, and she had to walk 6 blocks to meet a patrol car so that they would take a report for her. 6 blocks, because they will not come into this area. They are told that they are not allowed to drive police cars into this area no matter what. I mean, who is in charge?
Yeah, who is in charge? You've ceded territory in the United States to these terrorist groups. Enough of this shit.
Here, is it Antifa or is it the city?
They're always bending over backwards to get
It's so nutty. This has to stop. You got to fix these cities. It's insane that things have gotten this bad. All right.
Well, they're doing everything.
Check this out. Pritzker. Is it JD or JB Pritzker? What's his name? Pritzker from Chicago. Check out this interaction.
Think by the book.
Why does Chicago have the highest murder rate of all the big cities?
Well, we are not in the top 30 in terms of our murder rate. Indeed, our murder rate it has been cut in half over the last 4 years, and every year it's gone down by double digits. And if you look at all of the violent crime over the last 4 years,
here's a map.
They've all gone down.
U.S. cities, 17.47 per 100,000 population. Chicago is number 1 over Philadelphia, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Phoenix, Los Angeles, New York, and San Diego.
What I'm explaining to you
now,
is
you're
when
talking
you want
about
to fight
violent
crime. Look, you can pull statistics up.
No,
I can
these are
too.
murders.
I'm explaining to you that our murder rate has been cut in half. And very importantly, Brett, and you got to hear this, very important.
It went from twice as bad to still the worst. Congratulations. That was our comment from yesterday. It's a great comment. From twice as bad to still the worst. Congratulations. Oh, Kent, you can use statistics to prove anything. 14% of people agree with that.
Certainly, we've been doing the things that are necessary to bring crime down, right? We've invested in community violence interruption. We've invested in police. Well, they're doing everything by the book.
Why does Chicago have the highest murder rate of all the big cities?
Well, we are not in the top 30 in terms of our murder rate. Indeed, our murder rate it has been cut in half over the last 4 years, and every year it's gone down by double digits.
It's been cut in half. So it used to be a 34 per 1,000, per 100,000. Now you're down to 17 per 100,000. And you're still the worst? Okay. Congratulations. Well done.
And if you look at all of the violent crime over the last 4 years,
here's a map.
They've all gone down.
U.S. cities, 17.47 per 100,000 population. Chicago is number 1 over Philadelphia, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Phoenix, Los Angeles, New York, and San Diego.
What I'm explaining to you
now,
is
you're
when
talking
you want
about
to fight
violent
crime. Look, you can pull statistics up.
No,
I can
these are
too.
murders.
I'm explaining.
No, these are murders.
To you that our murder rate has been cut in half, and very importantly, Brett.
Yeah, whatever. From twice as bad to still the worst. Congratulations. That is such a good comment. I only have 8 likes on there. That should be thousands. From twice as bad to still the worst. That might be my favorite comment ever. Okay, Danette's calling me out because I confused. I saw something. Well, yes, the jokes seem very John Boy-like. Very Kenneth-like. So yes, he made a Thrones joke, and I glanced at. I'm like I said, I'm juggling. I got 3 screens, 3 ring lights, 2 computer keyboards, 1 cup of coffee, and a pack of cigarettes. It's JB Pritzker. John Boy. Oh, yeah, there you go, like John Boy. Like the ghost of Mike Ditka just looking on with disgust. That's wacky and hilarious. Okay, so I got called out for confusing the kids. Yeah, my grandmother would run through 7 different names until she found mine. And then the person she started with, if they were in the room at like Thanksgiving or Christmas or Easter or something, if she started with one person, had to go through 7 to get to the right name. That person that she had off the top of her head would now be the 7th. She'd go through everybody else, and then that person would be last. Yeah, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Great comment, Marion. The Simpsons, Homer's enemy. Season 8, episode 23. Kent Brockman says, statistics can be used to prove anything. 40% of all people know that. All right, Kent Brockman says that. Wait, I thought it was the Homer that says that. Let me ask Grok. Doesn't Homer say that? Full scene text, please. What's about Frank Grimes? I guess I'm confusing it with the Kent Brockman about and heavy sack beatings are up a whopping 300%. Okay. All right, this was the one with Frank Grimes. Anyway. How dare you? How dare all of you? How dare you? Here's a Portland, Oregon business owner talking to the city because it's absolutely out of control, begging for help. I've said flee blue cities, flee blue states for this reason.
I have to be honest, I have never felt so unsafe in this city. A few months ago at our bar, there's a group of people that will descend. We have to shut down all the time. 45 people. 2 women in the group started breaking glass in our bar, stabbing each other. Our bartender called us. We pulled up the security cameras live. She was screaming. Blood splattered on the security cameras. The police came. No name was taken. No report.
They're not even policing. This is like a horror movie.
No accountability, and it's not an isolated incident. We've had people that have been 86, they come back with guns in hand, standing a foot off of our sidewalk for hours every single weekend. Every single weekend. Our staff is terrified. We've endured break-ins, vandalism. We've been held up by gunpoint, and it feels like no one is coming.
That's why I said flee blue cities, flee blue states. This has to be pulled out by the root. These governments need to be replaced. They're not working for the citizens. It's like a mafia is running the city.
What is
a deep state Democrat mafia
going to happen? How is this acceptable? We need more trained police officers. We need them, like a ton. We are small business owners. We are the heartbeat of Portland, and we are hanging on by a thread. And within weeks, all I see is the coffee shop leaving. Everybody's leaving. I'm like, where are you going? We're leaving Portland. We're out of here. This is seriously life or death for our employees, for our customers, for my family. If my husband or one of our bartenders ends up killed, or a customer, who is going to be accountable for this? For the first time, we are seriously talking about leaving Portland, selling the building we own, a legacy we have hoped to pass to our children. But at this point, I don't even know if we could sell it. I mean,
oh my God, that too. Oh, that part too. How do you even sell it? And some people say the reason that they're doing this is to run the good people out of the city so that you can lower the purchase power, lower the purchase price, and snatch up the real estate. You know, it's what they said in Maui, in the Palisades, in Western North Carolina for Hurricane Helene. Wipe out the whole mountain range because we got a mine over there. We got to strip mine it. There's some precious stuff. What did they say? Lithium and some other materials were in that mountainside, but can't have those pesky kids hanging out up there in their holler, in their homes, their shacks, their shanties. Well, let's just wipe it out. Let's just burn it all down in Maui. Let's burn it all down in Palisades. And let's destroy our cities to the point where people flee, then you can snatch it up. Yeah, good luck selling it for what it's worth. You know, there's big picture, little picture stuff. You take the useful idiots, the junkies, the degenerates, the addicted, the abused, the slaves. Because debt slaves are slaves, and that's their plan. They love feasting on the misery of humanity. Bunch of vampires. Vampires. Literal vampires. Just rethink what that means. It's tough times in Portland. And the people making excuses for it and pretending that it's not a big deal, shame on them.
I mean, nobody can sell commercial property right now. It's ridiculous. This is not politics. This is an emergency. We are out of time. We needed help yesterday. We need help or we are going to die.
We simply don't have enough police. In the private sector, we are spending tons on private security. And if it went away, it's the equivalent to losing almost 200 officers. There is not a thriving region in this country with a dead or dying downtown.
The losses are mounting.
And by the way, that used to be a territory of mine. I used to work all up and down the West Coast. LA, Seattle, Portland, San Francisco. I take it personal when people are intentionally ruining our great American cities. That's what I told Jack Posobiec on Real America's Voice reporting at the Trump Bronx rally. What did I say? The great American cities are... I said, what did I say? I have that clip somewhere. I should upload that. Maybe I'll upload that today. But yeah, America's great American city. Our great American cities are under attack, and the people can feel it. And it's palpable. And the people are calling for a change. I said something along those lines. That's a pretty good soundbite, I think. David asking, is it not time? Oh, it's past time, yes. Marion saying, enforce the laws. I don't get it. They don't want to enforce the laws. They have their agendas. In Illinois, some spots they won't send Ubers and police won't patrol after dark. That is messed up, man. I do not like hearing that. Ugh.
And have been ignored for way too long. We're now at a tipping point. People can go anywhere to find a chain restaurant or retail. Locally owned businesses used to be the main attraction for Portland, but these days they are a rarity. The climate to run a business in Portland has become increasingly difficult, especially during the past 5 years.
And I have to be honest, I have never felt so unsafe.
Yeah, the people are crying for help. MAGA's trying to help. Check out this attack ad. April Silverman, Cali MAGA Barbie shared this. Wow.
Zohran Mamdani's opponents want you to believe he's an inexperienced radical whose policies will make New York City more dangerous.
I want to play this, but there's music in the background. It's a trick they do so that they can get copyright claims. Oh, I want to watch this.
But what do his actual supporters think?
This is AI, right? Andrew Cuomo pulling out all the stops.
Mamdani isn't crazy.
He's just trying to even the playing field.
You know, give everyone a fair shot.
Yeah, that's what people... Yeah, that's what communism always says. Sounds great.
Sure, he said multiple times we need to defund the police, but that was just a metaphor.
And yes, he
That was just a metaphor, says the pimp.
did say crime is a social construct, but
I love how she's driving through intersections having this conversation.
that was also a metaphor.
Yes, he did say crime is a social construct, but that's just a metaphor.
Main backer, the Democratic Socialists' ideas are common sense.
Yeah, says the street thug.
Such as
decriminalizing misdemeanors.
Yeah. Well, why would you criminalize the destruction of your neighborhood?
Like shoplifting.
There you go. So put on your mask and put on your whatever they call the takia. What is that thing called? A burqa? No, it's called a sarong. No, it's called a balaclava. Whatever that thing is around his neck.
Third-degree assault.
Yeah, nothing wrong with third-degree assault, right? Resurfaced video shows Mamdani saying domestic violence wouldn't be a priority for the NYPD.
trespassing,
Yeah, just breaking, entering, and trespass.
prostitution,
Yeah, you know, let's prey off of desperate people. Oh my God. Modern day slaves.
And drunk driving.
With plans to
I do like this commercial.
decriminalize all drugs, Mamdani will be a job creator.
There you go. If you decriminalize drugs, he'll create jobs for this guy.
For drug dealers.
There you go.
Instead of helping us homeless get off the streets and into the mental health facilities we need.
Uh-huh. I've watched time and time again, people are saying, well, I shared a video yesterday. They're not arresting people doing crack in public. It was an expose. I think I'll get to it. It's in the stack. And the guy's like, why aren't you arresting them? He's like, well, we don't want to arrest them. That's not going to get them the help they need. Yes, it is. Step 1, arrest them. Step 2, dry them out. Step 3, treatment facility. If they complete their treatment, they can reduce their sentence. But yes, you get them off the damn streets and get them the help that they need. They need mental help. They need chemical dependency help, a mixture or a combination.
He wants to give us safe injection sites to do crack and let us sleep in subway carts.
Yeah, that's gonna improve society. Steal from your stores so they shut down, then you'll complain about we're in a food desert. Oh, are you? Did you loot the other ones out of business, you nincompoops? Well, they're just a big company. They don't notice if you're stealing. It's literally every day they check numbers, and if they can't make money there, they close up. Now you don't have a resource here. You morons. People that pee in their own swimming pools. Get out of the swimming pool. You don't pee in your own pool. Democrats love doing it, though, and then complaining about, oh, I can't believe things are so tough over here. Things are so bad. Yeah, you caused it. You don't let people steal your store empty.
These are actual policies Mamdani and the DSA want to implement on day one.
Democratic Socialists of America.
A woman's being domestically abused. She finally won't have to deal with some pesky cop to arrest the abuser, but now a social worker to help, kumbaya the situation.
Imagine needing help in a situation and they don't remove the threat. Some crisis worker. And yeah, there's plenty of times where these incidents don't need to escalate past the point of separating two people and letting things calm down. But you don't have a social worker do that. You're supposed to have someone come in and go, all right. Are you mostly okay? Are you mostly okay? This is not okay. We got a phone call. This is not okay. We're taking down information. Like, we can't. You don't do that with a social worker. And all those reports of the trafficked humans who came into the United States, that the hotlines went unanswered. Nobody was there to man the thousands of calls for distress from these children who were asking for help. That's what the Democrats do. That's what they stand for.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Bring in a breath work coach.
Mamdani is finally lowering jail sentences.
guilty.
But Mamdani says you're free to go.
Why would any sane person let the bad people out?
Who cares if legalizing prostitution statistically leads to an increase for sex trafficking of women and young girls by 70%?
Yeah. Why would you want to build a society that... Yeah, that whole sex trade business is bad news. Once again, the Hunter Biden story, I started telling this point earlier. I got sidetracked. Totally compromisable, blackmailable, bribable. That's why you don't want those types of shady connections compromising you.
You can't have safety without equality.
For unlawful abiding citizens like us, globalize the intifada.
I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal.
I'm a criminal.
They're all criminals.
Yep. I'm a criminal.
For Zohran.
Criminals for Zohran.
For Zohran Mamdani.
This is exactly what you need to see. Letting all the bad guys and girls back out.
I didn't have a real job until I was 30, but sure, give me the keys to the city. What's the worst that can happen?
Oh my gosh. Had no job until he was 30. A spoiled rich kid. A Comey, Mamdani.
Paid for by Cuomo for NYC.
Yeah.
Zohran Mamdani.
People. Can we all ask Cuomo to drop out and join the Sliwa campaign to defeat Mamdani? If RFK Jr. could join Trump and MAGA to push Maha, can't Cuomo do the same to save NYC? Question mark. That's a great advertisement. I was just really scared about the music in the background. Not scared, it's just it shouldn't prohibit me from playing a clip, but it does. Anyway, I'm just playing under those rules.
What is the channel?
Oh, this was good. Yeah, I watched this video, and I'll play it again. This is a good man on the street interview.
TheSurvivors.us. Well, anyway, this guy was he was interviewing people, and he was like, "Is this is about human rights?" And they're like, "Yeah." Like, are you guys like fully in supportive of human rights? See if you can find this guy. He's got a beard and long hair, and they're like, "Yes, absolutely." He goes, "What about for fetuses in the womb?" And everybody walks away. Everybody was like, "Yeah, that's unhuman," or that I don't. And he does it to everybody, and he looks like a hippie, you know. So he's like, "So you guys are for sure for human rights?" And like, "Oh yeah, human rights is why we're here. You believe in human rights for everyone?" Yes. What about unborn babies? And you see this look on the. It's almost like everybody's under a spell.
Yeah.
Like some evil.
But they are under a spell.
Yes, this is the guy. Yeah, this is him. This is him. Check this out. This is wonderful. I love when people do things like this. Can you refresh? Yeah.
It's good. For everybody?
Yes.
How about the unborn? For human rights?
Yes, of course.
For everybody?
Yes, of course.
Even people in the womb?
Well, it all depends on if they're actually a baby or not.
Science says they are.
It's such tortured logic they have to use to try to claim life isn't life. It doesn't make a lick of sense.
Well, it depends on what science you're talking about.
96% of all biologists, according to the NIH. Thoughts on human rights?
I'm all for them.
Yeah, me too.
Especially now, right?
Yeah. For everybody, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even the unborn?
An unborn what?
Unborn in the womb. Yeah, no rights for them.
An unborn what? It's this just exposes so much that's wrong with their argument.
It's on human rights?
That's what we're here for.
For everybody, right?
Yes.
Including the unborn?
No.
Everyone has autonomy to not be killed, I think.
Well, he's like nothing. And he just
have no
argument.
Stop taking rights away. Get out of here.
Nazi lives don't matter. It says on that guy's shirt. That's just screaming.
Yeah.
I've lived all these years. I've never once met a Nazi. I don't know what. Yeah, dinosaur lives don't matter. Dinosaurs. Where's the dinosaur?
Nazi lives don't matter. Who's that guy? Give him some props.
I don't know. The Survivors US and J Roll. He only had like a few hundred followers. And now he's at 7,000. So he's increased greatly. Follow that guy. J Roll, ROWL. John Rowell. There you go.
So here's the channel. What is the channel? Thesurvivors.us.
It all depends on whether they're a human or not. Or what is it? Whether they're a baby or not. It's so nutty. Ooh, I like this kind of news. David's hearing the U.S. military did a daring raid in what they called... Daring raid is what they called it, into the Panamanian jungles and rescued a lot of American missing children. No, yeah, David, I've on this program, we've talked about the patent 060606. I'm just showing you what Grok said about it. There's not a patent for Bitcoin, but there is a patent. WO2020060606. Microsoft patent application published March of 2020. Cryptocurrency system using body activity data. So it's not about the creation of Bitcoin. It's about using the human body activity with wearables like brain waves, body heat, motion, generating proof of work for mining cryptocurrency in a centralized setup. No, there's definitely creepy stuff in there, but it doesn't go back to the origination of Bitcoin. It's in 2020, 5 years ago, that was there. But yeah, I love all these. Absolutely. Appreciate you mentioning it. I love this type of information. Panamanian jungles, a daring military raid rescuing a lot of American missing children. Go get them all. I mean, it's time to crush the people who are preying on the misery of humanity.
That's him. J.
Good work,
Rowell.
man. Yeah.
ROWL. He only has 704 followers. That's outrageous.
He's going to have a few more now.
He'll have more now. That was very fun. I mean, look.
That guy's nodding along. You can see he's like ready for the next yes. I think he goes, oh, no.
It's so weird. That's such a good trick. It's such a good trick, but it's so weird. It's so weird to watch. This like ideological boundary. Like, nope. No nuance there. No room for nuance.
And
what is the channel? Thesurvivors.us.
So I want to share that with you. Go follow him. Thesurvivors.us, please. Oh, I get. Was this the same? Yeah, I guess they did just watch it. I don't need to play it a second time. Nick Freitas thinks this is incredible.
This is incredible, and I'm going to explain why. Just bear with me.
I mean, shutdowns are terrible, and of course there will be, families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously, but it is one of the few leveraged times we have.
Okay, let me do the TLDR on why this is bizarre. First of all, she got right out there and she admitted that suffering is being caused as a result of the government shutdown. So why would she do that? In electoral politics, that would seem like suicide, unless you think it's your political opponents that will be blamed for it. And the vast majority of Americans right now are going to look at this and say, well, if Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and they don't have a budget, well, then they're the ones that shut it down, right? Well, that could be right, except for a little thing called cloture, right? Which is a term that the vast majority of Americans don't even know exists. It's a rule in the United States Senate which says you need 60 votes in order to shut down a filibuster. Republicans don't have 60 votes to shut down a filibuster. And so Democrats are using that to shut down the government. Now, why are they shutting it down? Why are they using this suffering as leverage, as she so eloquently puts it? Well, it's because they want to add things back into the budget. What are the things they want to add? Well, they want money for electric vehicles. They want money for public media like PBS. They want money to go back into DEI programs in foreign countries. Oh, and here's a great one. They want to add billions back into the budget in order to fund medical care for undocumented immigrants. So that's who's causing the suffering, and that is the reason why they're causing it. The more you know.
Yeah. The Democrat Party has gone from embarrassing to derelict. Shame on them. No, they're not getting those things. We don't want those things. You're not stealing those things from us. So since we're not going to budge on that, approve the budget. Move along. You're not in charge. You've been fired. You're hurting people on your side. Oh, trying to blame Trump. Yeah, you're always trying to blame Trump, and you're always full of it. Thank you, Nick Freitas. New York City Canal Street got iced. Nick Shirley reporting. Look at this mess.
How much?
Yo, what's up? We don't do no fucking care.
Hey,
Fucking push.
back off, back.
I wish there wasn't music here. It says back off. This is our block, you BAN.
Ass nigga. Yo, get the fuck.
This is your block?
This is your block?
Yeah, motherfucker.
Now it shows that someone's getting arrested. Is it that guy? I don't know if it's that guy. Okay, maybe it is that guy. He says, you see what happens? People come in from other countries illegally. They get mad at you on the streets of the United States. But some people don't want to be on the camera. Some people don't want to be on the camera, this dude's saying.
Stuff illegally.
Well, then they shouldn't be doing stuff illegally.
Then they shouldn't be doing stuff illegally.
Hey, that's not your effing business if we do legal or illegal. Oh, really? This guy tries stealing the camera from this dude. I will smash it.
Smash this bitch. Hey.
Swarmed by a mob of scammers. Who's this here? Senegal. Previously assaulted Mexican law enforcement entered the U.S. September 23 in a caravan of 140 criminals at the southwest border released by the Biden administration into our country. Cameraman's a savage.
See what happens? That's the problem.
That's the problem, is you can't just let this go on. People need to start standing on business. These people are selling illegally on the streets of New York City, but they're claiming this is our block. So those people all got arrested? Okay, that's him. For added context, on September 7, I filmed a YouTube video showing the illegal market exploded on Canal Street. The guys in the video were selling drugs openly in the street and will most likely be deported. Now that they have been arrested, it turns out the man in the yellow jacket had his final order given in 2009, and he avoided deportation. Him and his crew have records of robbery, burglary, domestic violence, assaulting law enforcement, counterfeiting, drug trafficking, drug possession, and forgery. Why in hell would any of us want any of these bums on our streets? We don't. Get them the hell out of there. You're damn right we voted for that. No, I don't want anyone I know, anyone I love having to walk past a corner against these criminals. Goodbye, all of you. David, what is that you said you heard the Chinese are melting their gold for silver? What does that mean? They're melting it down and then they're trading their gold so that they can collect silver? In that XRP and XLM might be two of the few standing if some of the crypto goes down. I love rumors. I love rumors because it's like, all right, well then as I'm scrolling the internet, if I find stories discussing that, I want to dig in a little deeper. So here are the domestic terrorists in Seattle's Climate Pledge Arena. They've made an Antifa kill list. Oh, how super. It'd be a shame if somebody did something about that.
Infiltrated the Seattle Anarchist Book Fair hosted by the Vera Project.
They want to
Anarchist Book Fair.
put our picture up there for being a fascist.
And were immediately greeted by a massive...
More music. Damn it. Front lines. And they're taking these pictures. It's a hit list.
This image that you actually texted me over the weekend that I got to see before, you guys had made this announcement that you had infiltrated. This to me looked like a hit list, a kill list that was printed up on the wall of journalists, of conservatives that were all over the wall of this Antifa cell. Describe it for me and tell me what you learned about it.
So, Jack, Carlin and I, along with citizen journalist Matthew Adams, we were in two different spots. We first started off in Oakland, and that's when they were using social media to really warn people, especially about Carlin and her presence. They knew that she could potentially infiltrate this space. Then we fly to Seattle, and that's when I see this massive board, again, at the Vera Project. It is a space within Climate Pledge Arena. This is where the Seattle Kraken play. This is where Seattle's WNBA team plays. So this is a place where you have, millions of people who visit every single year. And then in this room, as soon as we walk in, there is a massive board, so to speak, and they call it the fascist wall. My photos on it, Matthew Adams' photos on it, Carlin's photos on it. Of course, your colleague Katie Daviscourt over at Post Millennial, her photos on it, along with other Pacific Northwest and West Coast journalists. And basically, it was not just a warning to keep us out. I truly believe it was a warning to the Antifa thugs who were mingling in this room to look out for us and target us.
Oh, yeah.
We infiltrated the Seattle Anarchist Book Fair.
That's exactly what it is. I sent this to a buddy, and he's like, yeah. Who are the worst people in America? What are the worst groups? Well, she kind of calls out her own here.
I never knew how racist I was until I came to Colorado. Because let me tell you how much I absolutely despise speaking with anybody who is a white savior liberal. The amount of racism I have for people of my own kind drives.
And by the way, if you're racist toward everyone, you're racist to no one. And if everything's racist, nothing is racist. I mean, if we can agree that the white liberal savior is the worst group on earth, the most destructive to America, okay. So you're Clayton Bigsby. Not quite Clayton Bigsby, but you hate yourself. I guess it is Clayton Bigsby from the Chappelle Show. Anyway, I thought this is a very interesting take.
Me up a motherfucking wall and is a little bit mind-blowing, to be quite fucking frank. White liberals are the worst people in all of society. They have this complex of superiority about them where they think that they are better than other people, but at the same time they think that they're lesser than other people. So they always play the victim while also saying that they're better than other people by trying to put other people on a pedestal, by trying to also tell other people that, hey, I know that I'm better than you, so I'm going to help you rise up in the ranks. And then when other people call them out for that shit, they're like, no, it's not that I think that I'm better than you. I just know that I'm better than you. So that's why I need to save you. Right? When you have a conversation with somebody who's a white savior liberal, you know exactly who I'm talking about. You get the fat white women who have the shaved slick backs with the purple hair, the septum piercing, the pedophile glasses, the gut hanging out with the crop top, and you're like, why would you ever wear that out in public? And they're like, because my body, my choice. Ooh, fat reliance, fat superiority. Oh, they them energy. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And then you get them in a conversation with somebody who happens to be like a black conservative or a person of color who's a conservative, and they're like, I need to save you because you are a lesser person than I am. Then you're like, hey, that's a really wild thing to say, because just because you're white doesn't mean that you're better than I am. And they're like, well, it's not that I'm better than you. I just know that you have years upon years upon years of oppression. They're like, hey, I'm not oppressed. I'm actually earning more money than you. I'm more successful than you. I've taken life by the horns and I've ridden it well, and I've learned my life lessons, and I've gotten to where I wanted to go. And here I am as a person of color, or somebody who you're saying that I need to be lesser than you, that you need to save me. And here I am doing better at life than you are. And you still think that you're in a better position than I am in life, that you need to save me and walk me through this. Tell me how this makes sense. Tell me how this makes sense. Because it drives me fucking crazy, man. Because let me just tell you, all right, now that I'm here in Colorado, we are here for a short period of time. Thank
They are so destructive to everything around them.
God. I'm seeing everything from Colorado on my For You page, and a lot of these conversations that I'm seeing be had between white savior liberals and people who are not white and are not liberals Yeah, that's typically how the conversation goes. And I'm just so fucking sick of it. Plus, I'm just sick of not seeing aesthetically pleasing individuals. Get rid of the pedophile glasses. Come on, George Harvey, let's not do that. And the fucking shaved sides with your fucking weird, I can't do it. Stephen Pearson, I just want to pull it out of your face. I don't know. Call me hateful. I am. I hate every single white savior liberal. I fucking hate you guys. Call me a racist against white liberals because I am. Am I racist against any other race? No. White liberals, I hate you all. I never knew how racist I was until I came to Colorado because
That's just, it's such an interesting take. It's about time I heard, it's a very interesting take. I'm glad I took this one in. Yeah, for years, decades. You know, it's that specter of being called a name. Well, you don't want to be racist. It's like, well, what if the race you hate the most is your own race? The ones that think they're better than you and push these wacky left-wing ideologies that we don't want. We've rejected. We've fired these people. We don't want that representing us. That is such a game changer. If someone calls you racist, you go, explain how I could be racist when the race that I hate the most is the white savior liberals. Like the number one group that I can't stand, the most destructive to this country, are the white savior liberals. So if I hate them the most, I couldn't possibly hate anything more than that. So your accusation is incorrect. I hate people that look like me the most because they're the most destructive. Malcolm X said the white liberal is the most dangerous group in America. I think he knew what he was talking about on that particular point. Am I following this person? Okay, I think I did just click follow. I forget to follow new accounts.
I'm sure
All right, the Warwick report. What's her name? Jade Warwick.
we've all seen this horrific video by now.
Oh, yeah. Makes an illegal move and wipes out a family.
That driver is illegal immigrant Harjinder Singh.
Yep. April 12 of this year, Indian national, entered the U.S. illegally in 18.
He made an illegal U-turn, his tractor-trailer blocked all lanes, and the minivan crashed, killing 3. After this deadly crash, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration tested Singh's English and road sign knowledge. On his English proficiency test, he only scored 2 out of 12, and could only identify 1 out of 4 highway traffic signs. Both the
Can you believe that? If that information's true, and it does match what I've been hearing. I think a politician from Illinois had to face charges, and I believe was convicted after giving out commercial driver's licenses to people who were unqualified. Couldn't the same happen to Gavin Newsom then, since this was California?
California and Washington state DMVs had given him commercial driver's licenses, and these are both sanctuary states. Harjinder has been in the USA illegally since 2018, and Biden kept him in. Here's a groundbreaking idea. Don't give commercial driver's licenses, or any sort of driver's license, to anyone who can't read road signs. It's not logical to allow a person who can't read English to operate a large vehicle on a public road. In case you need to be reminded, 3 innocent lives lost.
The driver, a passenger, and a passenger. 30, 37, and 54. We didn't get their names.
Because Biden didn't deport this man. And whoever it was in the Washington and California DMV who gave this man a license,
yeah, where's the accountability?
Need to be held accountable too. This is totally unacceptable and could have easily been avoided. Send him back to India and never allow him to step foot on American soil again. Call me racist all you want.
Yeah, we're like... Those slurs don't work anymore. We don't hear them. We don't hear the slurs, the slanders, the insults. We don't hear it. Not hearing that. You can either pass the proficiency, understand English, understand the road signs, understand what you're reading, or you don't get to do that thing. By the way, you weren't even in the country legally to begin with, which is why you vet the people coming in and you keep track of what they're up to. You don't let them take positions where they could put other people's lives in danger. That guy wiped out 3 people that day. All could have been avoided if he never snuck in here.
The facts are he killed 3 innocent people, all because he's too lazy, incompetent, or perhaps arrogant to learn the language of the country he's illegally living in. Singh faces vehicular homicide charges and deportation. Good. Okay, thanks, bye. I'm sure...
Yeah, it's, the people who issued these reckless CDL, put an extra E in reckless, issued these reckless CDLs should be charged as accomplices at the very least. Need to stop this from ever happening again. If he had gone to school for this type of thing, if he knew better than crossing, it was like a no U-turn area for trucks, and he made a U-turn and just blasted. Look at that. You can't do that for this very reason. A full speed vehicle just hit the side of you. I had to bury one of my best friends because he hit the side of a truck and got run over. Different story, but God, it's traumatic. Anyway, Scott Jennings on CNN is bringing us some highlights / lowlights of what their program is up to.
Let's do the news. Last night on CNN, I watched 2 Democrats say things that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Let me start with the state rep from Texas. Her name is Yolanda Jones, and she's also running for the U.S. Congress. Listen to this.
No, it absolutely doesn't work. I'm from the hood, okay? So when a bully comes, like, if there are no rules, you literally have to figure it out. So Donald Trump has changed things, and people trying to do what's always been done is not going to work. And I think that's why Democrats are losing black people. That's why they're losing poor people, because poor people, all they want is for us to fight. So if you hit me in my face, I'm not going to punch you back in your face. I'm going to go across your neck, because we can go back and forth fighting in each other's faces. You've got to hit hard enough where they won't come back.
A Democrat went on CNN last night and said she wants to cut the throats of Republicans. She actually made the neck slashing gesture on the air. On the air. Brings a whole new meaning to cutthroat politics, I guess. And then at 10 o'clock, I see Democratic Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs from California. She's asked about this guy in Maine, Graham Plattner, the Democrat running for the U.S. Senate there, who has literal Nazi tattoos on his chest. Is this disqualifying? Should he drop out? Listen to Democrat Sarah Jacobs.
But you think he should leave the race?
Look, I don't know. The honest answer is I'm not in Maine.
I don't know. I'm not in Maine. Are only people from Maine able to discern whether it's disqualifying to have Nazi tattoos?
I was listening to Adam Carolla yesterday, day before. And he was going on a rant about, like, you know, how a lot of conversations like, well, as a woman of color, well, as this, well, as a Asian, this and that, or, you know, as a member of the LGBT community, he's like, no. They'll say things like, well, you're not even a member of that group. How can you can't have an opinion on it? He's like, I have an opinion on everything. He's like, I'm not an astronaut, but I have an opinion on NASA. I'm not a, I forget what examples he said. He gave some pretty good examples, but he's like, no, screw you. I'm not limiting. I have thoughts. I have opinions on everything. I've observed a million things that I'm going to have a million opinions on. That's what I do, is I have opinions, and you're not going to try to stop me from having an opinion. No, thanks. I'm not signing up for that.
And run for the U.S. Senate. Here's more of Sarah Jacobs.
Now, I also believe that people can grow and believe in second chances, and I look forward to hearing what he has to say to really atone and amend for this.
Well, the Nazis can grow, says Sarah Jacobs. They could grow. They could grow in their Nazi hood, I guess. I don't know. Look at the polling in Maine. This is a Democratic primary for U.S. Senate. University of New Hampshire releases a poll here showing Plattner, the Nazi tattoo guy, ahead of the governor, Mills, by 34 points, 58-24. Democrats are embracing a man with Nazi tattoos on his chest who's previously declared himself an Antifa super soldier on social media and who has apparently, according to some evidence, provided weapons training to a left-wing paramilitary group. And he's running 30 points ahead of the sitting governor. And on CNN last night, we've got the Texas neck slasher on one show and the Nazi coddler, Sarah Jacobs, on the other. The left has gone crazy. They have gone plumb crazy.
Yeah, that party needs an enema. Nick Sorter here takes advantage.
Cool. So we're actually allowed to use the sidewalk for once time. Look at this.
Sidewalk was removed, and now sidewalk's full of supplies. Leftist militants distracted by yelling at each other. So they walked through their newly rebuilt camp outside of ICE Portland. Thousands of dollars of supplies, food, and equipment, including gas masks, nicely organized in bins. The city pretended to make them leave, but allowed them to put all their stuff in a storage unit directly behind the sidewalk so they could rebuild 1 hour later. It's an absolute joke, way past time that we find out who's paying for all this.
Look at this. Wait, you hungry? Just looking, I mean, there's a lot of it. It's awfully organized. It's pretty nice, pretty well done. It's community.
I know, but don't get your grubby, ungloved hands on it.
Your grubby, ungloved hands. Anyway, people in the comments are wondering how much the city of Portland is actually involved in this.
I don't know.
I found this interesting. I saw this. What's this? Is this the actress's name? What is her name? Jamil.
I don't know if you're aware of this.
Romesh Ranganathan was interviewing her. She was on The Good Place or The Good Place. She's describing how things are changing. You used to hear how the newspapers were being written at a 5th grade level. This is kind of interesting here with how television content's being made now.
But there's something called second screen viewing, right? So it's a directive that's being handed out by big studios to filmmakers.
Please, this sounds like what I'm really hoping it isn't.
It is exactly what you probably think it is.
This is something that stands up to...
Which means that you have to acknowledge that people are on their phones the whole time they're watching telly. So you have to simplify the plot so that they'll be able to follow along while they're browsing on their phone. So that's why you'll notice now in random, like in TV shows, even with good actors, they're saying really obvious things about what's happening. They're laying out the entire plot line, and all of their emotions and motivations. Like the language has become really bait and on the nose. And that's because they're being told, the writers, that they have to write in a way that someone can carry on with doom scrolling or shopping online while following it in the background. So nothing can be too complex, nothing can be too high end. It has to be like we are purposefully dumbing down content, and that is leading to a less nuanced, less interesting, less thoughtful society. I don't know if you're...
I found that interesting, and I think we should be aware of that. Have you noticed what she's talking about? Have you felt like you've been watching content that feels pretty dumbed down, like it was built for secondary viewing, second screen viewing? ICE put this out, Department of Homeland Security. Defend the homeland. Join ICE now. Here's a picture of George Washington on his horse. Pretty solid. Good visuals. Here's a commercial. I don't know if I can play this because it's music.
We are now in the process of defeating the radical left.
We're now in the process of defeating the radical left. They have been declaring war on America for decades. Okay, there's too much music. I can't play. Do the Defend America button. But I do want to watch this. Some of these commercials go pretty hard in the paint. I don't know what the music is. But the music is what's going to keep me from playing it, so I got to move on. I've been seeing some stuff from DMX lately, and I just feel like sharing it. Some of his energy is maybe needed now.
We make the moves that break the rules. A fool and his money is soon parted, so we take from fools. If and when you ever fall down, get back up. Drop some, stop fronting, pick that shit back up. Stand for something or fall for everything. Wait for the right pitch or miss with every swing. In the absence of the truth, bullshit prevails. So what they did, fucked around and threw truth in jail. The objective is to keep you blind. So along with the handcuffs on your arms, they got shackles on your mind. Seek and you shall find, accepting failure is the only crime. Fall down 8 times, get up 9, nigga. The dog! We make...
I could do it without the casual dropping of a completely unnecessary, antiquated, allegedly worst word in the world at the end of that, but I do like that. Here I am discussing satellites, Bill Gates, and really the prison planet that's being created back before my voice was really causing as many problems as it is today. I'm just warning humanity in this clip here.
They are putting in place all of these.
Oh, there's more music in it. Sorry, I got to move on. He says they're putting in 5G to harvest our data and control our behavior. Digital currency that will allow them to punish us from a distance and cut off our food supply. It will make you a slave. Bill Gates and his satellites, they'll be able to look at every square inch of the planet 24 hours a day. This isn't innovation. It's enslavement. This is going to make you a slave. Anyway, tried to play it, but there's music. What do the Hodge twins have here? What was this?
This is about the Bible here. If you
Oh, okay, so he's a street preacher, and he's preaching the Bible.
don't have any questions regarding the Bible, get down the street.
What the Bible, man? I'm from the Turtle
This is
Clan.
Job 9:24.
There's music.
Job.
And he pulls out a gun on this guy.
Okay, this is a street.
There's music.
You're talking to. That's my Turtle Clan. Okay?
It's too much music. I gotta bounce. I can't.
This is about the Bible
either. I want to forward through and see where this goes, but I can't play it because of the music. I'm sorry, guys. This is stupid that YouTube makes me do it this way. All right, Tulsi Gabbard, another one of the best things that's happened to the Trump administration. She's providing an update on some of the most demonic things that you'll ever hear of. Take a listen. Tulsi Gabbard here.
Terrorism Center supported through actionable intelligence to both U.S. law enforcement as well as Mexican law enforcement the arrest of a...
There's more music. God, I hate that Google is making me not play music because they'll slap a copyright on it and cause problems. This is how content is shared. Just put an advertisement to whatever. They're plinking 4 piano notes in 60 seconds and they're calling it a song. Let me pull it up on X. Get off of YouTube. Or Instagram, rather. All right, let's take a listen here. Because this is a big story.
Mr. President, under your leadership, for the first time, there is a newly created National Intelligence Fusion Cell at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, National Counterterrorism, that has a very simple purpose: to make sure that we have two-way intelligence sharing of actionable information between the intelligence community and law enforcement. And I'll say the last example I'll share is probably the most insidious, was providing intelligence to the Mexican law enforcement that led to the arrest of a CJNG cartel-affiliated baby trafficker called La Diabla.
The devil.
Her whole money-making operation was centered around luring pregnant women, performing illegal C-sections, harvesting organs, and selling newborn babies. Mr. President, it's your leadership that has made all of this possible.
I hope you caught that. If there's, can I find the other clip? Maybe it's this one.
Supported through actionable intelligence to both U.S. law enforcement as well as Mexican law enforcement, the arrest of a Sinaloa cartel boss, El Plato, in Juarez, Mexico, as well as his top 3 money launderers. In a separate and recent successful interagency operation, NCTC worked closely with the U.S. Marshal Service that led to the arrest of another dangerous Sinaloa cartel member responsible for tracking a huge amounts of cocaine and hundreds of thousands of dollars in this single incident with drug proceeds through his network. And I'll say the last example I'll share is probably the most insidious.
Oh, I guess.
Was providing intelligence to the Mexican law
Sorry,
enforcement.
All right, that's the same quote there. Anyway, thank you, Tulsi. I know we get frustrated, things aren't happening fast enough, but I'm glad. So yeah, while the left is focusing on the ballroom, you know, I'm glad we're focusing on this. Oh yeah, Planned Parenthood isn't selling parts as much as these days, but the black market still is. Oh, they certainly are. Was this? They shut down the baby making facilities in Ukraine. That's what Russia did, so that they're here. They have to start in the USA. Terrifying. I've heard so many stories about Ukraine. Adrenochrome, yes. Just when you thought the world couldn't get sicker. All right, I'm going to move off that story. I hope you're all right with that. Goodness. That's why you don't support human trafficking, by the way. Christopher Hitchens warned in 2009 what he's about to say here.
This is very urgent business, ladies and gentlemen. I beseech you. Resist it while you still can, and before the right to complain is taken away from you, which will be the next thing.
And that's happening all across Europe.
You will be told you can't complain because you're Islamophobic.
Mm-hmm.
The term is already being introduced into the culture as if it was an accusation of race hatred, for example, or bigotry, whereas it's only the objection to the preachings of a very extreme and absolutist religion. Watch out for these symptoms. They are not just symptoms of surrender, very often ecumenically offered to you by men of God in other robes, Christian and Jewish and smarmy ecumenical. These are the ones who will hold open the gates for the barbarians. The barbarians never take a city till someone holds the gates open for them. And it's your own preachers who will do it for you, and your own multicultural authorities who will do it for you. Resist it while you can. And if you wonder what will happen if you don't, look and see how a cricket team in Middlesex in England had to change its name by force last week, because it was called, and had been for years, the Middlesex Crusaders. Look and see.
The Crusaders. The Crusaders pushed back the last Islamic global caliphate. You were probably taught that Crusaders were bad because Christians are bad and white people are bad and Europe was bad. Wasn't that the gist of what your teachers told you? That's what they were pushing on me. The Crusades were pushing back against the Islamic invasion that was trying to take over the entire globe. They resisted. They defended their nations and their people. And unfortunately, in a lot of ways, figuratively and literally, we're back to that again.
See,
Europe is back to that. The whole globe is back to this again.
our stories about little pigs can't be taught to children in English schools anymore, lest offense be taken by the religion of peace.
Oh, yeah, that's a phrase you never need to use. The religion created by a warlord claims the phrase religion of peace. Patriot Act is very patriotic, isn't it? Aren't you a patriot? Don't you want to be spied upon? It's opposite day, right? It's opposite day.
Resist it while you can.
Christopher Hitchens, everybody. Do you agree or disagree with Christopher Hitchens? Here's a good question. Do you agree or disagree with Christopher Hitchens? This is the clip I had earlier. This is Tyler Oliver official, not following. I'll follow him, sure. He says he exposed the most corrupt cop in Detroit, impeding sidewalk traffic. It's public property. You can stand here as long as you'd like. Most of these homeless drug addicts impede those sidewalks, sleeping on them. Crap officers destroy the profession.
Smoking crack against the law here? Yeah. It is.
Do you have your ID on you? Are you under investigation?
I'm under investigation? Yeah. Not the crackheads?
That's me under investigation by the Detroit PD for
You got a lot of music again.
interviewing drug addicts out.
Drug addicts outside of a gas station getting interviewed. Smoking crack and heroin in broad daylight.
Drug use, we got prostitution, we got murder. But me and my cameras were the problem.
Is there any enforcement out here?
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
I'd rather not arrest them.
There you go. This is what I was telling you earlier. I'd rather not arrest the people smoking crack.
I'd rather try to get him the help he needs.
Yeah, I'd rather try to get him the help he needs. You forcibly arrest them and take them to a help facility. That's how you do that. You're not helping.
He's obviously suffering from.
No. He's obviously suffering because nobody wants to be the adult and actually step in to help. Be the adult. Take him to a facility. This is not rocket science.
Substance abuse.
Get the police. Look.
Oh, we got the cops now. All right, let's just. How you doing, officers? Is smoking crack against the law here?
Yeah. Anyway, there's too much music. Benny Johnson reports that President Trump just announced all trade negotiations with Canada have been terminated. David, what are they saying about this up there in Canada? President Trump says the Ronald Reagan Foundation has just announced that Canada has fraudulently used an advertisement, which is fake, featuring Ronald Reagan speaking negatively about tariffs. The ad was $75 million. They only did this to interfere with the decision of the U.S. Supreme Court and other courts. Tariffs are very important to the national security and economy of the USA. Based on their egregious behavior, all trade negotiations with Canada are hereby terminated. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute learned that the government of Ontario, Canada, created an ad campaign using selective audio and video of President Ronald Reagan delivering his radio address to the nation on free and fair trade dated April 25, 1987. The ad misrepresents the presidential radio address, and the government of Ontario did not seek nor receive permission to use and edit the remarks. The Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute is reviewing its legal options in this matter. We encourage you to watch President Reagan's unedited video on our YouTube channel. Find out, Canada. Find out. Zach talking about Trump derangement syndrome. Do you have people in your life like this?
Trump derangement syndrome truly needs to be studied by a psychologist, because how can a person...
I keep saying Bobby Kennedy needs to be involved in seriously helping people break free from TDS.
Who's highly educated with all these college degrees, whatever it is, love you every day, love being around you, couldn't live without you, but the second they find out that you might agree with Trump with something or that you voted for him, the immediate 180 turn to absolutely just disavow you, just ban you from ever talking to you again is truly bizarre, considering that they won't even ask you questions or have some kind of understanding as to why you think the way you think. It's ironic because that Trump voter knows that their friend didn't have the same views as they do, but yet they maintain their friendship knowing that. But for some reason, it's different for the other person.
That's a good point. What happens when the psychologist also has TDS? Educated does not mean intelligent. It means indoctrinated. There you go. Yeah, they don't ever want to hear your explanation. I said RFK Jr. absolutely must work to break people free from this mind abuse from the left who suffer from TDS. It is insane.
People really just don't communicate to each other anymore. It's very hard to maintain friendships or relationships when the other party just will not talk to you and then gaslight you and blame you like you're the aggressor when really you're trying.
Yeah, I got yelled at after Charlie Kirk died because I pointed out how many air quote educators are poisoning the minds of our American citizens. I got yelled at. It's like, dude, it was your side that just exploded Charlie Kirk. Save your bullshit for someone else. I'm calling out what the teachers are doing, what the media is doing, what the Democrat Party is doing. Face it. You're going to have to face it. Well, you're saying all sorts of stuff, and that could get someone I care for injured. They could get hurt in a school shooting. Huh? It's usually trans leftists who are doing the shootings in schools. What are the percentages? Pull up a stat. Maybe that's not fair to say. There's a heck of a lot of them, though. Definitely the Nashville shooter. A lot of leftists shooting up schools. See, people on the right are NRA members. They respect firearms. They respect life. And if they deviate from that, then they're not on the right. So almost anytime you see stuff that you can pin on the right, they left the right. They went into crazy. Crazy's not right. Crazy's something different. The right is just normal Americans. I've been saying that for years. Stop saying right, far right, MAGA, Trump right, Republican. It's just normal American. Just normal Americans. Normal Americans have fled the Democrat Party. And if you go violent, rogue, and stupid, you've left the normal American Party. You're no longer out. You don't represent the right. But when the left has their militants go commit acts in the name of checks note cards, what am I angry about this week? And what's the cause I'm fighting for this week? They're actually applauding it and laughing about it and having a grand old time, cheering it and celebrating it on TMZ. The right doesn't do that.
Trying to have a conversation and they don't want to hear it. It's sort of like a domestic violence situation, like you're the one getting beat down, but yet the aggressor is gaslighting you and claiming that they're the victim and you're the problem when really you're just trying to talk. Trump derangement syndrome.
Yep. Raise your hand in the comments section if you can think of people that decided they don't want to be in your life because of, because of Trump. It's so weird. Like, yeah, I'm for a lot of common sense stuff. Are you not? Oh, you're not. Weird. What a weird thing to admit. All right, so what is this? There was shots fired at a U-Haul van outside of U.S. Coast Guard Base Alameda. Take a look at this. U-Haul on the left starts backing up to where these police are, and you'll see what happens. They lit that vehicle up. But then it's just sitting there.
And our chief photographer who captured that footage that you just saw, Rick Villaroma, thanks for joining us in this. So tell me, start from the beginning. How did this all happen?
Well, I was sitting in my news vehicle monitoring the crowd here, and this U-Haul that had been here all day just kind of backed in. Seemed like he was just getting a little more courageous, and bystanders were saying, don't do it, it's not worth it. And then he the Coast Guard, and then he just went for it, and just chaos after that. So
he kind of started pulling back, and that's when the gunshots happened.
They're saying, for reference here, according to Grok, the driver was injured. Well, what kind of injured? Detained at the scene, currently being held. No formal charges announced, pending the ongoing investigation. There were 300 demonstrators, rioters, California Highway Patrol officers in riot gear arrested at least one protester after clashes, including the use of pepper spray on demonstrators blocking the bridge entrance. The person was tackled and taken into custody for obstructing access. Crackdown in the Bay Area. Coast Guard base is a staging area. Tensions escalated when agents pushed through protesters using vehicles earlier in the day. President Trump reportedly suspended the planned raids in San Francisco following a conversation with Mayor Daniel Lurie, but operations appeared to proceed in other areas fueling the demonstrations. Vehicle ramming attempt. Okay.
no, he pulled this way, away from the guard for a brief moment. Then he just hit the gas and sped towards them. And that's when they opened fire, about 20, 30 rounds.
Where were you in?
I was right where this squad car is here, in the intersection behind this garbage can.
So close, very close.
Very close, very close. My understanding is, and it's not been confirmed, is that a bystander was hit, and there were just screeching cars. The crowd dispersed quickly. Then the driver of the U-Haul came back, parked it down this street here, and walked out and left.
We are hoping to get an update from the Oakland Police Department shortly. So a lot of this has not been confirmed. We want to let our viewers know that. But this person apparently was out here all day and has caused trouble. Do you have any idea maybe the condition of this person?
No. He sat in his vehicle here for maybe 5 or 10 seconds before he sped off. I could see from the cab of the truck that the bullet holes had come through in between the seats. I didn't see any blood, so I don't know if he was struck or not.
Will be a second person.
Yes, I do. I mean, he claimed he was an EMT. He treated someone, they put him in a vehicle, and they sped off.
Had a lot of peaceful protests today regarding the Mr. Trump's deployment of federal resources.
It's President Trump.
And this was mostly the most active scene we've had all day. San Francisco was very, very peaceful. But as you...
Who is this lady? Here's this, I call them wimpy whites. What was the one? The white liberal savior. She's not calling him President Trump. And what was the thing she just said there? Oh, yeah, it's peaceful. It's peaceful protest. Dude, you just had 50 rounds shot into this as he was making a beeline with his vehicle to do God knows what to these agents. It's not peaceful. Why are you lying to us? We're literally watching the video. That's not peaceful. And she's trying to convince us, hey, we're not peeing on your leg. It must be raining.
You just heard Rick Villaroman explain this is what has happened here. Oakland Police Department,
hence not peaceful,
is set to give an update to the media in just a few minutes.
So that's happening. Okay, you got a report. They showed up to the hospital later. I'm asking Grok, and Grok is saying Coast Guard and law enforcement personnel secured the driver at the entrance to the Coast Guard Island following the incident. He was injured by the gunfire, medical attention, and remains in custody. Shot in the upper body, torso, chest. It sustained at least one gunshot wound to the upper torso. Conscious, able to speak with officers after being removed from the truck, treated on scene by medics and then transported to a local trauma center, likely Highland Hospital in Oakland. Serious but stable, expected to survive. Oh, there was a second occupant, a passenger, who was also injured. But details on their wound location have not been released. Both detained? Question mark? Yes, they were both detained on scene. Remains in FBI custody. Active investigation, no names or charges. All right, so that's the latest there. The left is ramping up their violence. Meanwhile, let's complain about the White House renovation.
Look, you liberals, you're really upset about this, right? Good, because that's the renovations to the California state capitol, which has been going on for 7 years now and has doubled in cost to what they originally projected. Yeah, people of California, you are paying for this, unlike the project done at the White House. Yeah, we are not paying for that. But you're paying for this. Oh, and in addition to the project, which was supposed to be $500 million, now costing more than $1.3 billion and counting, they also repealed environmental acts so that they didn't have to answer any questions about the renovations they're doing. Yeah, so if you're from California, yeah, you can shut the fuck up about the renovations to the East Wing. Because one, you're not paying for it. None of us are paying for it, unless you're one of the 7 billionaires who are putting money into it, or the president of the United States paying out of his personal money, because this is what's happening at your state capitol and has been happening for 7 years, and they're not even close to done, and you're footing a $1.3 billion bill for.
It's theft. By the way, check on the light rail line to nowhere. Check on the bullet train to nowhere.
Currently, it's going to be more. Look,
it's called perspective, and the left doesn't seem to have any. It's sad. Stop dividing us. I think this was the video I was looking for of Tulsi Gabbard.
A CJNG cartel affiliated.
Too much music. Oh, man. Lured pregnant women to remote locations, performed illegal cesarean procedures, harvested organs from the mothers, and sold the newborns to couples in the U.S. for up to 250,000 pesos. And how would anyone ever know? Oh, my God. What is this? Dear Lord, destroy the demons from this earth. Amen. Okay, so that's a really bad story. We need to check in on California and Gavin Newsom with these commercial driver's license and the problems that are happening because of it. Someone needs to be held accountable.
Audit found California had issued 62,000 CDLs, drivers who entered illegally, John, or do not have.
They're not legally in the country, and these are 62,000 American jobs that have been stolen from us. Screw these Democrats doing this.
A permanent legal status as required by the feds. California sanctuary laws prohibit asking applicants their immigration status. Governor Newsom said there's not a problem. Back to you.
Did I hear you right? Did you say 62,000?
That's correct.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a federal audit.
William Legionnaires for us. William, thank you so much. Let's bring in the.
A federal audit found California had issued 62,000 CDLs, drivers who entered illegally, John, or do not have a permanent legal status as required by the feds. California sanctuary laws prohibit. I
thought that was a longer segment. Oh, I read it as 2 minutes. That was 25 seconds. Sorry. All right, what is this here? This is an account. Black card declined. Brianna Riddick, not following her. All right, I shared something. Let's take a listen. The left and the right, and Charlie Kirk.
Hypocrisy
I want you to stay angry.
is the act.
Maybe Donald Trump will go away. Maybe he'll go to jail. Maybe he will die.
Of mirroring
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
the very thing
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
that you claim.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
To condemn.
I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
I will go and take Trump out.
He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
Although I will say this, the last few days you woke up thinking there might be news. Just saying.
Violence doesn't come from Democrats, just to be clear. It is MAGA. It's specifically MAGA faction. Like,
biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized up to the right.
Hypocrisy
I want you to stay angry.
is the act.
Maybe Donald Trump will go away. Maybe he'll go to jail. Maybe.
So tired of the divisive left. And it's painfully obvious when you watch these side by sides. You see the compilation videos. It's got to stop. We need to save our elderly. We need to save the dopey kids that have been fooled by the slick communist promises, the sweet nothings whispered into their ears. Here's a graph showing in the red here, the chances I'll get my child a flu shot. The red is signifying none, no chance that you get your child a flu shot. And then the blue, this little pie segment here, is also none, but in blue. So there's that. There's a lot of people that feel that way. Do you feel that way? That's a good question of the day. Do you agree or disagree with the caption? By the way, here, let me put it at the bottom of the screen. For countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control, because they probably want to sell you their product. Do you agree or disagree with this chart? What do you say? Yeah, all right. Hey, here's some good news in Hawaii from Toria Brook.
State's multi-agency child recovery operation called Shine the Light. 10 children between the ages of 13 and 18 were found, and authorities also made several arrests of adults. The operation was conducted over the weekend with the help of HPD, the FBI, U.S. Marshals, Secret Service, the military, and others. It's aimed at finding missing children listed as runaways across Oahu and providing them with essential services and care.
We do proactively run these operations to protect our children, whether it's the runaways or whether it's the enticement, the online, the internet crimes.
Of the state's multi-agency child recovery operation called Shine the Light, 10 children between the ages of 13 and 18.
Good. Get them back. Keep them coming. Keep arresting the bad guys. Guys and girls.
Our message to these foreign terrorist
Good. Here's the video without the dopey music behind it.
Organizations is we will treat you like we have treated Al-Qaeda. We will find you, we will map your networks, we will hunt you down, and we will kill you. And you've seen that evidence in the maritime domain, whether it's in the Caribbean or in the Pacific with the last 2 strikes. We know exactly who these people are. We know what networks they work with, what foreign terrorist organizations they're a part of. We know where they're going, where they originated from, what they're carrying. And our message to these foreign
and briefed them.
President Trump being asked about the declaration of war. It's an important question.
On the operation.
No, we will go. I said.
You will go, and
we
it would
will
be
go.
difficult for them to object.
I don't see any loss in going. No reason not to. You know, they'll always complain. Oh, we should have gone. So we're going to definitely. I'd like to just tell you, let's go. We'll go. We're going to tell them what we're going to do, and I think they're going to probably like it, except for the radical left lunatics.
And Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels, and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead. Okay?
and briefed them on the operation.
Anna Paulina Luna says, here's a friendly reminder that the No Kings protests were funded. They're not organic, and here are the receipts. The funders. Lots of receipts. Arabella Buffett. What's Buffett? Jimmy Buffett? That's Warren Buffett? It's not really Warren Buffett, is it? Ford, Rockefeller, Soros, and Tides? Jeez. Riot Incorporated. Toria saying President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping will meet on October 30th in South Korea. So keep your eyes peeled on that. President Trump acknowledged Down Syndrome Awareness Month. Okay. Working to try to help stop kids from being afflicted with this. To all the wonderful Down syndrome children in our country and their parents who love them so much, you are amazing. May God bless you. Well, that's pretty nice, isn't it? All right. Well, that's good. That is nice. There he is, smiling. New veterans of American intelligence agencies are sounding the alarm that government officials should not be wearing Apple or smart watches. Have you heard this? Well, if they're saying that, maybe we should be concerned. Perhaps. I feel like my battery's draining quicker these days. That's super. These watches constantly transmit data, GPS, audio, pulse, location, and movements, all potential entry points for foreign intelligence services. Any connected device can also be hacked. Jeez. The CIA and NSA warn against wearing connected devices during confidential discussions. Smartwatches are not just gadgets, they are sensor platforms installed on the body. The solution, switch to analog. Get mechanical watches that do not upload heartbeat data to the cloud or transmit location to attackers. Also, Syrian authorities on Thursday negotiated a ceasefire with a group of foreign jihadists led by Frenchman Omar Diaby in northwestern Syria. Okay. The agreement came after Syrian government forces surrounded the camp of Firqatul Gaharuba, the Foreigners Brigade, on Wednesday, leading to the first clashes with jihadists under Syria's new leadership since the ousting in December of longtime ruler Bashar al-Assad. An agreement was reached providing for a ceasefire, the withdrawal of heavy weapons by the army, and allowing the Syrian government to enter the camp. As nationalism spreads worldwide, below are the most nationalistic countries in Europe, according to Euro-focused Telegram accounts. The metrics gauged pride, identity, and strength of belonging. In order, the most nationalist countries: Iceland, Poland, Hungary, Greece, Serbia, France, Italy, Slovenia, Portugal. The rest are probably maybe not doing so well. On Thursday, the U.S. sent 2 U.S. Air Force B-1B Lancer bombers in a demonstration exercise approximately 50 miles off the coast of Venezuela. Yeah, it's on in Venezuela. Like, it's obvious that that's happening. Why not just get a declaration of war? I would be in favor of that if you're planning on exercises. We're supposed to get congressional approval. I agree with that. You want to do it? Do it. What is this? The pair of bones came within... What does pair of bones mean? That's what they're calling the bombers, or bones? The pair of bombers came within 6 miles of Los Testigos, testicles? A Venezuelan island group with a Coast Guard station. That's how close we're talking. I mean, they're right there. Trinidad, Tobago, Venezuela, Puerto Rico, all of it. All right. That's the stuff from Toria Brook. Well, it's in the post again. It's interesting. I'm going to play just. There you go. That's a find out moment, wasn't it? So this is interesting. I wonder what context this is about with Steve Bannon.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28. And people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. But there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. And the way we finish it through Trump. Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will. And you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm trying to understand the coherence of the things you've just told me in the last few minutes. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have another term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's on his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through, Zanny, and define all those terms.
But even if you find a way to undermine you will be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it. And to those
Can the American people, if the American people, with the mechanisms we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up?
Well,
would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution, ma'am?
I think yes, actually, because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all.
That's what it sounds like.
It's not. Trump is a dictatorship. Did you just see the compromises he had to make on the big, beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump. President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing rolling forward, where he's having trade-offs all the time.
Steve, you've just spent the last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side. There's no room for debate. There's no room for compromise. We must smash them. And now you're telling me this is a negotiation. I mean, that's
no.
I think that's why it seems to me some kind of tension
First off, the only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people. Okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. And so I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started. And President Trump is the instrument, a providential instrument to finish this job.
Yeah, so I don't quite follow what's going on, though. Oh, okay. They're saying it would only be his second term as the president of the restored republic. Okay. What does that mean? Or maybe in this term, you take out all the traitors, and then it would be the first term of the restored republic. Okay, I'm going to need some more clarification on that one. Do you understand what Bannon's saying here? Because he's not really like getting into the specifics. I'd like to hear some more specifics. Anyway, here is documents showing top Biden administration officials approved Arctic frost probe. Yeah, this is the grand conspiracy of treason.
Got some big news to kick off the show. It's an accountability news, and it answers a question we've been asking on this show. How high up did the approvals go for Arctic Frost, that investigation that looked at 92 conservative groups, got the phone records of 8 senators and 1 House member, took the phones of Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence, and worked with Congress, at least discussed with Congress, the notion of looking at 30 million lines of Americans' phone data. People who had just called the White House when Donald Trump was president. Well, Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley, just a little while ago, you saw this on Just the News, it was a breaking news alert, released a document showing the handwritten signatures approving this investigation by former Attorney General Merrick Garland. That was Joe Biden's top lawman, Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco. You hear a lot of people on this show raising concerns about her, and former FBI Director Christopher Wray. All three approved the opening of that investigation. Now, when you take a look at everything that happened there, a lot of people who look at this say, this doesn't look like a criminal investigation. It looks like an enemies list masquerading as a criminal investigation. A lot of people have been concerned about. And last night, as you remember, Senator Marsha Blackburn was on this show. She was one of those 8 senators whose phone privacy was pierced by this investigation. And she said she was deeply concerned about Arctic Frost and planning to sue the Justice Department over this, including Jack Smith, the prosecutor who presided over it. This is a big story. We now know that the approval of this investigation wasn't at the low levels of the FBI. It went to the very top of the Biden administration. We've got some big news.
Top of the administration. And by the way, here's Sean King out of nowhere making sense. Who told him he's allowed to make sense? That dude's not normally allowed to make sense. He says, I actually think it's a great idea to build a big ballroom on the White House grounds. It's virtually impossible to hold events of any size there. And they are always wasting millions of dollars on tents and heaters and chairs and lights and everything else. Stop acting like you have some emotional attachment to the East Wing. You don't. Thank you, Sean. This is common sense, practical, and honest opinion. This is a common sense. There we go. So good. I'm glad that they're doing it. All right. That's the show that I wanted to discuss with you today. It's Friday. Not entirely certain if I'm doing a show tomorrow. If I do, it might be 10, 11, or 12. Am I doing a show tomorrow? I'm not certain yet. Stay tuned. If I decide that I will, I'll probably put a post out on YouTube letting people know. Tomorrow's a maybe. The weekends have been busy, and that's fine. We have lives. We have things we have to do and want to do. So maybe a show. We're definitely going to do a show on Sunday, streaming the Browns game. We're going to do a Browns watch party show. And then Monday at noon, yes. Maybe tomorrow, not entirely certain. But it is Friday. Great week, great times. Just trying to see what people are talking about. I guess, though, I'm getting so many of these fake messages in X now. Trying to see if anything's trending. Maybe I should just buzz through a little bit. Let me buzz through a couple of stories in X. I'll go fast. I'll do a lightning round. Quick reminder, we do have Rumble Rants, Rumble subscriptions. We have PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App donations, tip jars. We have YouTube memberships and YouTube super chats available. Tip jars are out. Yeah, I feel like I left a couple of stories that I wanted to show you. I'm going to move fast, but let me pull it up on X because I know there's something else I wanted to get to. Once again, this is our Patreon link pinned at the top of our X feed. Please follow it. What is this? Portland police reluctantly take an insurgent into custody at the ICE facility. One of the officers hoisted his F Trump flag over his head, waving it. What was that? The cop is raising the F Trump flag? You gotta be kidding me. That seems pretty obvious what they're doing there. That's insane. You got to fire these people on the departments. Oh, boy. Yep, the Dems were allowing this with their open borders, baby trafficking operations. Governor J.B. Pritzker complaining about masked agents, saying you can't investigate or be accountable. All right, executive order, Illinois accountability, create a public record and capture the impact on our communities. Okay. Stephen Miller asks, what's the correct term to describe a governor conspiring to oppose, impede, and obstruct federal law enforcement in order to aid foreign criminal invaders and transnational cartels? Oh, yeah. Pritzker's entered treason territory. Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs asked, instead of spending $77 billion over the next 4 years on immigration enforcement, we could pay for universal child care that's free for all families. Which would you pick? We said easy. We escort the invaders back to where they came from, and we prioritize helping Americans. Maybe that would be a third choice then. Check out yesterday's show where we discuss the Trailblazers scandal, the gambling RICO investigation. I suspect this is going to lead everywhere, people. This is going to be so much to report on. All right, so here's some more food stamp freakouts. Take a listen to this lady. This is going everywhere. People are saying so much of this right now.
Did you hear what's going on with Trump and them? Apparently, they shut down November and December food stamp. I just got a note from them saying they gonna shut my food stamps. Ohio, you bet not. You bet not feed in.
You bet not.
Bet not. You bet not feed in an allegation. You better pay me my food stamps.
How much are those eyelashes you're putting on and whatever's going on with your hair and your eyebrows? You're claiming to be destitute, but that's hundreds and hundreds of dollars that could be going to get food, I think.
I better get my food stamps. Let me not get no food stamps November and December. Free me. Get my commissary out, because I'm taking up the stove and taking everything. Making my way downtown to the White House. I'm going to White House. Quick, quick. I'm going to the White House. Quick, quick. I'm going.
Man.
Into the White House. To me, he Trump.
Oh, right at the end. She threatens the assassination of Trump.
He Trump.
Wow. If her EBT is cut and she can't get her lip injections and her fancy eyelashes and her eyebrows did, and whatever that haircut is, she's going to go to the White House and end Trump. Okay. Stephen A. Smith says the game rigging mafia linked scandal uncovered by the FBI is President Trump's revenge. And that's only the beginning. What a horrible take. What a goofball. This man is coming. This take makes no sense. I wonder if Stephen A. is implicated in it. That's what I'm starting to think. Sharmeen Narwani here on X said, Christ was born in Bethlehem, Palestine, a Muslim majority country. Be more tolerant like Jesus. AG says, yeah, that's impressive that Jesus managed to be born in a Muslim majority country more than 6 centuries before Islam was even invented. The Columbia School of Journalism in the bio really brings the whole thing full circle, doesn't it? All right, here's more food stamp freakouts. This is happening everywhere.
Now, slavery and police brutality aside, do you know how incredibly evil you...
Slavery? What are we... You're talking about the human trafficking that Biden and the Democrats let into the country?
You have to be to deny someone food. What deep?
I really do want to know what percentage of people saying that you're going to deny people food are severely overweight. Why is that a trend? Why is there why does there seem to be a correlation? Both two that I've played here appear to be very overweight.
Dark depths of hell do you have to stoop to find it in your heart to not want the next person to have a hot dog?
Maybe a hot dog's not a wise decision for what you should be consuming. Step one.
That's a different level of savagery.
Now, wait a minute. What is this? The text on here says white people owe us food stamps. Did she write that or did somebody else put that there?
That's why I say the DNA, the composition of the DNA is not normal. Because we've already established that all lives don't really matter. Even though that's what you all love to say whenever you want to.
You all. So, I mean, she's making a lot of racially charged stuff, anti-white comments
To
here.
deflect. It's your brains that we need to study. What is...
So she's saying white people need to have their brains studied because they don't want other people to take their money?
Is it with you all that you are so, like, what is with your brains that you are so committed to people being subservient to you?
Subservient to me. No, we want you to be self-sufficient. That's the opposite of subservient. That's what the Democrats want. I don't know how she's missing this point. It's obvious.
Be the most mediocre people.
Oh, there you go. White people are mediocre. Oh, this lady's a gem.
With the most mediocre history.
Oh, okay, so white people have mediocre history. Shame on this lady. I feel bad for you harboring such venom.
And the most mediocre culture, if you even...
Mediocre culture. She's saying white people have mediocre culture. Mid. Okay.
want to call it that.
If you'll even call it that. What would you call it, lady? You seem to be an expert on everything that you hate, especially specifically involving white people. Wow. This is very sad.
That I've ever seen or heard of in my life. What do you have that you haven't stolen?
Everything the white people have is still... God, this is toxic. I'm sorry your brain was poisoned this way by some people. I don't know if that was family, teachers, media. I'm sorry. Kiddo, you got to break out of this race hatred. White people don't hate you. Evelina points out this story. Maya, 16 years old, AR'd by this Eritrean named Mohammed. The Swedish court did not sentence him to deportation because the assault didn't last long enough. One of the lay judges who decided the sentence, Lena Berggren, is a representative of the extreme left party in Sweden. She works as a historian conducting research on racism and nationalism. All right. Question about Lena. Is that a woman or is that a man dressed as a woman? I don't know. Just curious. This is another one of the leftist, what do they call them? The white savior, the least awesome people around. Be racist against the white savior women in particular. Is that this judge that did not protect this lady, this 16-year-old child? The extreme leftists always take the side of immigrant men and willingly sacrifice innocent girls and women. Make that make sense. Tell me how that's the party of women. I don't think it is. Oh, this is terrible.
Deborah Benefiel walked into court this morning, as you see right there, charged with murder. Police tell us this whole thing began when 21-year-old Kentrell Settles and his girlfriend were in a car waiting to turn at 38th and Georgetown. The light turned green, but Benefiel, who was in the car in front, didn't go. So police say the Settles, they He honked his horn and drove around the car. Investigators say Benefiel followed the couple, and they say she shot through their back window, hitting Settles. He died at the hospital.
Unreal.
This was literally just a simple honk of the horn between two people who didn't know each other, a seemingly insignificant incident that happened.
Rest in peace, but are you wearing pink shoes? Which, whatever, but I'm looking at the picture of this I think this is a young man, right?
Every day in our community, only this time someone lost their life.
No, someone didn't lose it. Somebody stole it.
In court today, Benefiel was given a no-contact order against Settles' girlfriend and was not granted bond due to the murder charge. Benefiel did say she had a meeting today to hire an attorney.
Shame on her. Where did this happen? Indiana. Terrible. Tracked down within hours using license plate tracking technology. All right, maybe this is the big story I wanted to make sure we touched on. Steven Crowder says you can watch this clip and draw one of two conclusions. So let's take a listen to Candace and what she has to say here.
My heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics, and they just were like, nope.
About Charlie Kirk.
That is it. It serves us or it doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, if they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? They're like, oh, Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock it off. Like, they're going to give Charlie Kirk a boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way. That's like their signature thing. It's like that's what they do. It's the Fed signature. It's how they sign off after they murder you. They're like holiday and a boulevard. And it's never on a nice side of town either. Like Charlie Kirk Boulevard is not going to be a nice side of town. Anyways, I will be back on the 27th, you guys. Thank you guys for all the support throughout these couple of weeks, these last really kind of 6 weeks since Charlie died. And we will see you guys then.
Candace has some aggressive takes now, doesn't she? So it's one of two things, says Steven Crowder.
Well, let me first be tactful here and tell you that outrageous claims, and this is an outrageous claim, require outrageous evidence. Of course, as is par for the course, none has been presented. And I know that there might be a weaseling here saying, oh, well, I said the Fed, not the Trump administration. I said a boulevard in Israel. It's pretty clear, not clear. What she said was, they, the Fed, give you a boulevard when that's a sure sign that they have killed you. You know that they have killed you. He was betrayed in the worst way possible, giving so much of his life to the Trump presidency, to politics. The federal government, the Trump administration, killed Charlie Kirk is the claim. Now I'm going to tell you how I feel about it, what I think about it. Because you know who else would have to be involved? And this is the implication, of course, by design. And you can see the response with people out there saying, oh, well, then anyone who's close to, this is an inside job. You know who's really close to President Trump? And you know who people are now saying stood to gain? Well, Charlie's wife. Erica Kirk, who has now been put, Candace with that language, with this accusation, has put the wife of Charlie Kirk, and she'll say, that's not what I tried to do. It is. It's the result. Erica Kirk in the crosshairs. It's not like you have to look through 6 degrees of separation.
Got to mute it with the music.
And you can see post after post and article after article with both Kirks, but certainly Erica praising, thanking President Trump, discussing how important his support has been. So if the Trump administration, if the Fed killed Charlie Kirk, look, there's no middle ground here right now. either Erica Kirk is evil and was in on it,
according to Candace,
or Candace Owens is an evil cunt. I hope I'm being really clear about that.
Which one is it? Candace is making a lot of claims. Do you kind of go along with Candace, or do you think she's off the deep end? I'm not seeing documentation that would prove any of this stuff, really. That's how I see it. I'm curious what you think. Okay. Chelsea Clinton says, the White House became my home when I was 12 years old. I always understood that it wasn't my house. It was the people's house. Chelsea Clinton in USA Today. Trump is wrecking a place I called home. We said the Democrats are absurd, unserious people who have shut down our government instead of acting like adults and paying the bills. The Dems aren't in charge anymore. America fired them. Support the elected group while continuing to lobby for some realistic concessions and agreements. That's not what they're doing, though. By the way, who are you rooting for in the World Series? Starts tonight, I guess, right? In Switzerland, a man has been jailed for saying that skeletons show male and female sex differences. In a 22 Facebook post, skeletons reveal biological sex, not gender identity. He was convicted of hate speech in publicly belittling LGB, etc. people under Swiss law. Courts upheld his conviction, fining him 500 Swiss francs. This is nutty. Isn't that what they say? Can't you tell from by a lot? Hang on, let me ask Grok. Can you tell sex from skeletons? Yes, in most cases. Typically 90 to 95% or better when the full skeleton is available. Pelvis is most accurate, 95 to 100% reliability. Females are wider, shallower sciatic notch. Males are narrower, deeper sciatic notch, because the female pelvis adapts for pregnancy and birth. But they want to throw him in jail for that. They did throw him in jail. That's nutty, Switzerland. Rand Paul says we've surpassed $38 trillion in debt, and we're still no closer to balancing the budget. Instead, Republicans want to add another $2 trillion in deficit spending. Democrats, they want to add $3 trillion. Where does it end? There's the national debt clock. Thomas Massey just flipped to $38 trillion. We said, thank you, Rand Paul. Hopefully you and Thomas Massey and Donald Trump can strengthen the purchase power of American currency so we can become wealthy again. This parabolic inflation is wrecking America, and it's fueled by $38 trillion in reckless spending. Save America. Elon points out SpaceX Falcon rocket will do more launches and carry more payload to orbit this year than the space shuttle did in its entire history. That's crazy. Now, what is this about Chauncey Billups in this poker game?
And it was all built around Chauncey Billups. And I had heard about the game, and the person who told me about it was like, look, I know the game runners. I'm telling you 100% this game is on the up and up. And I was like, well, I know a lot of the people that are involved, and I'm telling you 100% that it is not on the up and up.
Yeah.
And, we kind of went back and forth, and I agreed that, like, I just wasn't going to go play it. But I had some friends who went and played it both in LA and in Vegas. And it obviously, like, was for sure confirmed to be cheated.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people who clearly didn't even understand the rules of No Limit Hold'em are just, like, jamming hundreds of big blinds in with, like, a gutty. And then just drilling it. Yeah. Only the pros are losing.
Okay, that was, I'm told, from May of 2023. So what, over 2.5 years almost ago?
Building
guys
the
were going on podcasts and they were saying, hey, This Chauncey Billups stuff is not on the up and up. There's no way these guys are winning. Turns out the mafia was involved, according to the FBI allegations. One victim lost up to $1.8 million.
Whoa.
Let me tell you something. There are all sorts of super high-stakes poker games going on all over the country on a regular basis. I have been invited. I am smart enough to know that I am a fish. So I work hard for my money. I have never gone to play against poker pros. I did the Poker After Dark. Some of you watched me on that. I got dunked on. I know what I'm good at. I'm good at talking. I'm good at reading and making sense of complicated things. If you go and look at test scores, like I'm a perfect side verbal test taker. I'm just good at math. I'm not great at math. And if you're a really great math player or just a mathematician, you're really good, you should be, in poker because you can immediately analyze the odds of every card as it is being flipped and recognize when you actually are likely to have significant advantage and when you're not. I'm smart enough to know that I'm the fish. And I don't want to just give other people money and not get anything from it.
Right.
So I've never gone to these high-end poker matches. Lots of guys, it doesn't surprise me at all, would just like the experience of playing poker with Chauncey Billups, Mr. Big Shot, or other guys who are recognizable. Celebrity games, lots of money. Heck, if you can lose $1.8 million playing poker,
it's crazy.
You're super friggin' rich.
Yeah.
Right? And so they want really rich guys to come play against professional poker players. If I were a professional poker player, I'd want to play against me because you'd be very likely to win. And so I've never done it. Never played in one of these high-stakes games. But I bet there's a bunch of dudes that watch this clip, and I bet they have. And I bet some of them even may have played in the Chauncey Billups games. They said it was 11 states, and thought to themselves, man, this doesn't feel on the up and up. Well, you were right.
It's going to go so deep with the mafia. Costa Nostra. Joe Rogan talking about the No Kings protest.
Also have to take into account, if you go into a room with 100 people, at least one of them is a fucking idiot. Okay? So, I mean, if you're being really generous.
Yeah.
So, if you're in a country of 330 plus million people, we don't really know. That's at least 3 million idiots. So it's not hard to get 100,000 retards holding signs, walking down the street, and especially when they get older. Because as people get older, they generally slow down, and they don't think as well. And if you look at a lot of these No Kings protests, what are you seeing? You're seeing geriatric people holding signs. So you got old losers, not even just losers, but old losers, where this is the end. They're just looking for anything to get them out of the house. They're watching The Price is Right. They've already seen that one. And they're like, let's just join in on the note. We shouldn't have a king. And then next thing you know, they're out there with the sign.
Yeah.
And you can get 100,000 of those easy.
Yeah.
Easy, especially if you got a lot of money and you're organizing and you get on Facebook and get involved in them groups and you use the bots and all the bots like this is important that we show up in mass and let him know he's not a king.
We gotta rescue some of our elderly. Chris Vanini here says within a week we've had a major jewel heist, a mafia-involved poker ring, and sports gambling corruption. We're living in the 1920s. That's pretty funny. Does feel like we're living in the 20s, doesn't it? Bobby Burak says the reason Stephen A. Smith is doing this anti-Trump bit is that he's trying to overcorrect for last week when he criticized Jasmine Crockett and BLM activists and liberal media questioned his blackness and called him a sellout. Since then, he went on CNN challenging anyone who called him conservative. Changed his take on using the National Guard to an anti-Trump stance. Check the tapes. Accused LeBron of favoring white reporters and trying to fight black ones. Apologized to Crockett, Kamala Harris, and Michelle Obama for questioning a black woman. Oh, my God. Imagine the gall to imagine, like, you must never question a white man. What an absurd thing to think or say. Yeah, everybody can be questioned. Everybody must be questioned. Accused Trump of targeting the NBA. This is what he does. Last year, Terrell Owens resurfaced a clip where Stephen A. Smith said Max Kellerman was black. Oh. Terrell Owens resurfaced a clip in which he said Max Kellerman was blacker than Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. responded by bringing up Jason Whitlock, telling the haters to focus on him. Now he's doing the same with LeBron, trying to pass his beef on with them. Bottom line, the guy is a cowardly fraud. And by the way, keep your eye on Stephen A. Smith because he's on the short list of people to maybe run the Democrat Party. Kash Patel has thoughts on this.
Yeah, down the street. By the way, this was so wild. Stephen A. Smith, the sports commentator, suggested that this was revenge from the president for all the kind of left-wing activism of the NBA. Your response to that, 15 seconds.
I'm the FBI director. I decide which arrests to conduct and which not to conduct. That may be the single dumbest thing I've ever heard out of anyone in modern history, and I live most of my time in Washington, D.C. It's right up there with Adam Schiff. We arrest people for crimes.
Yeah.
Solid answer. And check out our show yesterday, Strictly Football. Because we like talking about football. In this clip, Libs of TikTok shows CHCCS board president bragging about his North Carolina school district is defying state law, refusing to comply with the Parents' Rights Bill, where they can opt out of radical gender ideology propaganda lessons, allowing parents to review school textbooks, giving parents access to their child's records. The board wants to be able to hide critical information from parents and prevent them from vetting school curriculums. Time to investigate. Take a look. There's our show yesterday. I know that guy. Planet Earth. I know North America. He was doing a show yesterday, wasn't he? Oh, that's weird. It's like talking to a previous version of me. Because it is. I need to put my hair like that again. I like it better. Got to add a little product. Strictly Football, people. Oh, okay. I'll end on this because I just want to give you some of the details here. You've heard a few of them. Joe Pompliano, Pomp Investments, host of the Joe Pomp Show. FBI press conference about the morning gambling bust. Current and former NBA players and coaches Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, and Damon Jones arrested. Illegal gambling, sports rigging operations spanning across 11 states, multiple years, in total 30 individuals arrested, 13 mafia members. Yes, Kenneth, the mafia members of Costa Nose Ring. Costa Nose Ring. That's Costa Nose Ring. That has a ring to it. Illegal gambling and sports. Case involves La Cosa Nostra, Italian mafia. Illegal gambling, wire fraud, extortion. See, that's where we kind of kick it in there. Two separate indictments. The first involves 6 defendants accused of participating in sports corruption, exploiting insider information involving NBA players and teams. Defendants leveraged their connections to place prop bets based on confidential insider information, winning tens of thousands of dollars per bet. Second indictment involves 31 defendants charged with participating in a nationwide scheme to rig illegal poker games. FBI says they used high-tech cheating technology to steal millions of dollars from victims in underground poker games that were secretly fixed. The two cases are separate, but there are overlapping defendants, including former NBA player and coach and Cavalier, Damon Jones. FBI says the NBA player Terry Rozier told the defendants he was going to leave a game early on March 23rd of 23 with an injury. Defendants then placed more than $200,000 of wagers on the unders for his prop bets, with Rozier leaving the game after 9 minutes. Those bets paid out tens of thousands of dollars in profits, and the defendants and Rozier counted the money at his house. Wow. The FBI says former Raptors player Jonte Porter was threatened to participate in the sports gambling scheme because he rang up gambling debts. So that's how you do it. You get him in the Epstein-style honeypot. We caught you. Now you work for us. One of the biggest reasons why removing illegal alien invaders is important, crucial to the survival of America, is because you've let in sleeper cells. These people owe the cartels and the mafia. Not if they're returned. Instead, you have people in that would commit any sort of nefarious deed because they owe the criminal cartels. Former Raptors player John Porter was threatened that he must participate in the sports gambling scheme now because he racked up gambling debts from rigged games. Vampires preying on humans. Teams that were bet on during the sports gambling scheme include Hornets, Blazers, Lakers, Raptors. The rigged poker games occurred in the Hamptons, Miami, Las Vegas, and Manhattan. The poker scheme targeted victims who were lured to participate in rigged poker games by the chance to play alongside former professional athletes. These athletes included Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones. The FBI says that the defendants utilized altered shuffling machines to read the cards in the deck and then relayed that info to an off-site operator. The off-site operator, known as the quarterback, then sent that information to someone at the table. All rigged, all fake. And you wonder what they did in 2020. The FBI also says that the defendants utilized other cheating technologies, including poker chip trays that read cards through hidden cameras, special contact lenses and glasses that could read marked cards, and X-ray poker tables that could read cards face down. The FBI says that defendants robbed a victim at gunpoint to acquire a rigged shuffling machine. The sports gambling investigation is called Operation Nothing But Net, while the poker investigation is called Operation Royal Flush. The FBI has been working on this investigation for 4 years, with victims losing at least $7 million. One victim specifically lost 1.8. FBI reviewed thousands of hours of video evidence and executed more than 24 search warrants. These are just accusations at this point, and he's just pointing out details from the FBI investigation. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. That actually is a good point, Trash Panda. At least let me do this then. You said I should just do 72 hours nonstop show until Monday. I'm sure all of us watching, you can get the 269 pennies in the wishing well. Well, how about this? How about I replay yesterday's show? Can I do that? I'll do that, okay? And it might only play the first 4 hours on Rumble. But I'm going to give it a shot. That's a decent idea, Trash Panda. So let me do that. I will queue up yesterday's program for you to watch, and we'll keep broadcasting. That's a good idea. While I do some other things here. Thank you for watching. Rumble rants, super chats, Venmo, Cash App, all those tip jars are open if you enjoyed today's program. Donation links at the bottom of the screen. Marion, I'll be okay. I don't have 1.4 million to lose. It was 1.8. I know. It's easy to not lose money if you don't have it. I'm watching a new series on Netflix called Black Rabbit. Jason Bateman and Laura Linney is the next executive producer. It's got Jude Law in it. And it's two brothers who were in a band, and the guy runs a restaurant. But the do-nothing brother gets in trouble with the gamblers. And he owes hundreds of thousands to them, and they just run up this massive debt, and it's just a mess. 2 or 3 episodes in. Yeah, I don't like to gamble either. But anyway, I'm a couple episodes in. It's interesting. I'm waiting to see where it goes. It's a limited series. So, yeah, do yourself a favor. And I sort of worry about Mike Bear and Jim Mitchell just because, I mean, Jim's the gambling guy on our show on Strictly Football. He goes through all the bets. We make our guesses, our sports picks of the week. I know Izzy does the gambling apps. I don't mess with any of it besides a couple of fantasy football leagues. It's easy to get in over your head with gambling. That's why the house always wins. So it is what it is, folks. Yeah, gambling is the finest thing you can do if you're good at it. That's what they say to Krusty the Clown on The Simpsons. I need to rewatch The Simpsons. It's been so long. Some of my references need to be sharpened up. Anyway, that is a good idea. I'm going to do that. I'm going to broadcast yesterday's program. So keep it on if you wish. That would be awesome. Boost the numbers. And yeah, I may or may not do a show tomorrow, depending on a couple of factors. I'll keep you posted. Keep your eyes peeled. Definitely back on Sunday for the Browns game, and definitely back on Monday for the TNAM Daily Show. So until then, by then, at least it's not Biden. Exactly. Thank you so much. Let me pull up the X feed from yesterday, or the YouTube from yesterday. Where's my channel? There it is. Yeah, let's rebuild America. What would that look like? It looks like less fake division. That sounds pretty good to me. Let me go to my live feeds and pull this up. I could play strictly football. No, I'll do this one about the NBA scandal. Here, let's full screen this. Good idea, though. Good idea, then. Yeah, Marion says, guess I'm gambling $20 on my fantasy football team. There you go. Yeah, I'm like 50 or 100. But that's like all year long, and it's stretched out and whatever. I think I'm going to drop a couple leagues this season. Maybe just go down to, I don't know. We'll see. All right. This is a good idea. Let me see about doing this, playing the previous show at the end of the show. I should probably be broadcasting 24 hours a day. I think I need to do that for a couple of reasons. And I have original content. I wonder if it shows how many hours of content. I don't know how many thousands of hours of content. I don't even want to look. That's such an interesting question. All right. Do we have this pulled up here? We do. Well, then thank you, everybody. I appreciate you being here. I love you, and we'll talk to you again soon. This begins our replay of yesterday's program here on the New American Media. Thank you, everybody. Oh, is that what I sound like? Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system planet Earth, North America, the United States of America. No longer California, Los Angeles, to be pseudo-specific. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Thursday, October 23rd, 2025. And this right here, the thing that you are watching, is called the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM. What does TNAM stand for? The New American Media. I almost do just listening and wonder why I'm snapping. It's a cool visual effect where I point at things and then different things occur, such as this. Watch. Join us tonight at 6 o'clock when we're going to be having Strictly Football with Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and perhaps Ezrael Robinson. He might be under the weather. We shall see. But this is the TNAM Daily Show. Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here. On today's program, we're going to talk about the NBA scandal where the Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups and Miami Heat player, it's Terry Rozier, right? Arrested by the FBI. Gambling investigation. The mob. Rigged poker games. Illegal sports betting. All sorts of stuff. What? We're going to tell you what we know. But I can tell you this much. I've been very suspicious of gambling for a while now. Maybe it's always been this way, but it's all on the table at this point. So we're also going to dump out the rest of the news, like a bunch of trash pandas rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact, trying to tell you about what's going on. And we encourage you to hit like, hit subscribe, share this show, send it out on X, please. Copy the link and send it to a couple friends on text and go, hey, we get together every day and go through the news. You should join our show. Join us in chat. Let's try to double and triple and quadruple the number of people that are watching this. So please share the show, hit like, hit subscribe, all of those things. And without further delay, let's launch today's program, the TNAM Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree show here on the New American Media. Let's get to it.
Your guide to the truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here this wonderful late October afternoon. Let's pull comments up on the screen. Who is in here today? Hello, John. Hello, Marion. Lake Leon, Droopy Dog, Kenneth. What is up, everybody? Teacher, coach, musician, news analyst, funny guy, bartender. Wherefore art thou? Hello, David, in Canada. No problems again with YouTube. That was just a user scenario. Had a meeting this morning. Tell you more about that as it becomes as needed. We're on a need-to-know basis. All right. Yeah, the problem wasn't necessarily with YouTube. It was with Restream. Amazon Web Services created a problem. And so I couldn't use Restream the other day. But we are back. Yeah, so you don't think sports are fixed? I hate that sports are fixed. It just ruins sports. But if they're going to allow it, then sports needs to be ruined, I think. All right, let's take a look at the stories in the news, and we will eventually get to the NBA story. This is sort of breaking. But it also touched the Cleveland Guardians. Manuel Clase and some other pitcher both got busted for throwing balls in games, rigging the games against the teams they're playing for. They would argue, oh, I'm just throwing a ball. Yeah, well, you're also putting your team at a competitive disadvantage. It's the number one reason why you don't gamble. So I think it's going to come out. This is way more pervasive than we realize. All right, here's Tim Pool. Harry Sisson gets dunked on by everyone, and when proven wrong, changes his lie to, yeah, okay, but I don't know who the guy in the middle is, but I know the guy on the left is named Harry Sisson, I believe. And he's unfortunately one of the best that the Democrats have to offer. He's not very good. On with Pierce Morgan here.
Question about whether or not a high-ranking Democrat has used this rhetoric. Who is Kamala Harris?
I know. I want you to answer all the questions. I want you to answer all the questions
for you. Who is Kamala Harris?
Wait. Answer all the questions I just gave you. And can you name me when Kamala Harris said that Donald Trump is Hitler? When did Kamala Harris? Great.
Was Kamala Harris last year a high-ranking Democrat when she was?
When did Kamala Harris call Donald Trump Hitler?
October of 2020.
24. Kamala Harris said on the campaign trail, Donald Trump vowed to be a dictator on day one. His former chief of staff said he wanted generals like Hitler's. Donald Trump openly admires dictators, including Adolf Hitler. Last October, that was said on the campaign trail from the Democrat
Kamala Harris said this during the campaign, during the closing days of the campaign. It was her final campaign pitch.
And by the way, in the final week, Barack Hussein Obama said that President Trump called Nazis fine people. He was still, this is why I'm so bullish on charging Obama with treason. He was still trying to convince people in this country that President Trump said Nazis are fine people. Lying. Still. There's politics, and then there's whatever that shit is. The most divisive political lie in American history. The final week of the campaign, still out there repeating the fine people hoax. Everything about Obama was a hoax. Oh, there's a Russian dossier. We have to spy on candidate Trump. No, you don't. You're trying to rig the election to put in your permanent rule of the deep state. The deep state Democrats permanently ruling this country as kings.
Exactly. Is that high enough ranking for you? You guys you supported her for president.
Exactly, because there have been reports
the person
that Donald
you
Trump
supported for president is someone
just relax,
who was
Jack.
campaigning by calling Trump Hitler.
Jack,
you're so disingenuous when you bring this stuff up. You can't even acknowledge the fact that your own candidate was on the campaign. She's got a video about it. It's on her Facebook, or it's on her Twitter page.
Let me offer one here, which is Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton literally compared Trump's rally in Ohio last week to Nazi leader Adolf Hitler's speeches. Speaking of the Texas Tribune Festival in Austin, she made reference to Hitler's speeches, which saw people raise their right arms in the air in the Nazi salute.
Answer the question.
Yeah. The Democrats, if you can't charge them with being guilty of mass formation psychosis, brain damage by lying to people over and over again through their media, through their education system, through their Democrat deep state politicians. So divisive and toxic, poisonous ideology. I didn't vote for Barack Obama, but he had the opportunity to unite this country. He's a half white, half black dude. Could have just said, I told Michelle the other day, the thing that I like most about the United States, look, a guy like me, half white, half black, it doesn't matter. I brought hope, hopeity hope, changeity change, hope and change, change and hope. That's a good thing. Only in America. We've come a long way since our founding, 1600s, 1700s, 1860s, 1960s. I mean, damn. Look at how great America can be. That's why we have promise here. That's why we're moving in the right direction. Careful making that hand movement with your, arm outstretched, or else you'll sound like Hillary, blaming Trump. No, but Obama didn't do that. Obama didn't do any of the positive stuff. It was all negative racial arson. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because he squandered the gift that he had, that he could have given the world. He could have given this country. And he squandered it because all he knows is how to be a community agitator. And we all suffered. We're still going through it. And they're still lying about it. And they're still using the most ridiculous rhetoric imaginable for common sense people. All right, this is a tough story here. Anthony Cabasa says, a man who took 3 lives and left at least 4 others injured is an illegal alien who entered the country illegally in 2022, but was released back into the U.S. by the then Biden administration. It is believed, not confirmed, it is believed this man was allowed to obtain a commercial driver's license in California due to California's sanctuary laws. Let me look this up in Grok. But they're saying Bill Malugin is confirming the truck driver who killed 3 and injured others in the fatal freeway crash in Ontario, California, a place that I've been. I've been on this stretch of freeway on the 10. I believe it's on the 10. Ontario's like an hour east of LA on your way to the Inland Empire. I've made that drive so many times. That could have been me. My life snuffed out by somebody who had no business being in the country. Commercial driver's license. An illegal alien from where does they say he's from? I don't think they say where he's from. Let me ask Grok. Let me see if I can get any more info on this. Jashanpreet Singh. Okay, from India. Accused of driving under the influence of drugs, causing an 8-vehicle pile. Yep, on Interstate 10 in Ontario, California. Killed 3 people, including a roadside mechanic who was assisting with a tire change. Oh, man. Incident captured on dash cam footage from Singh's truck showing him failing to brake before slamming into stop traffic, igniting a massive fire. Toxicology tests confirmed impairment. And he faces charges of gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated and DUI causing bodily injury. Detained without bail. That's what you're supposed to do with people that are assaulting others. It's San Bernardino County's West Valley Detention Center. ICE detainer logged due to immigration status. First court appearance scheduled October tomorrow. National debate linked to federal immigration policies under Biden admin and California state-level practice for issuing driver's license. Illegally crossed U.S.-Mexico border March 22 near El Centro, California. Apprehended shortly after, but then just dumped back into the United States instead of sent back to where they came from. They had an alternative to detention program. Yeah, it's called Stay in Mexico. Are you kidding me? This policy, implemented amid a surge in border encounters, allows for monitoring with ankle bracelets or check-ins. Oh, okay, or a check-in. Yeah, maybe I'll check in, or maybe I'll just never see you ever again. Instead of full detention for non-criminal, it is a crime to break into the country, pending immigration hearings. Yeah, build hotels in Mexico, and you got to stay over there. If you don't have a ticket, you don't get to come inside and hang out while we figure it out. You wait outside. This is common sense. I don't want to hear a single slur. I don't want to hear a single bad name for anyone that wants to use that policy. That policy is just, it's standard promoter lifestyle. If you don't have a ticket, you wait outside. That's it. That's all. No biggie. We don't need to punch you or execute you if you tried to get in without a ticket, but you don't get to come in and wait while we figure it out. Because we know how many of those people just run into the crowd and we'd lose them. No idea who they are. Here's the video of it. Oh, just unfortunate.
Now take a look. This is exclusive dash cam video that is now the subject of several law enforcement investigations. Shows the moment a red semi-truck plowed into a number of vehicles on.
Oh, so then even right at the very end, there were 2 cars on the side of the road, and it killed one of the guys that was working on changing a tire. That's awful.
The westbound 10 freeway in Ontario just after 1 p.m. yesterday. The CHP told the LA Times.
Right there. That truck is being serviced, and it goes right in between them.
The driver
of
this
big
rig is a 21-year-old man who is now under arrest on suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs. A total of 4 semis were involved and also 4 passenger vehicles, one of them exploding in flames. 3 people were killed and 4 others were taken to local hospitals. This horrific crash happened just east of the 15 freeway and shut down all westbound.
And the 15 is where you take the 10 east out of LA and you grab the 15 to go northeast into Vegas.
Lanes for more than 12 hours.
I've taken this drive so many times.
Thousands of drivers were trapped in the gridlock just as the evening commute was getting underway. It also happened near the Ontario airport, so the crash likely delayed people that were trying to get to their flights. Now take a look. This is exclusive.
Ugh, man, they had no chance.
The dash cam video that is now the subject of
terrible. Democrats need to start getting sued for the ramifications of their traitorous policy positions. Biden admin has blood on their hands here. Brutal. So many traffic problems. Yeah, you have to, it's kind of a pretty important thing that you, yeah, what kind of drugs? I'm curious as well. East Indian? How do you know? Why would you guess East Indian? Is there a difference with names or looks or something? David's up in Canada. I mean, Canada's been invaded by Indians. A very organized effort to create satellite populations, like how Elon's trying to take humanity up to Mars. These other countries are trying to build enclaves inside America to well, they're trying to do it all over the globe, really. Take military-aged fighting men, military-aged men of fighting age. There we go. I went to Vancouver. It did not strike me much as Canada. It was very Indian. I was fairly surprised by that. But yeah, you should have very high standards. Number one, you got to be a citizen. Number two, you have to be able to read, write, and speak English. And three, you shouldn't be on drugs. I don't know what. That is a good question, though. What kind of drugs? Kenneth, you said sound. I have sound. Now I have sound again. All right. Well, here's two people I would like to not see take over New York. I'd like to see the one, Curtis Sliwa. I'd like to see Cuomo drop out. But he goes after Zohran Mamdani. This is the snake eating its own tail here. You have ideologies that cannot be compatible. But the Democrats keep lying to you that, oh, no, we have coalitions. No, you don't. No, you don't. All you're relying on is the enemy of my enemy being my friend, but that's not foreign policy. That's a fool's errand. So what's going on? Are you pro-Islamist or pro-gay? You cannot be both.
You take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga, Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. You take a picture with your father. You're smiling. He's smiling. She's known as Rebecca.
Okay, hold on. Kenneth, you're saying I'm muted. I'm not muted. Can you all hear me? Thumbs up. Type in, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I've been doing sound on, sound off. Can everybody type in the comments? By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, you can hit the hearts button or the 100 button or the confetti button. That shows engagement. I like all the comments as well. Let me give you a quick update. Put this at the bottom of the screen. Just a reminder to follow the New American Media in these places. Ugh, they keep changing my design. There we go. I don't want it to ever be what they keep changing it to. It's so frustrating. be sure to follow. Off and on working. Oh, I was turning it off. I was saying, can you hear me now? And then I'd click it off and say, can you hear me now? And then I'd say, can you hear me now? So if it was going off and on, that was me doing that intentionally. But I would say to Kenneth, if you're having an issue, hit refresh. Just refresh the feed or check your speakers. Off and on working. Oh, yes, because I can hear me here. I was saying, can you hear me now? Okay, good. All right, I was saying, look at the bottom. Can you follow the New American Media on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, and Locals, and YouTube at the New American Media? Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. We're on X at American_Media_. And subscribe to our podcast at the Agree to Disagree Show on Spotify and Apple. Also, kind of thought it was his damn earwax. Yes. Coming up on the end of the month, it would be another month of opportunity to support the New American Media on Patreon. They take maybe the smallest percentage, a little bit more than shooting it direct through Cash App or Venmo or PayPal, which is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. It's my name, or on PayPal, it's an email, fuzzinstallment@yahoo. But you can subscribe to the New American Media on Rumble. You can do Rumble rants on Rumble. You can do memberships on YouTube, super chats on YouTube. And let me do drum roll, please. Can you all go brrrr on your desk? It says that we are now only 271. We're in striking distance, people. 271 pennies in the wishing well away from enacting advertisements back onto our channel. Oh my gosh. It's been years and years since we could, yes, years and years since we had advertisements, and we've been missing out on thousands and thousands of dollars of operating costs. You know, it costs thousands of dollars to do this show every year. It's the software. The software is about $1,000 a year. Start with that. And all sorts of ancillary expenses. On top of YouTube, Google, what is it? Twitter X, you have to subscribe to. So yeah, folks, if you can go to YouTube and watch some extra content from the New American Media, super appreciated. If you can pull up another device and log in from another account to get a verified hour watch. But we have 1,900 videos over 14 and a half years, millions of views. So please consider helping us get 271 extra hours watched as soon as possible, because then we should be able to activate having advertisements on the channel again. Oh, it's been so long. I still need to verify the transfer of the super chats from September. The AdSense account was unlocked, but that's a me thing. I got to sort that out. But yes, all of your support is super appreciated. However you would like to assist us. Okay. Thanks for letting me get that out of the way. Kenneth's friend Kendall is watching as we speak. Nice. I'm software accounts. No. Yes, and hit that thumbs up button and hype it up when you can. Yeah, please share this. Text the show to a couple friends. Share it out on X and just say, hey, we're watching this right now. Join us in the chat room. We're trying to see how Zohran can both be pro-Islamist and pro-gay, because it's impossible. It's impossible. It doesn't take long to paint these virtue signalers of the left into a corner, because they have non-competing ideology, non-compatible ideology, rather. The two things cannot be the same at once. So call them out on it. Which one is it? Queers for Palestine. Huh? They would throw you off the roof. Are you serious? You don't want that culture imposing its will on you. They're not very accommodating to people who have different opinions on life. Oh, yeah, but yep. Super queer for Palestine, are you now? Okay. Anyway, here's Andrew Cuomo.
Gay killer Kadaga. You're a citizen of Uganda. You took the picture. You said you didn't know who she was. It turns out you did. How do you not renounce your citizenship or demand BDS against Uganda for imprisoning people who are gay just by their sexual orientation? Isn't that a basic violation of human rights? I think he gets the question. And you take a picture with Rebecca.
And in one hand, like, you take pictures with anyone, you don't know who anyone is. I don't always blame, but if he's lying about not knowing him and they actually do, then that is sort of evidence of, you're up to something you're not supposed to be doing, and we're on to you kind of thing. Cheers from my pal with a Stein. Yes, I have the Don't Tread on Me mug, but I also have the New American Media mug. If anyone wants one, shoot $40 over. That'll include about $10 in shipping. Get that mailed right out to you. Kenneth has a mug for the New American Media. John created the mugs. Thank you, John. I think I have 17 left, and I'd like to get one to everyone. So let me know if you would like one. That's another way to support the show. So yeah, well, anyway. Yeah, I don't like Cuomo. Curtis is the guy. Yeah, how can the most important city in the world elect a 34-year-old with zero executive experience? I would like to see Cuomo drop out and support Sliwa and say, look, I'm going to join his campaign, and when he wins, I'm going to take on this role in the administration. That's what Bobby Kennedy did. And they coalesced their party so that they could raise their focus. They could narrow their focus to take Mamdani, and defeat him politically. Three-way race is going to... That's how Bill Clinton got in. It was supposed to be George W. Bush. But Ross Perot came in like gangbusters, but then he got blackmailed because of his... I think he had a lesbian daughter... and something about they were going to put intimate details out. And he's like, now, hold on. Now, wait a minute. Hold on. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Yeah. Now, yeah, if I wasn't there, Bill Clinton wouldn't have got in. I haven't done a Ross Perot impression in a while. He just passed away a couple years ago. Anyway. All right. This is Blaze Media. The left puts their most radical fanatics in the education system for a reason. I remember being told by someone that I cares about me, allegedly, that I was being reckless. I was calling out the teachers after Charlie Kirk was killed, so I'm going to endanger teachers. Huh? Yeah, there might be shootings at schools because people like you are blaming the teachers for Charlie Kirk. I'm like, first off, don't you fucking yell at me because your side just executed one of my side's best communicators, you asshole. How did this happen? You're yelling at me because I'm pointing out the obvious that there's a lot of people in the education system that are calling for this stuff? Okay. It was just weird. I got attacked. You're going to encourage, don't you know that I'm in a relationship with a teacher, and if something happened, you would be responsible for the person if something bad happening because you're blaming him for Charlie Kirk? I'm like, so are you telling me without telling me that you feel the same way as the people that wanted to end Charlie Kirk's life because they disagreed with something he said, which is utterly terroristic and traitorous? I think she told it, people kind of tell on themselves sometimes. I think this person was mad at me because they were celebrating Charlie Kirk, and I was calling it out, and they didn't like that. They didn't like that I was calling it out. Well, we got a huge problem in our air quote education indoctrination system.
Vile reactions to Charlie's murder have almost all been public school teachers and college professors. Tells you a lot about what America's children are facing and why TPUSA is more important than ever. But for years, I've described the government school system as Satan's youth ministry. And you have to understand that we're not having enough kids ourselves. We're having way more than they're having. And so how do they perpetuate themselves? You have to groom. You have to indoctrinate. You have to take over institutions, because the institution that is supposed to inculcate and pass on the family, you have forsaken it. And so you have to take over the cultural institutions as a substitute for the family, put government in charge as a substitute for dads, and now these become the discipleship mechanisms for the next generation. And this is how you perpetuate yourself, because you're not doing it the way the creator intended. And this is why we often find the most radical and savage elements in the education system. And they have sent them on purpose into these institutions to perpetuate themselves, because they don't do it the way God intended. The most vile reactions to Charlie's murder have almost...
Oh, it's an absolute plan to indoctrinate these kids. It is abuse. David says, this is why I don't care if any more people wake up. It's obvious obvious that they never will if that commie Mamdani gets elected. Teacher's pet? Likely a cat. But we're in for a lot of trouble if we don't fix our education system and the legacy media. The Democrat Party's self-destructing, and they really are the mouthpiece of what you're hearing from the education system, by and large. 90% radical left-wing. Whatever percentage you find appropriate. It's way higher than 50%. I know that much. Hold on. What's this comment? Como irrigato, Mr. Roboto. Thank you. And the voting system, of course, yes. Will Ricciardella says, here's a complete summary of immigration policy for the last 5 years. Ready? Blue states. We won't enforce federal immigration law. Biden. Me neither. Then the border collapses. Voters. Okay, fine. Then we'll elect Trump to fix it. Trump enforces the law. Blue states. Unleash street militias to block ICE. Trump sends the National Guard to protect agents. Blue states. Help fascism. Yeah, help fascism. Cool story, bro. Nick Shirley is out here, and a man calls anti-ICE protesters lunatic liberals.
Oh, now we got these protesters going after lunatic liberals. I'm sorry. You're calling these people lunatic liberals now?
Yeah, lunatic liberals here. I mean, look at these people. They don't even know what they're arguing for. It's really a shame. Most people aren't educated. Most people don't know how law enforcement functions work in this country. If half these people knew what, our laws are of this country and how law enforcement acts and how they're going about this, they wouldn't be this mad. I think it's an education problem.
Yeah. Do you think this is a left and right issue, or do you think it's just a law and order issue?
I think it's a law and order issue. I think people don't respect the laws of this country, and this is the outcome of that. We should support our law enforcement and everything that they do for us on a daily basis. Yeah.
They all do that. They all do that. I've noticed this is their tactic. The Antifa tactic is to say you're ugly or you're fat. I played a video yesterday. I said, you're closeted, you're gay, you're ugly. They're trained to do this. Or is it organic? I don't think it's organic. I don't think there's anything remotely organic about these people, from their opinions to their talking points, their screeching points. That's interesting. I can't call myself an Antifa expert because I haven't wasted too much of my time paying attention to them, honestly. Like, why would I? I know they're a clear and present threat. I know they're domestic terrorists, but I've only recently started watching videos with them in it to the point where I'm picking up on they like to call people ugly. It's like when Anna Kasparian fat shamed Alex Jones. It's like, hold on, haven't you been railing against fat shaming? Like, you're not supposed to comment on people's appearance, and you called him a fat fork. Only I didn't say fork. Fudge. Only I didn't say fudge. Question of the day. What's that from? Pop culture reference. Write it. Type it in the comments. Only I didn't say fudge. So the Antifa goons confront the people confronting them by calling them ugly. This is a reoccurring theme.
See, my point proven. Uneducated, they're just angry. It's pure emotion, zero logic from here. They don't know what they're arguing about. They have no idea.
And what are you guys arguing about with the police officers right now?
Bro, if the cops were here, I would beat your ass right now. Really? That's a crime. If I was you'd be arrested, you know, but it's okay.
Uh-huh. Yep. That's what it's like out there.
At work.
Well, it's also pretty stupid behind the desk at CNN. Andrew Colvett says this is sick. Democrat Texas State Representative Jolend Jones. Her name is Jolend. Like Roland with a J. I've never heard a name of Jolend before. She's got some thoughts that might lead to her getting a visit from the FBI.
I'm from the hood, okay?
Okay. Are you okay? That make you special? What are you getting at here?
So when a bully comes, like...
A bully. You mean like the principal who's enforcing the law? Or you mean like the actual bully of the side that you're representing? Huh, I think you're going to try to twist that one.
If there are no rules, you literally have to figure it out.
If there are no rules, you literally have to figure it out. No, the Trump administration is literally enforcing the rules. David got it. Kenneth didn't know that reference?
So Donald Trump has changed things.
Donald Trump is the principal, not the bully. Your side are the bullies.
And people trying to do what's always been done is not going.
People trying to do what's always been done is not going to, I don't know what you're saying.
To work. And I think that's why Democrats are losing black people. That's why they're losing poor people, because.
Why are Democrats losing black people and poor people? Okay, she didn't quite make the mistake Joe Biden said, or the honest Joe Biden thought, where he said, come on, man. What was the Biden quote about poor people and black people? Like black people can be something just as something as poor people. What was this? There we go. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it. But think how we think about it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
As poor people.
You're losing black voters to the Democrat Party because nobody likes Democrats. You're losing poor voters who are from supporting the Democrat Party because people don't like the Democrat Party. They don't like the policies. They don't like the results. They see the destruction in mass. Aside from wimpy white women, everybody has gone to MAGA. All the demographics have shifted because the Democrat policies are destructive. They're actually just traitorous to America. Not sure who funded this, how this occurred, how this became the party platform, but my gosh, it's in severe need of a rebranding, at least.
Well, all they want is for us to fight. So if you hit me in my face, I'm not going to punch you back in your face. I'm going to go across your neck, because we can go back and forth fighting each other's faces. You've got to hit hard enough where they won't come back. And so, yeah,
what are you talking about? Your side tried to kill President Trump on multiple occasions. In Butler, on the golf course in Florida. Luckily, those attempts failed. Your side took out Charlie Kirk. Unfortunately, that succeeded. She's saying that the principal of the school enforcing the rules means that you should take out the principal and slit his throat. She made the 86 motion to decapitate, to end the life of, to Islamic radical extremist, to behead the president because he's enforcing the. I just can't really follow what she's getting at.
The same way I went to New York and spoke with Governor Kathy Hochul and said, if they're going to try to wipe us out.
Okay, they're going to try to wipe us out. What is she even talking about? We're trying to remove the illegal aliens who have broken into America. There's no wiping us out. Who is us? Angry Americans, lady Americans, black Americans, Democrat Americans. What are you talking? Who's us? Who is she claiming is going to get wiped out? How is somebody supposed to do what is she to take us out, to wipe us out?
In Texas, we need to wipe out every Republican. In New York, in California.
Okay, I think wipe out, they're talking about changing the gerrymandered districts. By the way, it's my understanding, I'm open to a fact check on this, but my understanding is that the Democrats have already gerrymandered every single place they could, maybe except California, maybe a couple more in New York. They're 95% fully gerrymandered to add extra districts and add extra power, add extra control. And so the Republicans are just doing what the Democrats have done to take their power back, because the Democrats have had a leg up and they've been cheating. They've had their finger on the scale the whole time. It's like if you set a bag on at the airport at the weight at the scale, and you have your foot underneath and you're lifting up on your foot to make it less weight, putting your fingers on the scales of justice. You've already rigged the system, and they're just fixing that.
In Illinois. So no one can make me feel bad about fighting for the people that I represent, because the people that I represent need someone who's willing to go in the ring and fight for them.
You want to fight. Yeah, this is the exact type of rhetoric that got Charlie Kirk murdered by a shot to the neck.
And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
So, Representative, in that context, the reality of the world is we are living in a moment where, yes, there's this shutdown going down, and Democrats on Capitol Hill are standing up for that in the way they think is working. But we hear from them.
And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah, okay, I don't think we need that second clip there. But there you have it. Jesse Kelly talking about the communists, Commie Mamdani.
How the communists they've always been this way. They're really, really, really good at creating symbols for the communist street animals to either hate or love. And they can do this ad hoc. They can just put together one all at once if it makes sense. This would be like COVID is a great example of this. George Floyd is a great example of this. Some black gangbanger dies in Minneapolis, someone no one should care about. How do we go directly from that to more state funerals than the Queen of England? Well, the communists can tell their herd animal followers, this guy's important, this guy's a saint, this guy's important, this guy's a saint. And herd animals go where the shepherd tells them to go. And they also can and do successfully create idols for their herd animal followers to throw tomatoes at. Your liberal Aunt Peggy, the Democrat in your life, have you ever asked them, why do you hate Donald Trump so much? Of course you have, or at least it's come up in conversation. Have you ever had specifics? Do you ever get a specific? No, you don't.
No.
He's a Nazi. That's not, what? What do you?
That's not a thing.
Specifically, but what don't you like? Have you asked me why I didn't like Joe?
And by the way, I've lived many decades and I've never once met a Nazi. There's always ghosts around every corner. I don't know what they're even talking about. Never met a Nazi, never met a Klansman. Lived my whole life.
Joe Biden. Why I didn't like Barack Obama? Well, you better pull up a chair because I've got all kinds of details I can give you. They don't know why, because they've simply been told to. How the communists they've always been this way. They're really, really, really good at creating symbols for the communist street animals to either hate or love. And they can do this ad hoc. They can just put together one all at once if it makes sense. This would be like a COVID is a great example of this. George Floyd is a great example of this. Some black gangbanger dies in Minneapolis, someone no one should care about. How do we go directly from that to more state funerals than the Queen of England?
Oh, okay, that was the same. That was the beginning of the clip. Yeah, the Democrats have a playbook, and they just keep going right back to it. Talking about communism again, Michael Carbonara. And by the way, pinkies up to Lauren. But to be fair, says Trump gave a beautiful tribute to Hinduism in Diwali this week. Dozens of Hindus like Tulsi Cash and Usha Vance celebrated in the Oval Office. The U.S. is not a Christian nation. Trump just proved it. Well, that's not true at all. You can be a Christian nation that recognizes other things because Christian nations tolerate other people. Whereas a lot of other cultures, be it Jewish supremacism, Islamic supremacism, there's a lot of thought that, nope, it's their way or the highway. And if you're not one of them, you're subhuman. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of people out there with Jewish supremacism, Islamic supremacism, for sure. But it's a strange comment to say that the United States is not a Christian nation. It absolutely is. It was founded on Christian doctrine. I don't think we need to say Judeo-Christian. It's founded on Christian doctrine, with a welcoming attitude to other people who are not going to try to come in and subvert this country and change it into things that it is not, such as a radical Sharia country. But I didn't know Tulsi Gabbard was Hindu. So I did look it up, and it says, yes, Tulsi is Hindu. I didn't know that. Vocal about devotion to Lord Krishna's teachings, participates in Hindu festivals like Diwali, advocated for Hindu representation in American public life. I mean, you see the difference. If there's a Christian nation that allows anybody to be their thing, but, you know, not take it over and demand it. Country after country has fallen to Islam. You must do this or else, comma, ... There's a big difference there. So no, that's a false statement. Lauren, whatever your name really is. To give a shout out to other people that are into other things. Hey, you can get a shout out, sure. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a shout out. Anyway, back to Comey Mamdani breaking the CCP bought American farmland near military bases. But now Trump's National Farm Security Action Plan has ended it. Take a listen.
Today, we are taking this purpose and our American farmland back. American agriculture is not just about feeding our families, but about protecting our nation and standing up to foreign adversaries who are buying our farmland, stealing our research, and creating dangerous vulnerabilities in the very systems that sustain us. Reshoring and nearshoring our food and agriculture supply chain is essential for our nation's security. In coordination with the White House, the Departments of Treasury, Defense, Homeland Security, and Justice, as well as state governors, state agriculture commissioners, local, tribal, and territorial governments, today we announced the USDA's National Farm Security Action Plan. This plan includes 7 key action items, and there's a lot of people here that I want you to hear from, so I'm not going to go one by one, but just very quickly. It's on our website. The press has gotten a preview of it, and we can ask some questions once we finish the main program. But very quickly, and perhaps the most important, the first of the 7 is securing and protecting American farmland ownership. Actively engaging at every level of government to take swift legislative and executive action to ban the purchase of American farmland by Chinese nationals and other foreign adversaries. Standing on the shoulders of great governors, 3 of whom are standing behind me, who have already been leading the way on this issue. And at the federal government level, working to do everything within our ability, including presidential authorities, to claw back what has already been purchased by China and other foreign adversaries. Additionally, working with the Treasury of the Secretary of the Treasury, along with our Defense Department, on memorandums to ensure that moving forward, there is a much more intentional look at who is buying what in this country and from where they are in the world. Today, we are taking this purpose and our...
All right, good. Yeah, don't sell our farmland to the CCP. That's for us. You got it. You get it. Got it. Good. Get it. Got it. Good. All right. Those are the stories I had for you on Instagram. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Remember, Rumble rants and super chats are available if anyone wants to toss something in our tip jar here. Always appreciated. Let's go to, we have an update here. So this is good. Here, let's, I got a couple of these. Let me share the X feed. We're at American_media_ on X. Eric Daughtry reporting. Here's an update. D. Carlos Brown Jr., Irina Zarutska's killer. Say her name. Iryna Zarutska. This demon has been federally indicted and is likely to face the death penalty. Yeah, get him in the chair quickly. It's time. Live stream this. Make this pay-per-view. If that story didn't send you into a bit of an outrage, you're not paying attention. Good. But it's bigger than that. A couple stories here. C3 says, you won't believe this. Teresa Stokes released D. Carlos Brown after 14 arrests before he killed Irina Zarutska. Stokes is supposed to be supervised by Judge Roy Wiggins. Wiggins just released Paulette Gibson after 15 arrests. And Paulette just stabbed 2 people. This must stop. 15 arrests, and you let her out again and she stabs people. You should be able to, not you should be able to, you should have to defend your decisions. And if a panel of U.S. courts put 50 people, put 2 people per state, make it 100 judges. It's all done virtually. You meet once a month. You have a monthly meeting. And the worst judges have to defend their decisions. And if you can't defend it and the people vote you out, you lose your position. And how about if people get out of prison and commit crimes? How about you start holding some of these judges accountable? That one judge the other day for the big balls case, 10 to 12 people, I think, jumped big balls. Pack animals, a pack animal attack. She said, oh, my job's to rehabilitate, not to incarcerate. No. Your job is to keep the monsters away from general population. Use the jails, exactly. Matt Van Swell says, I want to give a huge shout out to North Carolina state Republicans. They accomplished 2 major feats recently. 1, Irina's Law, I-R-Y-N-A, say her name, type it in the chat, Irina Zarutska. It eliminates cashless bail for violent criminals. Yeah, you commit a violent act, you don't get out. Number 2, New York redistricting gives North Carolina another GOP House seat. It's been super hard on the GOP. I've been super hard on the GOP, but this is great. Federally indicted, justice coming, says Mark Harris, representative of North Carolina. Oh, no, we didn't forget, but this was 2 days before Charlie Kirk. That was supposed to be the most difficult show I ever did. I was so gutted by what I saw. I got that white girl. I got that white girl. A racist, unprovoked, as if we even need to add that as a qualifier, as if, oh, well, if you're provoked, if something provokes you, then you're allowed to kill. That's not true. An unnecessary, unprovoked attack on Irina Zarutska. Yeah, got to hold these judges accountable too. So it's our judges, it's our education system, and it's legacy media. We got to fix these 3 things. What is this story? This is live in Charlotte, North Carolina, at the train station where Irina Zarutska was murdered.
Why CNN's not covering it, ABC and stuff. And a lot of people are saying because it was like this beautiful, young, white blonde girl attacked by a black guy, and they don't want to cover those optics. What do you think about that?
I mean, I guess, like, it's a bit stereotypical, but the story itself.
Why do you think it's stereotypical? Do you think it's because it actually happens more often than...
I guess it does happen more often than, I guess, because we admit it, and I think, like...
What if I were to tell you it's 31 times more?
Oh, I've seen the statistics. I know, like, it's for there's a higher rate of violence in the African American, like, community, especially for men, compared to...
But especially black men attacking white people in general.
Right.
It's 31 times more. So for every single white person that assaults a black person, there are 31 instances of
31 times more likely.
the reverse.
Right.
Why?
Whew. But what does the media do? The media fixates on the small handful that don't fit that narrative to try to make it seem like the actuality in the country is the exact opposite. Legacy media, people. All right. Let's go to our profile here. Right here is the link to go to our Patreon account. This is my interview with John B. Wells of Caravan to Midnight, talking God, Trump, Biden, Deep State, and World War III. So click that and subscribe to us. Yes, Marion. If the races were reversed, cities would burn. Yep. All right. Okay, well, Grok told me this is real. World Aquatics suspended a Masters swimmer, Hannah Caldas, a 47-year-old man suspended for 5 years after refusing mandatory sex verification testing to compete in women's events. This follows his wins in female categories, highlighting enforcement gaps in protecting fair competition. Sources like Swim, Swam, and Daily Mail confirm the details in recent announcements. This regarding Riley Gaines put this out and says, this is not AI, and this is not the Babylon Bee. Well, if it's not AI and it's not the Babylon Bee, what is it? Well, this is a man going by the name Hannah Caldis, who's trying to swim against women. Riley Gaines says it's not AI, not Babylon Bee, not a South Park episode, not a Saturday Night Live skit. This is real life. Do you see the reason why the sky is blue and water is wet and why men shouldn't compete against women? That dude is jacked. You want to live out your life in a feminine manner? Hey, I mean, it's on you, buddy. You do you. You don't get to compete and steal glory. It's stolen valor. You don't get to pretend to be a lady and take valor away. Let the ladies have their sports. Yeah, why are there no women transitioning to men than trying to compete in men's sports? None. Have you seen any? Any? I can't believe this story is real. Here's another one that I couldn't believe is real. Visegrad 24 interviews the victim of a SA attack from an illegal alien invader who broke into Sweden and destroyed this girl. Do you want people breaking into your country to destroy your girls?
Jag mår fortfarande illa när jag
I still feel
tänker
sick
på
when I
det.
think about it. I can't.
Jag har ju berättat det här
I've told
1000
this story 1,000
Speciellt för,
times,
alltså,
especially to the
polisen och när jag
police.
har
And
varit i tingsrätten.
when I've been to district
Men
court,
jag
but I
känner
still feel that it's really hard.
Under hela
During the
skolåret
whole school
förra
year
året
last
så var
year,
jag knappt i skolan.
I barely went to school.
Nu då och då så drömmer jag
Now and then I
fortfarande
still
om
dream about it.
och jag
And I've been really scared
har varit jätterädd.
to go out and walk by myself. Why would you let somebody break into your country to damage your citizens?
Att vara ute och gå själv. Så jag går nästan aldrig
So I almost never go out alone now.
Jag bryter
I still break down when I sit and talk about it for a long time,
länge och kommit in på
especially when I go into the details.
Att det blir som att jag återupplever igen.
So it feels like I'm reliving it again, and I feel his hands on me.
Men som tur så har jag mina jättefina vänner.
Luckily, I have my great friends and my parents who have been there for me every single day. Can't make these translations.
Kommer alltid påverkas.
I'll always be affected by this. Really hope now that other girls hear this.
Det är också därför jag vill
It's also why I want to do it.
att de också
They
ska
should also think that it's worth reporting.
det kanske inte går igenom.
Even though it might not go through, but it can actually be worth it. It might help another girl. Yeah, you need to vet the people that you let into your country. The Swedish appeals court ruled that an 18-year-old Eritrean illegal alien named Mohammed, who was convicted of R-ing the 16-year-old Mia Aberg, won't be deported because the assault lasted only 20 to 30 seconds. Only. Okay. They only stuck something in. They only assaulted somebody for 30 seconds, so it doesn't count? No, that counts. You've ruined this person's life. Sweden needs to fix their criminal court system. It says it falls short of the criteria for expulsion in grave crimes. Victim detailed her trauma in Norman interviews, yet he received just 3 years in prison. Tell me, where's the redeemable quality? Tell me why you're not executing people that damage little girls. Why wouldn't you execute someone who would damage a little girl? 3 years in prison. Sweden's lenient policies continue to prioritize migrant rights over victim justice. I find that to be astonishing. That story doesn't seem real to me, but unfortunately it is. All right, the number 2 House Democrat, Catherine Clark, says the quiet part out loud regarding the shutdown. Take a look at this.
I mean, shutdowns are terrible. And of course, there will be, you know, families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously. But it is one of the few leveraged times we have. I mean...
There you go. Suffering is their tool. Of course, there will be families that are going to suffer. It's one of the few leveraged times we have. Yep. You don't dislike the Democrats nearly enough. Dapper detective here. This is not too far from where I lived. Police say a brave female shopper shot dead a sex offender with gang ties who walked into a Los Angeles beauty store and began groping women before threatening to kill everyone. If Mayor of LA Karen Bass won't do her job and protect law-abiding residents, then the Second Amendment will. That's why you keep violent, crazy people away. But bravo to this lady. Here's the report.
Investigators say a woman opened fire trying to protect other shoppers.
It's seemingly business as usual here at Pink Beauty Supply on Alondra Boulevard in Compton. But Sunday, just after 3:30 p.m., an afternoon shopping trip turning deadly. The Los Angeles County Sheriff.
It says 3:30 p.m., but this picture's from nighttime, which is interesting.
Sheriff's Department says a 42-year-old man with possible gang ties was causing a disturbance inside. And that's when a woman who was a customer pulled out a gun and shot him. By the time deputies arrived, the man was already dead. Sheriff's investigators tell us that man allegedly walked into the store and groped a female customer, proceeding to throw items at the staff while claiming he could kill everybody. They say that's when a female customer opened fire twice, striking the man on the second shot.
The investigators say a woman opened fire trying to...
Bravo. Yeah, abuse the women. You should have a very strict, very quick sentence. Defend yourself with lethal force. Move along. Don't care about the race of the victim. Don't care about the race of the perpetrator. I care about the actions. Threatening to K everybody inside the store. Okay. Remember, that's exactly what happened to Daniel Penny in New York. Went after him to try to ruin his life. Had to restrain a crazy, violent guy that was threatening to K the people on that train. Shame on the Democrats for going after the law and order people. Shame on the Democrats for letting out crazy, violent people. John, that's a good point. I only robbed the bank a few seconds. Okay. You were free to go. And then that. Thanks, Obama. It's an inside joke. Liz Wheeler reporting on Portland. Media won't even touch these stories.
And there you have it, the first ever video inside an Antifa safe house. Brandy, give me your reaction to this, because you saw this sort of thing when you were on the ground too.
Yeah, and I knew, so I went down to Portland for a few days, frankly, because I just didn't know what to believe. There was so many different narratives about what was happening in Portland. So I'm like, no, I gotta make a trip down there and see it. And I knew where this safe house was. And I knew where that safe house was. First of all, yeah, that's totally not organized at all. All these people just spontaneously, show up in their black bloc and, find a place to stay. And one of the things that's most nefarious about that, I think,
super spontaneous,
that hasn't really gotten enough attention, is that safe house is within an affordable housing apartment, which is kitty corner from the ICE facility. And these are people who, one of that sticks out to me is there's this kind of middle-aged black woman who several months ago was confronting Antifa saying, I cannot sleep. She was being terrorized.
Oh yeah, we played that video.
Night after night, living in this affordable apartment building. And so you got this black woman who the woke left is supposed to love. And you've got these young white punks who are screaming at her, threatening her, vilifying her for coming out and saying, I cannot.
Young white punks. Young white thugs. It's not about what you look like. It's about your actions. This is a theme. It's a theme.
Sleep because of what you guys are doing night after night. So I don't know. This building gets taxpayer funds. How are they? And they're using it to harbor left-wing terrorists who are going there. And then my other thought was, I cannot imagine how bad it smells in there. I cannot imagine how bad it smells in there. I have to ask Nick Sorter about that. But there's clearly a level of organization. I mean, there was also some video from Nick Shirley, I believe, who, caught people coming in and out with U-Haul trailers filled to the brim with supplies. And there was also a storage unit where supplies were being taken from and brought to this encampment that they've set up on the sidewalk. So someone's paying for all of this. And having met and seen many of these left-wing extremists in person, they're not paying for it. I can promise you. I really don't think many of them have jobs. And so somebody is paying for it. And sometimes they're stealing this stuff. I mean, one of the frustrations of the people in this affordable housing building, many of whom are older, is they were raiding the food bank that's meant for the people who live in that affordable apartment complex. And they were taking it to their street camp. And so, they don't care about people of color. They don't care about the poor. And the media in Portland won't even touch that. It's like, wait a second, Antifa militants are holed up in an affordable apartment building that's paid for in part with taxpayer funds, and they're stealing food from a food bank that's meant to help the poor and elderly. And you're not even willing to talk about that? It's insane.
Yeah, because Antifa is not real. It's just an idea.
Right.
None of this stuff is happening. It's just abstract. It's our imagination. We're looking at a dog, but we actually are, seeing something else. It's crazy. And there.
Yeah. Antifa's not real. More Portland stuff. Here's Andy No. Two-tier policing in favor of the far left. James Klug captures a moment where police threatened a conservative driver with a traffic violation, while at the same time they were allowing rioters to occupy the road.
This isn't peaceful.
Volume.
Do you see any of these people being peaceful? I haven't called you. Called me a 3 times. I haven't called you a name, but I guarantee you're unemployed. I guarantee you're unemployed. I guarantee. Where do you work? Across the street. Sir, and you're a liar. We don't have you can't make you leave. They're doing the same thing.
This is a traffic violation.
Oh, okay.
This is a traffic violation. Get it out of here.
All right, Portland PD shutting this down.
Traffic violation, but those people can block the roads. Okay.
This is a traffic violation. Besides, you guys just standing here. I'm just asking you a question. I live here. What are you guys doing?
Do not interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now.
This isn't.
Do not interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now. Angry lady.
Question. I live here.
Next.
What are you guys doing?
Do not interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now.
Get over there now.
Interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now.
This isn't peace.
But they're ignoring the people blocking the roads. That's allowable. Don't interrupt me during a traffic stop. Get over there now.
What are you guys doing?
Do not interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now.
Now.
Interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now.
Now.
Get over there now.
Now. All right. Okay, we are seeing these videos. I talked about this yesterday. I didn't play a lot of these yesterday because yesterday's show went very, 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 very long while we unpacked what was happening in the universe. So here we are. One bad dude says, I see a lot of videos like this claiming that crime is going to go up when people start losing food stamps. Why haven't I seen a single one of these people say that they're going to go out and get a job? What is this?
Cars, lock your house up. If you're one of them people that just leave your car unlocked, parked in your driveway, you better lock it. With the food stamps being gone and people not gonna have people gonna eat, okay? Nobody's just gonna, this is 2025, nobody's just not gonna eat.
All right, lady, hold on. You are eating too much. You are severely overweight. Not to pass judgment, not to like punch down or be mean. But the way to lose weight is to eat less. That's one of the key points that you start with. Start and stop with, well, eat less.
Driveway, better lock it. With the food stamps being gone and people not gonna have no, people gonna eat, okay? Nobody's just gonna, this is 2025, nobody's just not gonna eat. Nobody's, food stamps, I'm telling you right now, even with the government shutdown and the food stamps and stuff being gone for next month, and it's gonna affect everybody, there's about to be a lot of stuff going on, okay? I'm not even gonna talk about it too much, because hey, you know what's about to happen. Lock your cars, lock them. Y'all better lock y'all cars at night, lock your cars, lock your house up. If you're one of them people that just leave your car unlocked.
Okay, this is strange. There's a lot of these videos if I scroll around. Okay, Wall Street Apes reporting this. Phone records show a 33-year-old Muslim was very excited and knew ahead of time about the October 7th attack on Israel. Let's listen to this clip here.
We don't know how many terrorists the Biden administration let into the country, but we just found one in Lafayette, Louisiana. Mahmoud al-Mutadi. He's 33, and he's from Gaza.
We got music here. Anyway, his phone was traced to a location where 60 people were killed, including 4 Americans. He fled to Egypt. Then Joe Biden granted him a visa inside America? We don't know how many terrorists the Biden admin let into the country, but we just found one in Lafayette, Louisiana. This guy from Gaza got word on okay, so he knew the attack was going to happen. Records of him on the phone calling for people to enter Israel, said the border was open, bring your guns, bring your ammo, meet me. He was very excited that this was going to cause a third world war. There are phone records of basically tracing his phone near a kibbutz where 60 people were killed, including 4 Americans, and a number of people were kidnapped. He then went to Cairo in Egypt, applied for permanent visa, also known as a green card, to come to the U.S. The Biden admin welcomed him in 2024. That's insane. Oh, here's another one. What about Laura Loomer breaking a story about Muslims bathing in congressional bathrooms? Inside the U.S. Senate yesterday, where Hamas and Muslim Brotherhood-affiliated jihadist activists were lobbying congressional Democrats during the government shutdown. Here's Laura Loomer talking with Tommy Tuberville.
I think it's really horrible what happened to your staffer today, but you know, it's just shocking. Before you go, perhaps you can just, you know, confirm just very briefly. I know you have to go right now, but you guys saw women dressed in niqab. The only thing you can see were their eyes through the little slits, and your staffers saw these men praying on the floor of the Senate and washing their feet in the bathroom.
Yeah, they were using the bathroom for a opportunity to prepare for their prayer. You know, and I don't know how they do it in the Muslim countries, but since they have been coming to the United States of America, they stop traffic, they get in Times Square, they do everything they possibly can to showcase what they're doing and who they are. That's the reason they have no fear. And, you know, it's like how they treat women. It's absolutely embarrassing that we would allow some kind of cult like this to come to our country to treat women like this. And for some reason, the far left Democrats, they stand up for these people.
I don't understand it. They're anti-women and they're anti-gay, and that's supposed to trump what the Democrats are supportive of, except it doesn't for some reason.
And again, if you come here, go by our Constitution, do things right, try to assimilate, I'm fine with it. But if you're going to come over and preach death and how you treat women and marry 3 or 4 different people, I mean, it's that's above and beyond. So I'm with you, Laura.
All right, that is where we are going to wrap it up for today's program. We'll see you tomorrow at noon. Thanks again. Thanks for watching. This has been a replay of the TDAM Daily Show. We'll be back tomorrow at noon Eastern Time. Take care, everyone.
guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.